Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day number one of the CDBI. That's right. It's the Call of Duty Bobby Invitational. It's me, of course, Verdict, joining, of course, on his channel. It's Bobby Plays himself. I hope we're all having a wonderful morning. I, unfortunately, didn't get a chance to catch a draft, but I'm getting caught up on a few things. And, Bobby, let me tell you, we've got 8 heavy hitting content creators who are all able to fulfill their roster with players who are going to be competing in this upcoming CDSI. Are they still calling it that, or
CDM.
is it CDM? Okay,
CDM.
CDM, the Call of Duty Major.
Yep, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Very excited for what we've got in store for everybody today, and hopefully everybody is excited to catch the action. We do have a couple last minute changes we wanted to catch you guys up on, as per usual, trying to. Oh yeah, you're right. Infinity's name is under Verdict. I will get that taken care of momentarily. But like I said, it will be a couple of changes happening. Unfortunately, it actually looks like Aerith came up with a flat tire this morning and was not able to make it home in time, so she is going to be replaced by the one and only Marshy. Not a bad substitution for that roster. Not disrespect to Aerith, but maybe even an upgrade. But we're not gonna yap too much. We want to get into the action as much as you guys do. And my moderator makes a very good point that we don't have a stream delay, which is probably an issue. So we are going to go ahead and throw up the bracket right here, but that is something that I am definitely going to have to add momentarily. Once again, thank you, Shafi, for making sure everything is in order the way that it needs to be. We got our matchups for round number 1. Dazzy versus Cisco, starting it off with a banger.
Oh, absolutely. Dazzy, Cisco, 2 heavy hitters, 2 top content creators from each of their regions, respectively. Then we're going to follow it up with Aerith in space, which, again, Aerith had a flat tire. Very unfortunate. World's always trying to find a way to nerf my girl. Come on now. Give her something easy in life. Why do you give her your toughest battles? We'll find out. Nonetheless, Team Tyrese taking on Team Ganeth, and we'll wrap it up in the first round with Team Vague and Team Little B. What I will say is day 2 will have, or round 2 will be played today. Semifinals and up are going to be played later on. Everything's best at 3 up into the grand finals for what it seemed. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Bobby.
You said best of 5 grand finals? Yes, that should be correct.
Best of 5. Okay, so best of 3 rolling up until that grand finals. So we'll be able to get a taste of what CD or CDM is going to be coming up. Obviously, you know, it's long dragged out. I don't know if we're going to be playing those games the way that they play them. I'm sure we're going to get plenty of action packed in between these days, between now and tomorrow. But nonetheless, best of 3 up into that grand finals, in which will be a best 5. This is a double elimination bracket. So if your team does not make it out of round 1, no fear, they'll have a second chance in the Gulag series or lower bracket, or however you would like it. But nonetheless, Aerith going to be making a substitute out. Marshy's going to be making his way in. How does that change the competitive vibes there? You said it's going to make it better for Air Squad. I didn't even get a chance to take a look. I think her first pick was a pretty solid one too, and she got like middle of the pack.
Yeah.
How does that fare for her?
I think they'll do well. We actually have a couple of player substitutions that were forced to change as well, either due to being sick or not having a compatible device. As overnight, the esports version deleted all the old accounts, so we will be on the global version today. Tectonic not able to join us, as apparently having a device that can't run global is an actual thing. We have Cravings joining Team Marshy under Aerith's profile picture right there. And then we actually had 1 or 2 other players from Felines that are going to be joining as well. It looks like, if I take a look at my chats over here, we've got, let's see, Freezy is sick. Tech doesn't have a phone that can play global, and Aerith blew a tire. So we have Marshy, Limon, and Cravings that I believe are going to be the substitutes as a result on those respective teams. Once again, doing everything that we can to try to make sure everything's in a good place. I am going to go ahead and add the stream delay real quick, so it is going to buffer on stream, but we're going to keep talking because everything is going to stay the same from here on out. Obviously, losing out on Freezy and Tectonic not going to be a great change for either of those squads.
No, I mean, Tech, if I recall, was the number one overall pick in the draft. So I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, where do you go from there? To be fair, though, in the last event that I casted, Tech was actually the emergency substitute and replaced by far. I mean, one of the best options to be tossed into the mix. That team later on won the event, so maybe karma's coming back around. I'm not trying to throw shade or anything like that, but I mean, if anything is going to be going wrong, and we can point at stuff like that in the universe. Maybe it's all trying to like make it right, but unless it's wrong, you know what that means? It means we're just going to have an uphill battle from here on out, Bobby. It's going to be a great day. We're going to be enjoying it. These teams look pretty solid. I'm taking a look at the list here. I know that you were looking at some of the players. You know what? I'm taking a look at it. Tyrese has not had a chance to captain one of these teams. I know he's participated in a few events, but that is one of the teams that I'm going to be looking at. Is he's was able to snag up cartels and 7 off the rip. That's actually looking like my favorite off the rip. Just needle eyes glance.
Yeah, I think he got a steal getting 7 as late as he did. I don't think anybody was. Well, Brody and I were definitely not expecting 7 to go that late in the draft. So the fact that he was able to snag him there was huge. I think Yato is a very underrated player in this prize pool.
100%.
Vague was messaging me about how I screwed him over with his draft. I think Vague's got one of the better squads right here. I think Jibby is another one. Everybody on that TSM roster kind of goes under the radar because we haven't seen them in Stage 5 of the World Championships. But that's some crazy talent right there, and some people that I think are going to make a lot of people surprised in the upcoming CDM season.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy one. This has by far been one of the most diverse that we've seen to date as well. I know we've had Garena teams participate in the past, and of course, India and China and Japan, but now we got the insert of some of the Latin American teams. We've got the inserts of Garena back into the swing of things. I think we, as a community, are about to get blessed with possibly one of the most dynamic CDMs. Or we could see some of these teams fall flat on their face and just not be able to rise up to the competition. We also had some great news that came through earlier that you were able to put out in the esports page. Peg is coming back for another season. I don't know if he plans on sticking around, but I remember seeing him at the airport after losing, and brother was literally locked in 1v1ing the guy that was sitting next to him. It was disgusting. I was at the airport at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And these guys are like sweating everything off of their bodies just to play. So I feel like this is a W, but I don't know how long it's going to last, Bob. If you have any more intel on that, that'd be great.
All right. Chat's saying the sound is good. I'm assuming that's just from the stream reconnecting, because definitely nothing has changed between now and then. So seems like that might be an issue. Make sure to refresh the page if you guys haven't already. Looks like we do at least have our room code, so hopefully we can start moving in the direction of getting match number 1 started. Appreciate you guys' patience once again. We will have Team Dazi versus Team Cisco. Get your guesses in chat as to who's going to come out on top in that one. I think if you look at the history of Bobby Plays events, I would say Team Dazi has tended to perform better, but I think especially one thing that we haven't really talked about a bunch is that Cisco is the only Eastern content creator in this event. So if we're consistently pulling to Eastern servers, that could be a massive advantage for him.
That's huge, and I think that's one of the reasons why we wanted to get the esports build in ASAP, is because of situations like this. Everybody is Eastern bound. If you're looking for the best ping advantage, obviously, if you are already over there, you don't have to worry about having some of the problems that most of these North American, South American creators are going to have. So a little bit of an advantage there. We know that Cisco can hold his weight, so I would assume this is going to be a heavyweight bout off the rip here in round number 1. This is one that we may see later on down in the event as well, too. What I like about this as well is it's going to give us a glimpse of, some of the players that I haven't seen. I'm looking at the list of players as well, and I'm not recognizing hardly as many as I thought I would. Maybe I should have done my homework. I kind of came in here like, I got in late last night. I was out of town. from Friday all the way till about Sunday at like I don't know 8 p.m. Central Time, and we also had that 1 hour skip ahead. Shout out daylight savings. But yeah, I'm looking at some of these names, and this is going to give me a fresher, or I don't know, a first
An
taste of
intro.
what these guys. Yeah, an intro to what we have ahead of us. Is as I mentioned, this is going to be one of the, I would say, the best CDMs that we've seen to date with all of the diversity that's coming in. It's going to be pretty solid.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of newer players in here, so just some context, both for Verdict and for the people watching that might be confused. Yes, everybody in CDM was invited. For the most part, all of the Garena teams declined, especially Elevate and Alula, primarily because they are in the middle of Garena Masters and they wanted to prioritize scrims for that, which is completely understandable. I do not knock them for that at all. Chinese players in general just aren't really allowed to play in outside tournaments without permission anyway, so we might try to finesse something in the future on the esports field for them to be able to participate in, but they were kind of a no-go. And then Galoris was actually going to be traveling on the day of our event, as they're going to be competing from India to play in CDM, so they are not going to be able to join us either. But definitely appreciative of all the players that have CDM coming up that were still able to craft out some time to play in the event. Very excited, and hopefully we can start getting these players loaded in relatively soon here. I know you guys love hearing us, yeah, but even more than that, you love to see the action, so hopefully we'll have that coming to you guys soon.
Well, fill us in, Bobby. Everything COD is happening right now, COD Mobile related, right? Masters is happening, obviously. I've heard a lot of scrim rumors and whatnot about some of these top arena teams, and I'm not 100% sure who outside of Elevate and what was Stalwart. They're not Stalwart anymore, are they?
They're Alula now.
Alula. Okay, there we go. And then we also have TSM, who damn near made it last year as a top 3 team or top 2 team. Gave then Stalwart a run for their money, who ended up being a top 3 team in their own. So that region vibe and that region's growing. What all else is happening outside of Call of Duty or outside of Masters and CDM that's coming up? Is there any other events that are happening in the midst of all this, or primary focused on those two right now?
There's nothing official that's been announced. We're still waiting on the official esports roadmap. I don't know if you need to like refresh your face. You're in about 5 FPS right now, so just
Oh, am I? Oh, nice. Love that. Maybe it's because I. Oh yeah. Oh, hello.
yeah, we don't have the official world champs announcement yet. I know there's a lot of Brian T tournaments, because that guy's always running some type of tournament or another and keeping the esports scene alive. It is definitely all hands on deck for CDM, and obviously between Garena Masters and CDM, we should be eating pretty good for the upcoming months. And definitely the addition of Galoris, I think, is going to be huge for. It's going to be huge for the West, but at the same time, for the teams of the West that didn't get invites, it's going to be interesting. I know that there is a lot of talk about the upcoming talent over in NA, as obviously Cartels, Kings, and RAF are all competing over there. Apparently, there's a new up-and-coming roster that actually knocked them off in a tournament, so maybe some glimmers of hope for NA for the upcoming years of esports after what has been a bit of a depression.
Yeah, it's been what, almost 6 months or 5 months since champs, 4.5 months, something like that. So I'm just trying to get my fill of Call of Duty Mobile while the pot's hot, and I'm gonna try to get my camera fixed. I think I've gotten it pretty much locked in, or as much as it's going to cooperate. I don't know what it is about OBS Ninja, but it's been like terribly bad. I'm not even using like. Hold on, maybe it's because I opened up OBS to get my game volume. Yeah, that might have been it. OBS might have messed my stuff up. So I
Yep,
think we
it's
should be
looking a
good
little
back
smoother now.
back.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that was it. I opened it up so I can hear game volume on my iPad in the background. And that was definitely not a pro move. But yeah, Masters going on. We've got CDM right around the corner. That's going to be Thursday or Wednesday for Thursday morning for us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's running Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That is going to be a banger. That first week, that first day, actually, they started out with fire, man. I was taking a look at it. Q9 and Elevate off the rip. Wolves OUG. And then we've got probably not two of the, well, no, SPG and X Rock. That, I mean, that's SPG is, I wouldn't say stacked, but they've got numbers. That is going to be, if not an intro to CDM of what it's going to be and looking like for the remainder of the season. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much stronger you can start, and that's going to run all the way up until the end of April 19th. So huge CDM. I know that we're going to be trying to get some watch parties going and rolling for everybody else. I don't want to leak too much info, but we got a lot of things rolling into this this CDM event. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's I mean, starting off CDM with a world championship rematch, I don't think there's much more that you could ask for. So definitely excited to be back in the action on Thursday. And once again, that's a big reason why I wanted to do this, is just to have a little bit of build up for that and everything that's going to be happening there. Just a little bit of context, because our players are taking as long as humanly possible. I was going to make a video on this, but since we've got a little bit of extra time right here, Learn actually dropped his CDM tier list. Now, this tier list is based off of scrim results, he said, so take it with a grain of salt, but Learn's tier list has in S tier, Q9, Alula, Elevate. In A tier, Godlike, Wolves, DVS, OUG, Galoris. Then after that, TSM, SPG, X-Rock. After that, HF and Titans. And then in D tier, Feline. So Learn saying right now going into this, 3 teams that we don't actually have participating in the event are going to be in S tier in Q9, Elevate, and Alula. I don't think anybody's too terribly surprised by that.
Yeah, that's not a hot take at all. That sounds like it's pretty dang lukewarm.
DVS in the same tier as
that's just based on scrims though too. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. That's based off of where they finished at last CDM. That's crazy in their performance, and I don't think they did too terribly bad. I think they got the the ish into the stick. I think they were in the same group as Lucasen and Galoris, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think they're in one of those cupcake groups. They might have had a chance at a day 2. I think if anybody else was in that group as well with Q9, I think what was the European team that played? I think they could have went day 2 if they would have been in that group with Glorious. So that was by far the best hardpoint team in the event. Like, they look solid. They just couldn't win anywhere else. But yeah, definitely some great things to come. DVS in A tier is kind of crazy now that I'm thinking about it.
One thing I will say, everybody was gassing up DVS last CDM as well. So it does seem, I'm not going to call them scrim warriors, but it does seem like DVS historically perform very, very well in scrims. So something to take into consideration. But I have also heard that they have a rookie and somebody they picked up from Exceed that are both performing really, really well right now. So it'll be interesting to see how they do. Once again, I think you take the OUG ranking with a grain of salt, because they've got 3 players in NA, 2 in Garena, and 1 in Europe. So I don't think you're ever going to get a consistent scrim result with that kind of spread.
100%.
And then Wolves, I think, is another one that you take with a grain of salt, just because they have so many roster changes that are happening. It'll be interesting to see how those newer players are integrated alongside Zai and what now looks to be Peg, as Wolves have announced him returning. Wolves said that they've got 8 players on their roster. I don't know how the heck that's going to work, but that'll be interesting to see as well.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at it. We're talking about Wolves, correct? Peg's back in it. We've got the newcomers that you mentioned. Ice, I don't know if that's a rebrand because he's named at the top of the list. Rain, Rise, Zai, of course, Wind. Emo Only and Sandley. I just had the list pulled up because I needed to brief myself with some of these players to see who were they, teams they were on. But I mean, even the rookies from last year, the ones that I mean, kind of just came out of, I wouldn't say came out of nowhere, but by the end of CDM, I mean, they were stomping everybody, Bobby. Like, I think we spent a lot of time talking about Rise as being one of he was a sniper, right?
Yep,
Okay, yeah. All right. And he wasn't able to participate at champs, correct?
correct.
Okay. So I mean, that's one of those guys that just came up and just instantly started dominating and then got better as time progressed too. Zai was finally starting to reach peak form, but Peg back into the equation. Definitely going to be. I mean, how did these rookies fit into that roster? That's already pretty dang stacked. That's going to be interesting to see. Only time will tell. Obviously, the scrim results for OUG not necessarily going to be, you know, too much, weight in. But I mean, that's another team that you also got to, be very reluctant about. It takes a while for those players to get a
Hmm.
roll in and get accustomed to each other. I know they've been playing with each other for years. They played with each other before in seasons past, years past, but for some reason it just takes them a while to get rolling, and it's all about the peak time for them. Do they peak too early and then not perform when it matters the most? It's going to be the question that's on everybody's mind. So I'll take the first couple weeks of their performance with a grain of salt as well, because they also aren't playing all together up until this point. I know I saw Tech put a tweet out that he was in an airport at 3 o'clock in the morning, and why is he doing that? Why is I'm sure they're already traveling to be able to participate. So I'm hoping that they're getting enough time to get those reps in.
All right. Ooh, Shafi, good comms on that one as well. Thank you for the heads up. We'll get those added in momentarily. Once again, apologies for the delay. It's not surprising that Team Cisco is not ready on time, but we would like it if they were. So hopefully we can get them in relatively soon and get you guys straight into the action. We got Skull Guy joining up, and I think that's actually all right. And Cisco joining up as well. So hopefully now that Team Captain is in here, we can start to move things in the direction of actually getting started. Another thing we wanted to focus on in the Call of Duty Bobby Invitational is highlighting the new rule set that we have for World Champs this year. One of exception to that being the first to 9 search and destroy. So these are all rules that were voted on by the players. For the most part, anyway, the SO14 was restricted completely in the upcoming rule set as well. But players voted 200-second, or not 200-second, 2-minute search and destroy and first to 9. So officially going back to CDM rules. Obviously, you guys know that's not really what I was hoping was going to happen in the upcoming rule set, but at the end of the day, the players get a louder voice than I do, so we're going to be sticking to first to 7 for our search and destroys, just because first to 9 takes a really freaking long time, and we gotta get moving through these things, especially when the players don't want to load into the lobby until 13 or 30 minutes after the match was supposed to start.
Yikes! Yeah, we've been doing a lot of yapping here. We'll talk about the map sets. I know that we introduced one more map back into the hardpoint pool. We took one off, which was an L. I don't know how we lose APOC and we add Arsenal. Arsenal is great, or Takeoff. So 2 maps back into the hardpoint pool. Takeoff and Arsenal. We take out APOC, which is, I mean, beyond me. That was possibly one of the better maps, if not the best. Combine is certainly up there, as well as Hacienda. Summit in the Search and Destroy map pool. We've got Meltdown back into the mix, as well as with Slums, Firing Range, Coastal, and Tunisia continuing to round that out. Raids, Standoff coming back for Control, as well as Crossroad Strikes. We're not going to change round limits. It's going to stay to 3. I know in CDM it's going to be first to 4. I don't know if they're going to continue to do it like that. But let's get an L in chat for 2-minute S&D rounds. That is absolutely beyond me. I don't know how we didn't. I mean, the first 30 seconds are literally the game is either done, or the round's either done, or we haven't even made it out of home base. I don't know what we're doing there. And then also, no, that was it. The SO14 getting banned is not a shocker.
Nope, not at all. And probably a necessary change given its state in the current meta. As far as the map setups that we do have for the upcoming matchup for Team Dazzy versus Cisco, it will be Summit Hardpoint to get things started. Search and Destroy on Tunisia for map number 2, and if we go to a map 3, it will be Standoff Control. Next matchup after this is going to be Team Marshy versus Team Space Hacienda into the Meltdown and then Raid. Very excited to see Meltdown back in the map pool as well.
Yeah, that's a W. I don't know how that one slipped through the net and made it on the opposite side of where it should have been. But hey, you know what? In Call of Duty Mobile, we swap out map pools frequently unless you're Summit, and Summit just continues to stay into the selection. I felt like when Combine was added, we could finally do away with Summit because it was, good enough to give us that fast pace, high engagement, kind of map that you need for a hardpoint rotation. But it seemed to slither its way back into the mix. And surely enough, it is still there. APOC out, though. Still, I'm going to harp on that one. That one's lethal to me. That was probably one of the best maps out of that Black Ops Cold War. Original, absolutely lovely map. Spawns were great. Seemed to be, as good as it can be. And, well, probably not as good as it can be. But you guys get it. It's good enough to play it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're adding Takeoff and Arsenal. We've got literally 3 out of the 5 map. Well, I guess that makes it balanced-ish. 3 out of the 5 are massive maps. Takeoff being kind of like a in between. Arsenal's massive. Hacienda's massive. Summit and Combine kind of be your CBQ maps and shotguns and whatnot. So I'm assuming that's going to be about as equal as it's going to get. But everybody's in the lobby, Bobby. I don't have my volume for my game, so I'm kind of going to be, not playing it by ear, just on site, and that's going to be pretty scary. But we've got everybody in. They're spamming the ready button. Summit Hardpoint's right around the corner. 250 points is going to be the whoa, hello. Someone popped into Discord and popped back out.
I heard that for a second.
Yeah.
All right, we'll run through the pricing as we're getting ready to start right here. First place in the event, taking home $4,000. 2,500 for second, 1,000 for third. Fourth through eighth, all taken the same. So you gotta lock in a top 3 spot if you're really making the most of the event. Like Verdict said, we got everybody in here and almost ready to go. Thank you guys for your patience. Yes, Shafi, Marshy subbed in for Aerith. I'm assuming that is going to be for the entire event. I'm not 100% positive, but at least for day 1, that is going to be the case. Waiting for our final players to ready up, and we should be good to go. And if you want to get mad at somebody, it's Skull Guy. He won't ready up right now, but he's been in the lobby for a minute, so we're not gonna hold it against him. Team Cisco, actually, 3 players from the newly formed HF roster, the first ever CDM representative, from the Middle East is where they're representing from. So excited to see what they're bringing to the table as we are good to go here on map number 1.
Here we go. Map number 1 of the Cdbi Call of Duty Bobby Invitational. Bobby, it's on Summit. Things are about to get icy. We'll see who's coming out the gate swinging hot and heavy. Obviously, representing Middle East out of HF. We'll see if they are ready to go. Here it is. Game number 1. Let's get it.
All right. Getting spicy. And for those of you who haven't been following along, the Switchblade has very much become meta in the competitive scene right now. So that's something we're going to be seeing a lot between its buffs and some of the restrictions to some of the other attachments on other SMGs. Has made its way up to the top. Skull Guy absolutely frying off the start. He's got 5 kills and completely locking down the hard point. Nuke from the top side. Gonna be able to clear him out, and Cisco, not having a bad start himself, does get shut down. And it looks like it will be first time going through for Team Cisco here on P1.
Here we go. Trying to make it mixy. Skull Guy doing everything. You got a full wipe and everything. Get the objective. Right now, 15-23. Trick's going to be taken out on the outskirts. Everyone doing a little contesting back and forth, but it's Neo who's going to be able to find his way, hearts away, onto the objective. 3 kills for himself on a combo. Not able to take down the nuke himself. Break going to go back in favor as we get geared up for P2. 16-28 scoreline, favoring the side of Team Dazzy.
Raph sliding through, hit marker off the KRM. Looks like teammate's gonna look to lock down below, but he's gonna have to hop on. Try to keep this contested as long as possible. Warden around the corner, able to shut him down. And oh my gosh, Skull Guy on absolute demon time right now. He's got 11 kills. Once again, you don't expect this to be a AR dominant map, but he is certainly dominating through the start of this one. Khaled on the top side, looking to push on through and doesn't quite get timing. So he's going to get shut down. Cisco looking to reinforce the hard point, and pretty even so far through, despite the fact that Abyss and Skull Guy have completely owned the start of this one.
Yeah, 24, making 25 kills combined. This is going to get shut down. P2 coming to an end. It does look like the top left side of the mini-map is going to be the focus, and well, that might just be Dazzy and crew getting the early setup. Spawn's not going to be favoring them for the time being, and it's all on Abyss just to hold down the fort. Neil's going to get shut down. Equalizer's at the ready. Nuke shut down, but at a distance, it's Cisco there for the frag. The trades come through. The hill's going to be occupied in yellow for the time being, but uh-oh, Bobby, here comes the operators. Neil shutting down one, and he's got an op for himself as well. The Gravity Vortex, the front side is where they're going to have to come from because no one's going to be able to come from the back.
Yep. Definitely gotta try to get this flip. We do see the Grav Vortex coming out. Some operators popping over here for Team Cisco. The Warden's gonna lock down that front side, lock down slopes as well, and he's gonna get fantastic value. I think this actually got buffed since the last competitive season, and I think has an additional shot. He's making use of it right there. Pushing out the front side, shots not quite connecting there, but Team Cisco still locking things down. They still maintain spawns. And this has been an absolute P3 masterclass out of them. Cisco, you don't usually see the content creators leading the way like this, but he is going absolutely ham right now. 15 kills for him. It seems like maybe some Eastern server pull giving him one of the better performances that we've seen in a Bobby Plays event.
Now, the first 15 to 20 seconds actually kind of saved the side of Dazzy and crew. They could have been a lot worse. Could have been a full 60. Those spawns absolutely needed. Get geared up for P4. Here we go. It is going to be a massive hole for the time being. One entry on through. It's player number 4 and Warden doing everything he can on the in and outside of the objective. Is able to rack up a 3 feed. Looking to get something going. Snow's size. Neil going to get gunned down. Raph now trying to fill the equation. He does. But it's going to be Khaled takes himself out in the midst of that. Break back in favor of Team Dazzy. And all of a sudden, they're right back in it, Bobby.
See what Raph can do on the hard point. He's going to get shut down right there. Skull Guy continues to lead the way. 20 kills for him. Once again, no entry to be found as we do have Team Cisco maintaining that lead. Looks like nobody going to play for those last 10 seconds of scrap. Finally, somebody hopping on right here as Cisco shut down once again. And they will have the lead going into the backside. No real... Not a huge differential between any of the players right now. Very even contributions, which I feel like, especially in these content creator events, you don't typically see. Feels like usually there's one player lagging behind. Great consistency out of all these players so far, and naturally the godlike players showing why they are some of the best in the world, with Warden leading the way. Was on a little bit of a slow start, but now on a 6 free, make it 7, and he is tearing up the map.
Predator not going to be able to find anything off it, but nonetheless, objective still being played to a T. Warden, hello, going to be surrounded by multiples. It's going to be Dazzy who's going to be able to find the 2-piece and the break on through. Make it 3 to go. 19 kills for the Dazman himself. Is finally going to get shut down. A slow start for him, but he's starting to really pick up pace here in the second set of hills. However, his team going to need a little bit more out of everybody in order for this to work, and this is on Skull Guy, who dropped, what, 15 in the first 2 hills? Only got 22 for the time being, so Warden's really stolen the light. Going to continue to do so now. Is about a 41-point deficit rolling into P2. Things not looking pretty for Dazzy. They can turn it around here.
And I was curious how the HF players would perform. They seemed a little bit nervous off the start, but Khaled has absolutely flipped a switch. Now on an EMP system right here. He's still on an 8 spree, continues to fly through the map. And once that HSO starts hitting, there is not much that can stop it. That may be a second Pred missile that he cycled through, finds another one onto Neil right here, and he is completely locked in and has turned the tables for Team Cisco. They now find themselves up 60.
Oh, bloody Bobby, they're fragging College. Somebody get a trade. Oh, hit marker is going to be able to get the assist nonetheless. Khaled is running through it. EMP earned. Finally going to be taken down as the spree ends. 29 kills to his name. They don't have spawns for the time being, but they don't have to worry about it because they got about a 60-point lead. Roll it into this P3 setup. Khaled and crew now trying to get everything they can off of it. Abyss there for the trade. Not going to be able to hop the hill for the time being. And we'll now the focus on towards the backside of the mini-map. It's Raph who's going to have his operator out, but it's going to be instantly shut down, and all of a sudden things could get flipped on their head with Dazzy falling in the midst. It is anybody's game, but it does look like Dazzy and crew are going to be able to maintain spawns. However, they don't have the hill.
They've got one player who could pinch from the front. He's going to get shut down all onto Cisco to try to lock things down, and I think that's Raph sliding through with the KRM to get one War Machine for Skull Guy. Gonna look to punch through the front side as well. He's able to find one, but does get traded. It seems like for the time being, Team Cisco will continue to climb. It's Dazzy in the back line, looking to make something happen right here, but he's got a lot of players to deal with, and all by his lonesome. Khaled hops over. Dazzy still finds the kill, though, and now an opportunity to flip spawns. They do exactly that, but only 16 seconds remaining. You got to get every single one of these for it to be worth it.
Yeah, they are still throwing bodies at it left and right. Khaled, only one here on the side of the map. They are going to tuck their tails and head for new. I mean, obviously, you've got a 50-point advantage. No need to continue to push on into it. Have to worry about the flips, too. The spawns could be lethal if you spawn into the wrong portion. I did see one player in blue die. Held his until that spawn reset on towards that new objective. Lighting it up in blue and yellow is the feed. It's checkered. Skull Guy and crew trying to get a break. They need it. 50 seconds here on this objective. We got one body on it. It's going to be Raph. He's going to have to do everything here for the crew.
Tricky slides on through. He's on a 3 spree right now. Locking down the hard point, 75 seconds. And once again, getting closer and closer to that 250 mark, not giving an inch. They're able to pop ops here as well. And it's going to take a miracle push with this much firepower, but that's the claw shut down. Tricky in the top side, looking to reinforce. He's going to find one. No Skull Guys around the corner. Raph's there to shut him down, but can't do the damage that he needs. Tricky's dropping the Pred, and Team Cisco has really pulled away in this one, now up 90 points.
Oh, baby. Cisco and crew locking it down here in the P4 objective. Dazzy trying to fight for scraps. Contest for anything, but it's 224 to 122. Third set of hills. Will it be the charm or the side of Dazzy, or will Cisco be able to put this one up, bow and a ribbon? Cisco's up top. Now going to be forced to hop down as he finds one. Gets the gunfight to go. Clears out the objective. This could be the end finish line. 20 points is all that is needed. They've got Khaled with a death machine just mowing them down. Ladies and gentlemen, game one, not even close in the second half. It's been all Khaled and Cisco. And with a little bit of a contest time, it's now or never, do or die. Everyone's out of the equation in yellow. Dazzy's crew is going to bite the bullet. Game one, 250 to 125. Yikes.
Oh my gosh. I thought the HF players were going to look solid, but I was not expecting that level of dominance. Yet Khaled and Tricky in the top three for that squad. And I mean, just phenomenal consistency across the board. Everybody within 10 kills of each other, which you very rarely see an event like this, especially with people spread all across the world. This squad looking very, very comfortable as Khaled goes 46 and 20. That guy had a slow start as well. I don't know what his numbers were looking like post first rotation, but absolute beast mode. I think had nearly 3 EMP systems, and wow, oh wow, what a performance from him. Same for Warden, who goes plus 16 right there with a minute 32 in the hard point.
Oh boy. Now Skull Guy simmered out towards the end of that first set of hills, tried to pick up the slack where it was needed. And again, you said ARs were not going to have big impact, but when your biggest fragger on the map is your AR player, it's going to be devastating when you get inside the objective, because who's going to hold it on these, these lines of sights? P2 is really the only place where you can maximize with great, positioning with an AR to capitalize on some hill time. But I mean, even then, it's still just, it's not enough. Gonna have to get these SMGs rolling. We talked about Raph struggling at times. We mentioned it on broadcast in the draft. He was the only player to drop nukes, a nuke in CM or CDM. But you also mentioned to Bobby too, he's streaky, he's slow to start at times. He's, he has to make adjustments. And well, in this series, they're gonna have to pick up the slack there in the S&D, because that hard point just not gonna make the cut. First set of hills, they had us. Second set, they got obliterated. Colin was just all over them.
Yeah. Everybody's asking what server are they on. Chat, the entire purpose of this event was to invite the best of the best that are playing in CDM, who are all in the East. So more than likely, if Raph was on 105 MS, then it was probably India servers, which is about what we expected to be the case.
Yeah.
And that was something that I was surprised by the way Dazi was drafting, because he like verbally said he was going to try to draft as Western as possible, which I think could end up being an early downfall for his squad. Obviously, struggles across the board for players that were on Western ping. So, Neil, I definitely wouldn't expect it, regardless of server, wouldn't expected a 16-40 out of him. I got to think that he's got to have a much stronger performance if they're going to have a chance in this one, and you got to think that has to start in the search and destroy.
Yep, it does. Tunisia, right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 under our belts. And let me just tell you, it was brutal after that first set of hills. I think they only, collected 40 points after we got into the P1 reset. So devastating for Dazi. But you mentioned the draft strategy, which was quite interesting. Trying to play as Western as possible. Go ahead and tell you, now panning out so far. We'll see if they can pick up slack here in the mix here for game number 2. I was reading some of the messages in Discord. Are we allowing the Lockman AR? Yes, we are. And also, is that thing absolutely broken, or is it just like it doesn't move? Because like when it was in PC COD, there was nothing great about it other than it didn't have any recoil at all.
No, I'm a little bit surprised that people are asking to use it, because in my experience, it's fairly mid. It does have a mythic variant that's really solid, but I was not expecting to see a lot of use of it, but would love to be proven wrong. Always nice to see something new making its way into the meta. Waiting for our players to ready up for map number 2. Once again, it is going to be Tunisia, Search and Destroy. It's one more player to ready up, and we should be good to go for the second one. Team Dazi need to make some serious changes to have a chance at staying in the upper bracket in this one.
All right, now or never. Step up. I know we're looking at Dazi off the rip too. I know he was shooting as best as he could, Bobby. But as you mentioned, we're probably playing on India pings and pings. We're probably playing on India ping, and I could see that he was shooting demons at points. So he's trying to get accustomed to what he's working with. Plenty enough to get geared up into this Tunisia. It's going to be now or never. You will be headed to the lower bracket. So have no fear if Dazi's crew doesn't pull it together. We will be able to see them continue on their journey here in the Cdbi, Call of Duty Bobby Invitational, but it just won't be on broadcast. It'll be in a lower bracket, and they'll just have to fight their way through it.
Answering some questions we're seeing in chat, is the USS-9 banned? No, but the damage magazine is restricted, and I believe the carbine barrel is restricted as well. So a couple major attachments not available for it per the esports rule set. Big reason you're not going to see it. Also, another thing that is going to impact the meta in 2026 champs and CDM in a major way, restructuring of weapon roles. Marksman rifles and snipers are now in different roles. Only one sniper and one marksman per team. So that's why you're going to see weapons like the Kilo 141 coming into play for people that do want to play it like a sniper role. And then we will have Neil rocking the Type 63 on the flip side. And we do actually have Nuke, I believe, finding a kill with the Kilo bolt off the start.
The Nuke, baby. That thing is... Skull Guy and crew or Raff and crew able to make their way up to the top side of Winery. Raff is holding bomb hostage for the time being. He's got Abyss up top. They combine for some kills. Nuke going to get shut down. The Kilo out of the equation. Cisco and crew now trying to come and aid to the rescue. The Daily, the Dollar, sure, but Cisco hitting some shots as Skull Guy does find one. Makes it a 2v3. Certainly doable. Can't have any false moves moving forward.
Got Skull Guy tucked away below. Definitely seems to have an idea that there's still one to deal with. And they get damage onto one player above. That's going to be Raff. He's got a shotgun in hand. Got to hit that first shot, though. Not forgiving is Tricky sliding the corner. He picks up the kill. That's going to equalize things into a 2v2. Tricky, I think, heard one, but Cisco is actually going to do the damage himself. That leaves Neil all alone. 1v2. 63 in hand, and they shouldn't have much of an idea that he's tucked away right here. If he can find this first pick, could be huge, and that's a one tap to the head. Cisco around the corner, tries to pre-fire, and he finds both. Neil comes away with the 1v2 to open things up.
The plums on Neil, man, after having a shaky start. I was about to say something else, but a shaky game one. Chow's out in the open, an interesting one. Believes in the gunny. Cisco says I do too. Lives by the gun, dies by the gun. Neil with a 1v2 clutch. The shutdown. Cisco's reign of terror here in this first round. Oh my God, Neil's just continuing to let him have it. Takes down two before he's finally done. Hits over towards the B site. Nobody here to retaliate. But Neil putting up big numbers here in the opener could be the game-changing.
Warden tucked away right here, could do some damage. Finds one, finds two. Still one to be dealt with. It's Skull Guy, but he's all alone. Needs to make it a 1v3. Get Nuke down below. That Kilo Bolt still in play. Cisco with the shotgun as well, and it looks like the bomb's going to go down. Repositions toward mid. Going to look to play this hop-down angle right here. Nobody peeking. They're waiting for him to come through the top side, and if he can catch one off guard, it could be huge, but seems like Cisco's got the read on the play right here. No easy angles for Skull Guy. He's going to walk straight out and take a shotgun to the dome. Just like that, we're going to be tied up at 1 round apiece.
Yeah, that's a great job of hunting him out, and they knew exactly where he was going to be coming from. Forces their way up to the top side, so if they do come back through that archway shut down, you've got someone up top just waiting for anybody to come through the corridor, and surely enough, it's got to happen at some point. Pushes out, falls victim. Payoff round, we're tied up, 1-1. Cisco putting a point on the board for himself after Neil opening up with a dynamic two-piece. Playing exactly as he did last round. However, nobody pushing it aggressively here towards this B site. Might be able to get a little bit of space.
Got Colin directly above Winery, trying to play for information, for audio cues. Not going to find anything, but nade lineups out the top, trying to clear out that mid entry. Not going to be able to connect there either, so remain in the 5v5 for the time being. Got Neil as the lurker over on the B side. Everybody else ready for the brawl here on A, and it's going to be Wrath making first peek right here. Colin finds nothing. He's going to get shut down. Tricky finds one. Cisco with another. It's pure chaos over here on the A side. And Raph somehow is still alive. Able to find one on the Nuke as well. Hit marker onto Tricky, and he's got to make it a 1v3.
Neil playing spoilers on the backside. Tricky in a 1v3. Running and gunning. Tags up a few. Cannot bag anybody there. Skull Guy able to regen. 1v3 down to a 1v2. Neil still alive up top. Skull Guy right there along with them. They'll just continue to play their twos. There is no need for them to move. Bomb's right in front of Skull Guy. Well, hello. Pokes his head up. Skull Guy says, we'll see you next round. 2-1. Great answer back. Great wrap there from Neil. Able to take up a lot of space on that B side of the bomb. Rotate all the way through. Able to clear your backside. And was a big game changer there in that round.
Team Dazi retaking the lead right here. He's still looking for his first kill, but Neil having a bounce back game right here, playing a big role with 5 kills on the board now. Nuke once again with that Kilo Bolt in hand. Looking for an angle across mid. Not going to find anything quite yet. It's Raph First point of contact right here. Colin takes the peeker's advantage and says, I'll take the kill, make it 2.
Oh, boy.
Pushes on through mid. A complete collapse and all down to Neil in the blink of an eye. Not going to be able to find that pick onto Cisco. You would think that is likely the end of the round, and indeed it is.
There it is. Okay. 1v5 card declined. Neil couldn't get anything rolling. As a matter of fact, everybody for the side of Team Dazi getting just obliterated there in that round. Very dominant one indeed. Cisco and crew able to tie it back up. Nades over the top. They are throwing everything in the kitchen sink over towards that A site. Everyone's going to readjust towards it, and it's going to leave Neil on an island, who's actually going to get caught up in the transition. So smoke's going to go down. They're going to be able to clear this B site for free. And Neil trying to stop it, but damage is done. Bombs down, 45 seconds, 4v5 now as Neil drops.
Colin's been a menace, but Raph slides through and finds 2. Somehow Nuke threads the needle with that Kilo Bolt in hand. He's going to find 2 more as he picks up the Type 63, make it 3. And my, oh my, what a chaotic end to that round. Seems like leaving the Type 63 on the ground was an unfortunate result for Neil as Nuke cleans up the rest of that one, and Team Cisco now back in the lead as they look to take the 2-0 victory here in this one. Nuke not going to find timing for the snipe right there. And once again, Abyss just sliding back and forth, but Cisco actually finds the shot through the wall, and that's 2 to open things up once again.
Oh, man. Bomb's going to get collected, too. They're going to go ahead and redistribute this energy over towards the B site. Did a great job of finding 2 off the rip. Raph about to get hit with a boomstick if he rounds that corner. Is going to get the call out. Does find one. Neil is able to find one as well before he's gone. Job's done. Neil going to get redeemed. Raph able to find one, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2. Call it on a death wrap. Cisco able to win his one. Ralph's gone. It's all up to Dazi. No kills on board yet. Almost gets put on a t-shirt right there, but is able to win that one with 1 minute left to go. Plenty of time to play. Cisco's bomb in hand. Dazi gone in the dust.
Going from a goose egg to a 1v2 would be a nice momentum swing for him and the squad. Captain versus captain right here. Cisco on a burner so far in this one, but may have given away an audio cue. Dazi just trying to find info off the Jiggle Peak. I think Cisco's made his way all the way through, and neither seems to have any idea. Oh my gosh. The timing could not have been any worse for Dazi. He now has absolutely no clue where Cisco's gone. He's got the bomb in hand. And Dazi can wait this one out. He might be able to get timing right here. I don't know if Cisco heard the slide. He did not. And Dazi comes through with the 1v2 to equal things up.
It's only justice, Bobby. Dazi didn't hear the slide from Cisco as he was clearing out red. Of course, Dazi getting a gift back from the gods. Slides up top. Doesn't alert Cisco. Cisco climbing those steps so abruptly. We're tied up. Flip script now as we change sides. Raph's starting to feel it. He's found his 7th. And that's going to be the tip of the spear here on towards this B site. Bomb's going to go down along with it. And we'll see the post positioning coming through as the nades go over the top. They've cleared it out. And now Raph's trying to take up some space. Has a 1v3 right here. And I don't know if anybody's going to want to peek this.
Yeah, it's such a risky spot. College slides through, and Raph jumps off that power position, finds 1 kill anyway, but instantly traded. Warden, PKM, going to be able to shred the rest. And just like that, Team Cisco with a retake in the blink of an eye. They retake the lead as well. Looked like a solid plant position falls apart very quickly for Team Dazi.
They do a great job of clearing out that site and get the bomb down, but I was kind of scratching my head once Raph leaves top control. That's not ideal, and obviously you saw everyone just kind of collapse afterwards, so post-plant positioning not necessarily great.
Oh my god. Cisco could have had 3 kills through the wall right there, and unfortunately the timing's not there. Doesn't get a single one. Seems to have some type of an idea what that push is going to look like. All 5 players still on the board for each team. Nade lineups over across mid. Not going to connect either. Now a bit of a waiting game. 1 player up top. Winery shots on to call it, and Abyss is going to be able to pick up that kill. That's going to be a big one.
It is. Still 2 players make it 3 effectively on towards that A site. 1 wrapping the mid site, though. Bomb's not going to be collected. You've had the player advantage. You've got a little bit of time to play with. You got Raph, who's, like I said, heating up. Able to clear the B side out yet again. Bomb's going to be collected and moved over towards that. Neil's going to be playing the middle of the map, looking for anybody as he plays cutoff. This time around, Raph in a prime position to just cut off the rotations. Oh my God, gets too aggressive. Cisco sends him to the next round, but it's Neil who's going to be able to find Nuke through the wall.
Bro, Cisco's got the hop-up spots. These are angles that I haven't even seen in CDM. He's going to be able to do some damage off the start, but unfortunately, his teammates getting pieced up right there. Eden Warden left in a 2v4. Bird Abyss up top. Shot connects, but Warden's going to drop, so it's got to be a 1v4. And an ace nearly finds the lineup onto Neil right there. No timing, but he slides Skull Guy as well. Neil in the top side sliding on through, and they're not going to peek anything. They know that he's got to play for time, and unfortunately, the shot's not going to connect right there. Phenomenal effort out of Cisco, and he is feeling himself right now.
He hits that wall bang, and then he instantly turns and gets the flick onto that second player. We're down to a 1v1. That could have been an interesting round. Nonetheless, it's out of Cisco's gotten here in this one. Is going to get shut down. We're going to be tied up yet again. Payoff round. Quick hit over towards the A site. It's going to be the first blood in favor of Khaled. Abyss able to find their trade, and Skull Guy going to be able to find one as well. 2 for 2 we've gone. And now Cisco and Tricky going to take down 3 almost instantly. It's going to leave Pistol Guy out. Oh my God. Whoa. Oh! No way. Skull Guy with the 3-piece. What did we just watch, Bobby?
That was disgusting. Systematically tearing them down one by one. Skull Guy goes beast mode, and that guy is looking CDM ready. Oh my God, what a clutch out of him right there. They're feeling it right now, and they're looking to push off of that. Trophy system's gone. 1 player taken down below, but Tricky's made his way up. It doesn't matter. Skull Guy's gonna pick up another and can't seem to miss right now as he looks to find one more. Maybe slow things down. He said, nah, I'm channeling everything at this point.
I mean, hey, when the kettle's hot, you got to strike right. Still 1 lurking up top there. That's going to force them back. You got player number 3 in Neo, who's already cleared the path here towards A site. And well, this is taking a lot of time. Neil's just going to play off that timing, and could not have been any worse timing created for himself. And now he's in a little bit of a pickle. Both players have made it towards his site, but there it goes. Neil's going to be able to find one. That should be it. Nuke says, not today, buddy. 1v3 up for grabs. Bomb's made its way over. It's going to go down regardless. And Nuke now in position to play spoilers. As this bomb's planted. Can't hit the follow-up shot, though, and that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, that's really tough because that gives them the information on where he's coming from. Skull Guy going to shut him down. Any hopes of a 1v2 dashed. And Team Dazi looking like they've got a very real chance of pushing this to a map number 3. Largely courtesy of a God-tier clutch that chat's just now seeing out of Skull Guy. My, oh my. Don't see that too terribly often. See if they can close this one out right here. And it's going to be an aggressive defensive hit through mid. Skull Guy reads it, but not going to be able to hit the shots. And Warden, his teammate's going to take him down right there. Gets away alive as well. Concussion hits. That's going to allow them to drop Neil. And it looks like this one's not going to end quite yet, as it's down to a 2v5. Cisco on 14. He has had an absolute heater of a game. It's left all down to the 2 North American players in Raph and Dazi.
Yep, Tricky's right here to play spoilers, too, if they try to get this bomb plant down. He's got a little help there on the bottom side. Call-outs are going to be made. Tricky looking to collect. All the players from that are left are up top. Raph's been able to pick up a sniper, able to find 1. Raph able to find 2. Cisco's dropped. Whoa! What did we just watch? Dazi with a 2-piece. And now it's down to Khaled, what was looking like a game of, a potential overtime situation. It's down to 1, and whoa, a 2v5 for the boys. We're going to a game 3, Bobby.
I went to my phone to try to download the Skull Guy clip, and a 2v5 absolutely falls apart. Oh my gosh.
Shambles.
All right. Well, that means we are going to map number 3. Once again, Raph leading the way right there with 12 kills on the board, all the way from North America. That's not easy to do. Cisco doing everything he could to try to keep his team in that one, 14-7. He had some crazy clips, but unfortunately not going to be enough, and they're going to be forced to go to map 3. Fortunately for him, they look pretty freaking dominant in that first respawn.
They did. It was, a steady start. I think as the game progressed, you started to see the dominance just come through, and, Dazi and crew just didn't have an answer back for it. Spawns were scrapped almost instantly upon rotation. They weren't winning any of the majority of those mixy points, P1 and P2, and then you're getting locked in on what are easily the full 60s if you get the spawns early and you play the objective properly, and they just got completely abused. Search and Destroy, however, they answered back, giving us a game 3. Bobby, I'm excited as all get out. Standoff control, not my favorite, but we'll allow it here in the mix. Is obviously it's a competitive map. It's going to get played at some point. We're going to see it here as this one's going to be a race of 3.
Should be a good one. I'm curious to see if there's any like tweaks to the spawns right here. Obviously, that was a big thing that we saw kind of throughout the CDM season last year. CDM was kind of used as the testing ground for the spawn placement of the different control maps, and we saw a lot of those improve throughout. Bobby still hasn't adapted to 9 rounds. Guys, admins asked me if I wanted to do 9 rounds. I think doing 9 rounds in a best of 3 is
2 minutes search and destroys.
Yeah, it's why we our matchups. The entire match could be 30-45 minutes, or the entire matchup could be hour and a half. I think this is the way to go, especially for 9 rounds. 8. All right, y'all are just trolling at this point. It's got to be bait.
Get him out of here. We're not taking that.
All right.
Yeah, 9 rounds. Yeah, we'd be here until about 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern time easily. I know chat don't really
way
care.
Past you guys' bedtime, because I know that 90% of you are not in North America right now. I know the numbers, guys. Don't worry. I'm looking out for you guys. We're getting ready for map number 3. Should be a banger. Hopefully more competitive than map number 1 was, where we saw Team Cisco doubling up on Team Dazi following a strong start. So maybe the fact that Crossroads is a little bit newer. Or wait, no, we're on standoff, aren't we?
Yep.
We're on standoff. So the players with more reps probably going to feel a little bit more confident. But, I mean, HF, we haven't seen them in the World Championships. That has not stopped them from really showing out off the start of this one so far today.
Yeah. We did see them, however, not necessarily when Nuke Pool performed. Kala didn't really have a good search and destroy. That's quite all right. The respawns are where it's at too, buddy. That's what we love. But in CDM, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if you can't win search and destroys, you are in for a world of hurt. And I don't know if are they going to continue to do search, hardpoint, and then control, or is it going to be?
That I actually don't know. That's a good question.
I mean, that's just where I'm at. If you're looking at search hardpoint, you might brace yourself for a rough CDM, because we've seen the talent that China brings to the table in search and destroy. We've seen the talent that Karina brings to the table in search and destroy as well. So you're gonna have a rude awakening and a rude time if you're playing 2 S&Ds guaranteed, versus if you get to that game 5, maybe we see it end in an S&D in a standard format. So got to get those reps in, got to get that practice in, got to get that map awareness in, got to be able to find some strats that work for you and yours. But right now it's all about the standoff control, which is always a guaranteed game number 3. You've brought a second chance of life. Team Dazi, can you complete the reverse sweep journey, though? That's the question.
All right. See what they can do right here, as we do have all of our players readied up and good to go. Map number 3 on the way. If we get a lot of map threes, this could be a long broadcast, even without us going to 9 rounds of search and destroy. So,
yikes!
You guys are inbound for a very full day of Call of Duty mobile action once again. Lots of new faces in here that are going to be competing in CDM, and the boys from HF certainly making a name for themselves so far, especially in those hardpoint early gunfights. We'll see what they can do here in the control. It looks like we are good to go for map number 3.
Good to go. Standoff. Game 3. Dazzy and crew rolling the chopping blocks. Found themselves with a chance to strike back. Was able to do so there in the search and destroy. Just waiting for a 5th player to load in on the right-hand side of our screen in order to jump up the beginning braces. It's going to be Dazzy and crew on the attack. On the defense, of course, Cisco. And it does look like he's going to be starting off with a Tundra off the rip. So maybe we get a 1-life snipe and then we swap over and see how it goes. Who knows? We'll find out. We'll go ahead and jump into the action as things getting spicy here. Game 3 on our first series. Let's get it on.
All right. Skull Guy watches that cross. He's going to get absolutely obliterated. Didn't see the angle, and I believe that was the Type 63 in the hands of Nuke to take him down. And oh my gosh. That is a hot start and a quick spawn trap for Team Cisco right here. Warden all the way through to spawn, and they are getting decimated. They've got 2 kills so far to 10 on the flip side.
Yeah, and they can't get anybody out of blue, too. This is just nasty work. 5 kills on board for Khalid, who was absolutely lethal in the hardpoint. He is just continuing the flick. Somebody woke up and chose violence. Finally, a spree of 3. In for Dazzy and crew. Stun's going to come through. Raph's going to be able to collect, so that's going to be the spawn control damage done, but Warden's still alive, and he's got 6 in a feed working on that Predator missile.
He said, I'm not leaving anytime soon. Finally, the spawns do flip out a little bit further, so he's not going to have any angles to work with right here. Once again, still hasn't been dealt with, and that should have been a freebie for Skull Guy. He's not going to be able to hunt him down either. Even then, the lives only 4 apart right now as Warden's got a Pred to work with as well. They're still trying to identify where he is. Skull Guy takes some shots, and he's going to have a free UAV from up above along with 2 kills to go with it.
Raph's found his way into the spawn site. We've got 11 v8, 8 seconds on the clock. Raph now trying to force his way back to the objectives. Going to need some help here as he's got a shotty. And that's about all he's good for with the MW11 to come through for secondary work. 4 seconds on the clock, down to a 6v6. This is now better time than ever. Clock is being struck there on both fronts. 2 ticks of progress locked in. The backside approach is going to come through. It's Warden for the cleanup. And that's going to stop the cap from coming through. And now it's all down to Dazzy to get the job done. He's not going to have the timing. He's got to hop on. He's got 1 second. In a 1v2.
Gonna be a total of 1v3. 2 HF players right there. Nade goes through, not gonna be able to connect. If he slides the corner, might be able to make it happen, but Nuke finds the kill right there. I thought that round was over once we had Warden get through to spawn. They still take it, but in much closer fashion than expected. That 28-20 life lead was not nearly as comfortable as I would have assumed.
All right, starting it off hot here as the feed lights up yellow. Defense as we get the flip. They're looking to put a little bit of full court pressure on for themselves. Are going to get caught in the midst of doing so. Everyone's going to be cleared out through the back alley, and that's going to be Cisco and crew. Now finally starting to make their way out of the spawns. 2 more is going to light up the feed. That's going to be the green light on towards the backside of the spawns. They're looking to do the nasty work here on the flip, too. This could get ugly. Let's see if they can deal with Warden, who's found himself in the backside secret. No, he's dealt with. Predator being called in the midst of all the action. No harm, no foul. 20v25 is the life count.
Gonna bounce back right here. Skull Guy. No angle, but should have audio down below. Pistol Guy comes through once again. We had some people asking if the machine pistol was banned. Machine pistol itself is not banned, but there are a lot of strong attachments that have been restricted, and that's why you're not going to see it as much, but that's not stopping Skull Guy anytime soon. Raph, Death Machine trying to apply that spawn trap pressure. Big issue right now for Team Cisco is going to be the clock. Yeah, you don't want to be down 8 lives, but only 9 seconds remain, and they're just now hopping onto that A objective for the first time. Cisco might need glasses, but same for the guy that literally just slid past him. Not sure what's going on right here. This round's looking all but finished as only 1 second remains. They will be able to get on to stop the clock. Raf's going to be there, and it looks like they keep the round going, but there is 0 margin for error.
Nope, 5v12 as well to go along with it. No ticks of progress collected. Warden going out in his bag. 5v10 now. It's time finally starting to collect in their favor. 2 players have dropped, making it a 3v10. Warden trying to get a bump on through. It's going to leave the nuke and Tricky. Last alive. Make it tricky. His Skull Guy's going to be able to shut him down. Finds 1, finds 2. Not even find a 3rd. Nuke. Going to be dealt with, and that is going to be tying us up. Life count, definitely going in favor of Team Dazzy, as well as the tick collection as we progress throughout this control for keeping, you know, tally of that. That'll be huge as we get geared up for potential overtime.
A lot of these very winnable rounds just not getting closed out as cleanly as you would expect. Tricky equals gonna pop, and no kills to be found right there, so it's value to be found off the start for Team Dazzy. Raf looking to get aggressive through back alley. I don't know if they realize Warden has already made his way through to spawn, and once again, trying to apply that spawn trap pressure. Thing is, nobody's pushing through Deli to be able to clear out the rest of that, so they will continue to spawn out. And Khaled's going to pop Death Machine right here as he looks to get pushed all the way through. That pressure is starting to look a little bit more valuable, but once again, the kill's not going through, and there's Raf spawning directly in front. Fortunately for him, he's going to be able to slide on through and continue to play his life.
Oh, the timing. Khaled saved by the threads of some intuitive awareness. Nonetheless, only going to be able to find 1 with the Death Machine. Up close and personal there with the XM4, able to find another, and it's him and Warden. The tag team duo is going to be dealt with, but Warden's found 29 through 3 rounds. We're not even through 3. This is the opener of the 3rd round. He has been cooking. Time being collected for Dazzy. He's going to be able to put the pain on towards Warden and Dills the pressure to take him down. Annihilator shot's not good. There it is to follow up. Be able to find a second. And well, the first tick of progress going to be collected. Dazzy now still with three shots left. Might get expiration if he doesn't have anybody to challenge. Oh, well, never mind. Nuke's just going to take him down.
Yeah, no value out of the Annihilator right there. And as expected, Dazzy not on advantageous ping at all. So in a really tough spot right here, especially playing a mode that those ranked players don't play a lot, much less play it competitively. It looks like 8 life differential should hand this round over to Team Cisco once again. Cisco not quite at the same level that we were seeing in game number 1, but fortunately for him, his team going absolutely ham. Warden has been a monster applying that spawn trap and farming kills left and right. He is at 30 and 11 so far with Khaled on a 7 spree as well.
Yikes. That's somebody you don't want getting hot. He's got a Predator as well as a paper plane to throw up in the air just for 3 kills up top of that. Stunned in the middle of the map, gonna get pushed. Skull Guy gonna be able to shut him down. Streaks ended, score streak still in pocket. Raf now with the Death Machine gets instant shut down. Khaled off the respawn is gonna be able to find 1 with the Pred. 23v27, still not been able to find a way to spear into this objective. Struggled through the first of their attacking round. Looks like they're going to be struggling off the rip too. Now, as Khaled's trying to find something on the back lines, they're trying to put a little bit of pressure on the spawns. Maybe open up a little bit of a gap towards either side. They got B for free right now if they hop it.
See if they take advantage. Lives looking even right here. Abyss sliding on through. 2 kills with the equals. We'll stop the progress for the time being, but Khaled's going to be there for the trade. Once again, really need to stop the clock. You got to start getting some type of progress. Not seeing a lot of objective captures so far in this one. Warden not really worried about that either as he's trying to apply spawn trap pressure, but he's going to get shut down by Raf. And once again, you got to find a way to stop the clock. You want to keep those lives even, but you're putting yourself in a really difficult position right here. As finally they do get 1 player on. It looks like some progress to be found for Warden. It's just a question of how long he can stay alive, and he's not even going to look to stay on the objective, hoping that his teammates reinforce. They will be able to get there, but now down 5 lives.
Warden's got to be related to Martian in some form of capacity. That guy is allergic to the objective. He's just not playing it. He gets a little bit of map control, finds himself on the objective, pushes himself out, and teammates are not able to reciprocate. It's down to a 3v10. Tricky in the middle of the map is going to be able to find a two-piece, as well as Nuke. Okay, hold the phones. Neil's going to be dealt with. Dazzy's going to be able to find one. B, not going to be of any question or sort. 3 light up the feed. And yellow, we're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Based off of what we've seen so far, it's been a defensive affair. And guess who has the defense? The team that played the objective. It's going to be Dazzy with the upper hand. Can Warden and crew piece it all together and play the freaking objective?
Well, let's see. Warden, 34 kills on the board. Push far forward once again, but this time they've got to make these captures happen. So it's the true test right now, and also a big reason why those early captures do matter. Even if you're not going to necessarily play for the win by capture, you got to try to find some captures here and there. Give yourself the best chance at playing defense in that final round. Skull Guy, War Machine, coming out right here. And this time he's going to play the Spawn Trapper, but shut down by Cisco. Not a lot of kills for him so far in this one, but absolutely a crucial one is that War Machine's taken off the table.
It is taken off the table, but the map control for Warden, who has found his way back into the backside of the spawn, is going to be dealt with. And we've wasted a lot of time here, Bobby. We wasted a lot of lives. Nuke now. Tempest at the ready, looking for anybody in the spawn trap. Can he find more than one here? That is the question. Yes, he can. Able to pin him back deep. Abyss gonna get the safety of a respawn delay, and surely enough, is able to take down the Tempest player, but there's 2 onto the objective towards the B site, and Abyss is gonna be folded up. Just like that, 3 stacking it quickly. This is going to be a very easy cap if they can maintain map control.
Well, Warden's going to slide on through with the claw, doing some damage right there. Big time kills. This is a lot of spawn pressure, but the War Machine, Skull Guy's going to be able to find one. Or no, not even the... sorry, the sniper is what's doing the damage right there. Neil, Operator charge, same for Abyss. It's kind of do or die right here. 5v6. We'll see what they can find. Tricky finds one with the Pred missile. Khalid and Cisco, operators as well. You can't really afford to waste these. Cisco taken down off the Annihilator. Khalid, top side, doesn't realize that there's another Raph, finds the kill, and it's a 5v2, making a 5v1. All on to Warden, and with the equalizer still alive. Just so much that he has to do, especially with them knowing exactly where he is.
Gotta take the cap, can't take this gunfight. He's gonna be captured here. Abyss. Running and gunning, ladies and gentlemen. The reverse sweep completed. A 3-2 victory. The defense stands firm. And that's going to be Dazzy making the best of maps 2 and 3. Sending Cisco and crew to the lower bracket early on. That was a nail biter.
Absolutely was. Whew. Down to the wire. You figured that Team Cisco was going to take the win right there. I thought for sure that they had it in the bag, but my, oh my. What a performance out of Skull Guy, out of Abyss, one of our newcomers to a Bobby Plays event. And you got to give huge credit to Dazzy and Raph for playing on what you would assume is 100 MS. They come through with monster performances, respective of the situation that they're in. And they bounce back off of that round 1 loss to move on to the upper bracket. Huge credit to them.
Huge credit indeed. And Bobby, I just took a look at the clip on Twitter too, man. You gotta let me know when we got face cams, and I could be making all kind of like weird faces
I thought you were looking at the broadcast.
Well, I mean, I thought my frames were dropping, so I closed it out, and of course, it was OBS. And I could have been doing anything, man. What if I'd been like knuckle deep in my, never mind. At any rate, chat, we're good. I'm not that guy. All right. I'm not going to be that guy. Who is that guy is Dazzy. They are them. Skull Guy leading the pack there with a massive game 3 performance. And damn, Warden, 42 kills. But I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you can't translate those kills to objective time, he had 32 in just 2.5 rounds. You can't translate that to hill time. You got to have a question. You got to have a conversation with your teammates there. Something's got to change.
Yep. That's brutal for sure. And once again, you got to go back to the importance of playing the objective. Like we saw Warden, he was picking up a lot of kills, but there were multiple opportunities he had to hop on the objective, and that resulted in them being on the offense in the last round, which you got to think was the difference in that game. So we'll see if they can make adjustments. I'm absolutely expecting this team moves on in the lower bracket because they put up a phenomenal fight. That the hard point was dominant. The search and destroy was still close. And obviously the control was close as well. So I think a couple adjustments and they absolutely have a chance of going far in this tournament. But it's Team Dazzy who, even with 3 Western players playing on Eastern ping, find a way to pull out the win.
All right. Well, we're 1 match in, Bobby, and we are already an hour and a half into the broadcast. Woo! That is how that works. That's what kind of day we're going to have.
We got to get the players. The players got to get in the lobby faster. That's what it's got to come down to. Because starting to freaking 40 minutes late, nobody's winning in that scenario. Players, please.
I mean, you mentioned it when you said it. You said, this is about as even as it's going to get. I know we had some substitutions come through that, weren't necessarily expected. We don't have Tectonic into the mix is what I'm saying and what I'm, poking at. But when you talked about the draft, the one thing you mentioned was it's about as even as it's going to get. And that's exactly what we just saw there. A lot of resilience in Dazzy and crew to step up and close it. Be able to close it out in that map too is huge too, because you have a 2v5 that realistically should have taken you to another round. Who knows where that would have ended? We may not even got to see that control, but we did, and that's what it's all about. It's never chalked. It's always playable. It's always doable, as long as you've got your sights set onto it. As we do see teams or the players starting to join in the lobby rather quickly. Hopefully, we'll get geared up. I'd love to get a little bit of refresh on coffee. I don't know what we're looking like right now.
Yeah, we can hit a be right back momentarily. Let me get the audio playing right there. I believe that's media source 2. And it is indeed. Yeah, we're going to run to a break real quick, just given how long that first one was. We will be back in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
Low Jack Beats.
Bringing us back in. Alrighty, Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we said short break, and we're going to be delivering today. We're trying to move everything as quickly as possible. Match number 1 under our belts. It was, a heavyweight matchup, to say the least. We got a game 3 early on, and Bobby, we're talking about a long day. If matches like that continue to go on, it doesn't matter how long it takes these teams to come through. We're going to be, we're going to be here all afternoon. Let's just be realistic about it. Our second matchup of the night, Team Marshy and Team Space. Luckily, we've already got Marshy in the lobby. We've already got them in the mix, but this is going to be the substitution. We had Aerith, who had an unfortunate series of events this morning. Unfortunately, wasn't able to join us due to a flat tire. That's a huge shout out to her. Hopefully everything's good and rolling on that. But let's talk about this matchup at hand. Marshy and Space facing off against each other. This could be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think it should be. I think Team Space is going to be nerfed to a degree. Obviously, Tectonic being his first pick. Once again, this is not an issue I've ever heard of, but apparently his phone is not capable of playing the global version of Call of Duty Mobile. So if we're able to play on the esports version tomorrow, then potentially an opportunity for him to return. But for the time being, they're going to have to make do with what they've got. I believe it is... I believe we do also have our updated roster. Nope. Roster's not updated, at least for the time being. Space is still going to have Jez, Jabin, and Griffin, which I think are 3 very solid players. That third player, not updated in the slideshow either. Do you see in Discord who that?
Saksham from Felines.
Saksham from Felines is going to be their final player. So it'd be interesting to see what they can do. Marshy replacing Aerith, I don't think... I think that's a pretty lateral move. I think overall, Marshy hasn't been playing a ton of competitive as of recently, and Aerith's always been very solid in these creator events. So I think that's at least an even move for them and should give them a decent chance. I do think Space did a better job overall of drafting. So I think just because of that, they've still definitely got a shot. But I've got a feeling Seven's really gonna tear it up in this one.
Yeah, Seven is one of those players that I'm super excited to watch in this mix. So it's
Seven is he?
Seven's not in this roster.
Oh wait, I saw him join the lobby. Okay, he's not playing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
We got Marshy, Kings, Cravings, Flirt, and Revel. So very heavy representation from our newcomers in India with Cravings, Flirt, and Revel. Fun fact, there were actually rumors back in, I want to say almost 2024, that Cravings was going to be the new player to join Godlike. So I'm curious to see what he can do. I don't think I've ever seen him play in a tournament setting.
Interesting. I'd love to see how he's going to be able to deliver today. It's obviously not going to be a testament of, what he's worth, but it is certainly going to give us an idea of what that gunny looks like. What the map spread's going to look like too. We're talking about some of the new maps being introduced and old maps being brought back. Hacienda is a staple in the hard point. That's where we're going to see map number 1. Meltdown Search and Destroy being added back into the map pool was a W for a huge, OG. Black Ops. Jesus Christ. Come on now. You couldn't go any better than that. And then we got Raid Control to wrap this thing up. If it's anything like our last series, we are certainly going to be bracing ourselves for impact and, definitely preparing for a game 3.
All right. Well, it looks like we got everybody in here. So we should be good to go to get matchup number 2 started relatively soon here. Hacienda hardpoint to get things started. Excited to see what these guys are able to do. I feel like these two teams are very evenly matched. I don't know how far I see either of these teams going, but I would love to be proven wrong on that one. So we'll see. This will be the real test of what these guys are bringing to the table as we get ready to hop into map number 1. Just waiting on Jez, and we should be good to go. Once again, Jez from OUG. Jabin not currently competing, but formerly from OUG. We got Saksham and is that Flirt? No. Who's the last player on Space's team?
That is Griffin.
Griffin. All right. Griffin is Mimi. For those of you trying to keep the names straight there at home. Looks like we're in the map and good to go to get things started right here.
All right, I'm trying to figure out where's Griffin from. Haven't heard that name. It does look like he's from that ET's roster over in India, Elite Titans Esports. Everyone's leaving the lobby. That means we're not ready to rock and roll just yet. We're gonna give it a second go. Maybe didn't have a quite ready loadout geared up for it, or who knows? If it's a ping situation, we're gonna be resetting all day. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. 1, 2, third is a strike. I mean, you just got to get the games rolling at this point.
Trying to get everybody done in a fashionably in timely
reasonably
fashion.
fashionable.
I could not figure out the order of those words.
You got a case of the verdicts this morning.
Good gracious. Sorry guys, I haven't outside of Bobby events, I haven't casted in like 2 years, so you gotta cut me a little bit of slack. Takes me a while to get into the rhythm of things. Hopefully we don't have too much time spent resetting loadouts right here. We want to keep the action on as long as possible.
Absolutely. Outside of this, I've actually been doing a little bit of CCL, some college COD on Black Ops 7. It's been very interesting. I'll go ahead and tell you, I'm just about as stuttering and stammering on here as I am on there too. So you should come and check it out at some point. It's not the highest level of competition, but it's up there.
All right. I have to check it out one day. In between our sleepless CDM nights.
Oh yeah. Oh, and then you've got a new one on the way too. So that's going to be fun.
I'm just not going to sleep for the next 3 months. It'll be fun.
Nope. Next time we'll see Bobby getting his sleep, he'll be 40, Chad.
Which is far away for those of you who are going to make a comment about it.
Yeah, I'm about to say there's already been a few made out there. I just wanted to hit on that for a little bit, but we're going to hit on this one now momentarily. It's a second go at Hardpoint Hacienda. Everyone's readied up in the lobby. Okay, that's why. All right, that's understandable.
Space had to pee because there wasn't enough time prior to this matchup for him to do that. Makes sense.
Maybe he was warming up, getting those bots ready, and then you get in the lobby. You get a little anxious, and then things start to happen. You get butterflies and maybe some pressures in your stomach. You just can't hold it. It'd be like that.
Right, admins, go.
Let's get it. Game 1, second series of the day. Team Space, Team Marshy, formerly Team Aerith, ready to rock and roll. Everything's been drawn up. Captains. Teams loading in. We had some substitutions. Nonetheless, the show must go on. To Hacienda we go. Gearing up for what is going to be a banger of a series, Bobby.
Should be a good one for sure. Need one more player for Space's squad, and we are good to go. I believe that's Jez, who, once again, is connecting from China, so hopefully no issues there. We've had OUG players competing in Bobby events before, but might be, I don't even know what icon is popping up in the middle of my screen
that's what I was like, oh, are you seeing this? It's on Space's screen. It was like
I don't know if that's an emote or something else. I've seen that before.
Interesting. Maybe it's like one of those loading screen icons. It's like, hey, your last player's not loading in, buddy. You're about to be crying. We're going to be crying if this one doesn't start here soon. So everyone in chat is as well. Just waiting for Jez to pop in. We should be good to roll.
It's got to be Space doing that. There's no way. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't know if anybody knows if that's an emote or something else, but that's funny.
Yeah,
all right,
game chat.
I don't have a good feeling about Jez's odds of connecting right here. With the duration that this one's taking. Might need to get some tips and tricks from his teammates. Couldn't Tech have just played on one of his teammates' phone?
Yeah. I mean, what's mine is yours, yours is mine. Like when you're sharing space with people, right? We're not going to be sharing space with this one, though. We're going to be heading back to the lobby. Oh, Jezzo. If he's not having ping issues from the 808, he is having other kind of issues wherever the hell he's at now. Has he made it to China yet?
I'm assuming so. Didn't Tech fly to China like a week ago?
Well, Tech can't use his phone because he's using it. So, I mean, that's one. Maybe teammates being stingy. Nonetheless, hey, we're gonna give it the old.
Wait, yeah,
third
Freezy's
number.
not playing because he's sick. Just take Freezy's phone.
Yeah,
Come on,
there
guys.
you go.
Come on, guys, lock in. All right. Well, I don't know if he needs a VPN or what, but hopefully Jez can get things situated sooner than later. Internet issue. All right. All right, all right.
You don't say. That's usually how those things happen, Jez. I mean, usually when you don't have internet issues, you load right in, buddy. Thank you for giving us heads up. We kind of came to the conclusion it was internet issues. So intuitive, though.
All right. Well, hopefully he can get things squared away. Once again, we got to get things moving. Somebody's going to need to start dominating because we can't see too many map threes or else it is going to be. Here we go. Third time's the charm. Will Jez load in? He will!
There!
All right.
Let's go.
Rocking the new VMP skin. I've seen lots of people using this recently.
How are we feeling about the meta so far? I mean, I feel like it's, still what you're used to seeing, but I love the addition of the Switchblade being still, usable in the mix. VMP, obviously, one of my favorite guns. And then the ARs, you're looking at primary XM4s, right?
Yep, XM4, the Odin pretty much completely out of the mix. I don't think the Odin got banned, did it?
I didn't
You might see
anything.
it.
It may have had.
I'd say it come into play later. I think it does have those restricted attachments that got added in World Championships, so that's probably a big reason for that. And also, anybody that would have used the Odin probably was going to go Type 63, so looks like it is going to be a hot start for Team Marshy right here. Space, not going to read Wings, tucked into the corner right there. And it is all Team Marshy off the start of this one. Couple kills going through for Jez, but everybody else struggling to get going here.
Yep, Jez chopped down up the middle of the top side of the map now as Saksham, the last-minute entry, as Tet couldn't make his way on towards the event. Don't have a phone, can't play. There's a problem. Right now, there's a problem here for the team as well. Marshy plugging and playing in where Eric left off. Picked a hell of a roster. Jez being elusive as he can, but Marshy going to be forcing him out. 29-9 is the scoreline as we get geared up for a solid P2 setup. It's going to be Marshy and crew all over for the time being, Bob.
Kings, once again, played in CDM last season, going to be back in NA, but wanted to extend the invite to him as one of those iconic CDM players. He's got 4 kills off the start, locking down some early hard point time for Team Marshy as well, and he's going to get shut down. Wings having a phenomenal start. I'm not sure. I don't think Wings is his official name, right?
That is a great question. I don't think that is his
I don't remember
official
having
name.
somebody in the draft named Wings, so I'm going to try to figure out who that one is, but 13 off the start for him. Good place to be, it looks like. Team Space going to start to pick things up right here. Fred drops from above, and I believe the trophy going to keep him alive, but some damage finally being done for Team Space as he's off to a bit of a slow start. We've kind of come to expect that for our NA player. Saksham picking up the rest of the scrap time right here as they look to close the gap.
Going to close the gap indeed. I think that's Cravings was a new up-and-comer that you were mentioning. I believe that's who's going to be playing under the name Wings. So his name is listed Wings on the official CDM roster. He's spreading them right now. 15 is where he's at for the kill feed, but is going to get shut down as rotations being made. Jabin, tucked away in a nasty little corner, is going to be forced on through as Marshy's going to be able to find one. But Jabin there for the trade. Objective going to be crisscross for the time being, but finally Jabin and crew going to be able to capitalize on a little bit in much needed time.
Kings up above, able to find one. Hopping down here to get the hard point time. It's trades back and forth. Revel picks up 2 more right there. He's looking to get hot. Marshy, even from NA, having a solid performance so far with 10 on the board as well. And Revel continues to fry. Now on a 3 spree. Jez finally there to shut him down on the backside. Team Marshy continues to build on this lead. Now up 30. Rotation presence is there for Saksham. He's having a phenomenal map so far for his squad, but not quite getting the help that he would expect. And Flirt, who started off slow, chat's been gassing him up, and maybe for good reason. He's now on a 5 spree.
Oh, Marshy up top 2 in the window here. Could be a problem. Everybody's spawning on the backside of Boats. Well, if you push too far up, they will split, and surely enough, that's the case. Boats is where it's going to be primarily at. Marshy's damage done, 15 kills to his name, is working on a little bit of a predator action. Is now on the middle of the map trying to run rampant, but on the objective, we got 2 players running it. Flirt, the player who started slow, starting to pick it up. Stunned and concussed at the rip, is going to be able to find 2 there with the Tempest. Marshy not going to be able to find the Predator, but did everything he can to put his team in a good position, and so far, they're looking pretty proper so far.
We switched to Flirt's POV, and he went on a freaking burner from bottom frag to top in the blink of an eye, and that absolutely snowballed the lead for Team Marshy as well. King's going to get shut down, does manage to earn himself a pred right there, but Flirt continue to fry in this one. Now an 80-point lead for Team Marshy. They continue to build on it right here as he's finally going to get beamed from that top side, but Space, once again, really struggling to get going in this one. Obviously at a ping disadvantage, but got to find a way to contribute.
Got to find a way to contribute too. I don't know what we're thinking about listen-ins. I know we didn't get a chance to do any in the first game. What are your thoughts here? We got everybody in Discord.
I mean, I'm down. Team Marshy's on a burner right now. Let's hop into a VC with them and see what they got to say.
Bottom movies. Bottom movies.
One's close push.
One connector. Two open point. One bar.
Oh no, come no.
I'm pushing connector. One connector.
Bar.
Office top. Office open.
One more bar.
Boys, come no.
One does.
Come no, yeah.
Hill.
One previous.
He's NP2. He's half. He should be half.
Small trap and rock. 2 movies. 2 will come.
I'm going
Water hop.
Water. He's water.
One white.
I'm pushing white.
Still water.
Water dead?
Nice.
Nice. That's him.
One shot white.
One more point. That must be something.
Javen white.
Lambo heady.
Wait, it's driving. One driving.
Drop it. One more drop it. 2 drop it.
I have an op. I don't know what op though.
Backstop. E-box, float. Get him.
Okay.
One's a white.
Drive
Got white.
it.
White.
One check.
Well, it seems like between the existing team chemistry for the Felines players and some solid contributions from Marshy and Kings, they are just continuing to steamroll in this one. A little bit of scrap time going to be gained for Team Space. But once again, just a little bit all over the place as far as that scoreboard. Space starting to get going a little bit more, but need to see more out of him. Same for Mimi at 15 and 26. We'll see if they can start to flip things, but a 100-point lead is not going to be easy to deal with.
I was muted, sorry. And if you look at it too, you got Marshy, who's already got the War Machine at, or not the War Machine, but the Death Machine at new. This one might be setting up for a ugly P3. Death Machine on the flip side of things is going to be able to get the trade on through, but the feed and the objective time is going to be captured in blue for the time being. Flirt, oh my god, putting them on skates, doing everything to shut this down early. And well, Bobby, 100 points is just going to continue to grow. The deficit is starting to be a little more out of reach here for the boys over at Team Space.
Flirt's going to earn his Tempest once again. We haven't seen it used a ton, but he does not miss many shots with that thing, and somehow gets one on the chest there as well. 37 for him, continues to fly across the map. Jabin, it's curious what his performance was going to look like, obviously, with him not having a whole lot of recent practice, but not a bad performance out of him. Need to see more, though. 22 and 32, pretty negative, and team still just not really finding any type of rhythm. Now down by 120 points. This Team Marshy might be a little bit more lethal than we expected coming into this.
Marshy winning the ones there too to get the objective. Shutting it out here. Could be a closeout. 30 seconds is all that's needed to collect. Marshy and crew on rock. Space trying to reel back a Hail Mary, able to find 2, but is immediately shut down afterwards. Sea of Blue in the kill feed. Sea of Blue on the objective. Only 20 seconds needed. Need a contest here out of Team Space. Jez and crew up top trying to funnel on through the midway point. Have to pay the price to get past Flirt, and man, Flirt is flirting with a 40 bomb. Is going to be able to capture that 40th as well. They might be able to end it here, Bobby. Nobody able to cross the objective line. It's all on a Mimi.
Just a satisfying POV to watch. He is moving and grooving across the map right there. King's going to shoot some bodies as well as he takes down Jez, and it looks like a convincing map number 1 for Team Marshy. 250 to 90. They go absolutely ham and send us quickly into map number 2.
Yeah, I wanted to make the comment of how similar this series was to our first one, and that's only just for the score line. I mean, net 30 points, but there was never a sign of life out of Space's team to even resemble what we saw out of our first series. I mean, just a disarray of late rotations, not winning gunfights. I even saw Jez spawn in and stun himself by accident a few times. It's been pretty crazy. I'm not throwing shots at Jez, but much love, homie. But it's been a story of their game. They got absolutely beat. BTA, Bobby.
No, 100%. You got to think probably connection was not great for Jez right there as well. Just had a tough time even getting into the lobby. So once again, it just set up the build up to this one and the circumstances for Team Space really not ideal between that and the loss of Tectonic. So we'll see if they can bounce back. We've seen crazier things happen. We had a dominant game number 1 that ended up in a series loss last time around for Team Cisco. So absolutely a chance that they can still end up taking the win right here, but definitely got to hit a mental regain. And it looks like Jed's just going to hit a full reset right here as we look to get him back into the lobby.
Yeah, I don't blame him. That's after that game. Anything that'll give you any kind of advantage, anything that'll reset you, refresh you, do it at this particular point. We saw a fight in our first series, which led to a game 3 and a reverse sweep come through for Dazi. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the storyline here. Is Space usually with slow starts doesn't translate to good performances in Search and Destroy, but I'm begging for a close map number 2. Would love to see a game 3 to go along with it too.
All right. See what we can do right here. Getting ready to head into the Search and Destroy. And we'll take a look at the map setup. It is going to be Coastal Search and Destroy for this one. If we go to a map... nope. Wrong series. Meltdown Search and Destroy. Fan favorite finally making its way back into the rotation.
We love to see it, man, and I know a lot of these players do too. We've had some good times on Meltdown. We had some ups, we've had some downs, we've seen some crazy and chaotic endings, and we've seen some where games didn't even start and they were over. I don't think that's the case here in these creator events. Granted, we have oh wait, I got to download that map. I thought I downloaded all the maps. Oh, it was Hard Hat, same icon, whatever. Any rate, I didn't have the map downloaded. That's on me. Nonetheless, we're getting geared up for it. It's going to be a solid one indeed. Obviously, we have Jez, who's hitting the full reset, going to need it after that game 1. So Meltdown should be interesting.
Absolutely should. Just waiting on getting Jez back in the lobby. Hopefully, you can get things situated on his end, and we'll see. Obviously, Jabin's presence here should be a substantial buff, especially in regards to the Search and Destroy, being a main S&D player for OUG for all of last year. We'll see what he's going to be able to contribute. You got to think Space with Marksman Rifle being a separate role should be able to pretty substantially add in that as well. Apparently, Jed's playing on 200 MS as expected. Not an ideal situation for them.
I mean, there's nothing you can do with that. It's 200 MS and yikes. That's tough. I mean, if you're playing from 200 MS, where is he? Where is he playing from? He's in China, but it's like
I'm assuming he probably has to play on a VPN, and I'm guessing that he's probably on a bootleg VPN.
Yikes. Oh, that makes sense. Shout out to the bootleg VPNs, baby. Holding it down. Not doing that great a job, but hey, he's here nonetheless.
Try to see if we can get a workaround for them before we hop into map number 2. Memories of Meltdown 2023.
Nightmares for some. I think that was the decline of the West. It's been all downhill since then, and everything has been East focused and or East related. As a matter of fact, Glorious, the only team to really even contend in last year's champs, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if there had been any other competitors in that pool with them, I don't think they would have made it to day 2. So interesting storylines. Do get to see a Brazilian team come through and play in CDM, which is amazing. That's great. I mean, there's nothing better for the game than that. Would have liked to seen it sooner, but hey, all in time, right?
Yeah, hopefully those reps in CDM can give them a little bit more of an edge, maybe an opportunity for them to rub off on some of the other Western teams as well. As once again, it's just been the biggest thing that the West is lacking, is the experience, the opportunity against the other top teams. So we'll see if we can get things situated. Once again, Jez still not back in the lobby, and it seems not having a lot of success being reconnected. I don't know if we have any other subs on standby. Once again, being on that big of a disadvantage is gonna just be a brutal toll. And we got him loaded back in the lobby, so hopefully we can get started momentarily.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he took a little bit of that time to get a premium VPN service and not the bootleg ones, because you said how much was the prize pool? 4,000 for first place. You can easily afford, with your fair share of that 4,000, easily afford a premium service. Am I right?
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Got to invest in yourself, Chad.
Unfortunately, I don't have a VPN sponsor, but if anybody would like to sponsor the broadcast, I will shout out your VPN tomorrow.
Man, we're just teeing it up for you guys. Teeing it up right there on a silver platter. Just waiting for your name to be there. If that's you, let us know. All right, game 2, Meltdown. Will it be a meltdown for Team Space, or will they triumph in victory and come back and get the reverse sweeps rolling there for game 3? 5 check after game 1. You got to be chalked. You got to be checked. You got to be completely you just got to put that one behind you. You don't even need to look in the rearview mirror. As a matter of fact, we have one player bounce out of the lobby, so that is going to postpone this one from starting here. And at this moment, Team Space and crew they're just trying to get whatever the best foot forward they can get in this time. They're trying to get it rolling now.
And it wasn't even Jez that left the lobby for them, so I'm not even entirely sure what's happening right here. But once again, hopefully after this first round of matchups, we can get things running a little more smoothly. We are now 2 hours into the broadcast. There we go. We got Saksham back in. Spam the button! Oh, Jez doesn't have the map download.
We're not mad.
'Tis only natural. Apparently, sources are saying Glorious will be reaching Chennai tomorrow. I'm assuming that's Chennai's in India, correct? I believe.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Bobby. It's not ringing a bell for me. So
Okay.
could be. Is that okay? It's an Indian city.
Okay.
Someone in chat.
There we go.
But what does Chad know though? Are we
Yeah,
really
that's
trusting
true.
them? Just that guy knows something though. You know ball, buddy. We appreciate you. All right. Map still being downloaded from Jez. Everybody's green check marked across. As soon as he gets that asset downloaded, we will be good to roll here in map number 2. If you missed map number 1, go back and watch it if you like bloodbaths. It was a beatdown. It was ugly. It was disgusting. Map number 2, as we move on, we scrap everything from that and we learn from our mistakes. Let's see if Space and crew can start it strongly here on the first 6 rounds. They will have the defense to hold firm. Of course, you called it. The Type 63 making its way on through, and Jabin anchoring it down with the Tundra to go along with it. This one should be about as good as it's going to get for a setup for them.
All right. Jabin, sniper in hand. We'll see if he's still got it. Spots Marshy on the cross right there. Marshy's going to get aggressive and pays for it instantly. Enemy team Space taking the advantage off the start right here. Bomb does go down quickly over on the B side. See what they can do with this man advantage. Jabin spots one around the corner, but that's going to be Kings picking up the kill. Space there for the trade. Collapses here. Flirt 2, make it 3 to deal with on the backside, but Space is the one that he's got to worry about. Jez going to drop right there. Saksham there with the trade, and now all down to Saksham. Flirt able to find 2. Can he make it a 1v3 right here? Teammate on the top side hits the beam, and he finds the kills. 3 kills as he comes out on top. And around goes the way of Team Marshy once again.
Speechless. Flirt, impressive, tippable, 1v3. Yikes. Feels bad. Things already in shambles here off the rip. It looked like it was going to be a great retake. He had everything structured properly, and then it just falls apart. Bomb goes down instantly, even with a 4v5. Jabin going to get naded out, so won't be able to get the kills on through. And, well, the endeavors just continue to get worse and worse here for Space and crew. Space able to find 1. Mimi able to find 2 in the mix. Makes it an effective 2v5. Down to a 2v3, and well, with time down to 30 seconds, they've got to make something happen here as this bomb's been planted. We'll see Space be the tip of the spear, and we'll see him next round.
Mimi left in a 1v3 right here. Trying to find shots on the Rebel, not going to be enough to find the kill. That is Team Marshy, once again, extending out to an early lead. And the struggles not seeming to go anywhere for Team Space is once again not really able to get going in this one. We'll see what they can do here on the defensive side and maybe make some adjustments. Only one player headed toward the A side. Can't be a good sign for him. There are 5 nades on the way. Somehow stays alive, backs up off of sight. So they make the adjustments. The question is, what's the collapse gonna look like? And pre-fire onto Marshy finds that early kill. The question is, can they capitalize on it this time? And he spots out Kings on the backside as well. This time around, a much better chance at making something happen, but Flirt is there and finds that opening kill across mid.
Look, as Flirt's alive, I have no doubt in this roster. Able to find 1? No way! Flirt! Dancing on him. Bomb's going to be hot nonetheless. Revel's the last one there. Smoke's going to cover. Bomb's defused. What was looking like a masterclass out of Flirt gets denied. And finally, a point on the board there for Space and crew. Able to hop that site effectively. Clutch it up for the crew. All right, we're starting to see some life out of Space's team. Jez on the defuse to go along with it, but it's another smash over towards the A side we go. Only one player there to deal with, and well, Mimi is going to tuck tail and save face. Bomb's going to go down almost instantly, Bobby.
Mimi should be first point of contact right outside of A. Bomb goes down, Flirt on the inside. It's spotted, it's going to be Wings finding the opening kill this time around. Flirt going to drop, Marshy not there for the trade. Jez able to find 1 for himself as well, so finding some contribution, make it a 2-piece. Can he find a 3rd? No, Wings is there, needs to make it a 1v2. Jabin around the corners, able to find 1 for himself. Not going to hop the bomb yet. Wings knows exactly where he's going to be, and he clutches up. It's Team Marshy once again extending out the lead, and tough spot to be for Team Space. Great opening to that round, but not able to close it out.
Plays Jabin like a fiddle, man. Pros don't fake it. Popped it, maybe. I don't know what that timing would have looked like. Jabin gets caught on the reload, has no position awareness in that instance. Gets fully taken advantage of. After 2 rounds in a row towards that A site, we're going to buckle up for a B side hit. Nades over the top. King's going to be able to find a first blood. 2 for 2, make it 2 for 4. As Mimi is down to his own, Marshy in a corner tucked away. That was a rather quick round. Anticlimactic, if I don't say so myself. 4-1 lead, continuing to just grow there for Marcy and crew who are making the most out of this search and destroy.
All right. We'll see if there's anything Team Space can do to stop the bleeding. Jez, all the way from India, second most kills, or not all the way from China, second most kills on his squad. Just need to see more contributions across the board. Jabin really needs to be finding some first bloods here and there to give his team a chance, and unfortunately can't find the timing onto his former teammate in Kings. Concussion's going to go out right there. Get some information. Spots one in the back line, but can't find the kill. Once again, timing just not going their way. Slides across. Can't seem to find those kills. Oh, and had the angle right there, but can't quite connect. Longer this goes on, the tougher it gets. And unfortunately, not going to connect onto wings, and nade's going to force him out.
Jez going to be the aggressor here in this instance. Bomb's going to be collected. Shots not good for the first initial, but Mimi creates the timing and collapse, takes down Kings, who has been a pest here onto the site. Marshy now down to a 1v2. Mimi gets hit markered and could have been sent to oblivion. Nonetheless, able to stay alive, wins the one there. And we've got a 2-4 as we flip sides. Now it is on Space's crew to do the... I mean, this is, I wouldn't say impossible, but this is kind of difficult to battle back from. We've seen worse situations and scenarios, but 4-2 on the flip, and you got to be on the attacking side. Very, very unfortunate events. Let's see if they can make it better for themselves. This shotgun's going to be able to find the first blood.
Maybe flipping sides does a little bit for them right here. Jez is going to be able to find 3. Once again, even with those connection issues, just absolutely beaming. Wings gonna need a 1v5 right here with the bomb already down. Can't imagine this is going to be in the cards. Space slides across, picks up the kill. And they're starting to bring things back. Back-to-back rounds, and especially with the offense looking as comfortable as it was. Maybe Team Space might be able to do some damage right here and force a map number 3. Definitely feels like the momentum is starting to shift.
Aggressive B, side push, pans out, pays dividends. Gunny's looking hot there for Team Space, as Bobby just mentioned. The momentum now starting to shift as we slow things down, and that is just not the play for Mimi. Gets peeled right in the middle of the map. Space able to find the trade, though. King's able to find the upper hand. Nonetheless, bombs going to be collected. Jez going to get caught on the transition, and now it's down to a 2v4. Jabin not really able to get the guns going so far. It's going to need a big round as well with Saksham. They're in a 2v4. Let's see if they can do anything. And, well, Revel's just going to call the bluff. Pushes up, plays aggressively. Marshy able to collapse on the last. We're that much closer to match point.
Yeah, shots just not hitting for Jabin. And once again, especially with him being one of your earlier draft picks, you need some meaningful contribution right there. That sniper just kind of wasting away with only 2 kills on the board. See if he can get going over here on the B side. Spots out 1, but once again, the shot's not there. Mimi's going to be able to find that opener onto Marshy once again. Getting a little bit too aggressive, but Saksham does the same. He gets traded out, so that brings us into a 4v4.
Blurred. Able to take down 1 on the back end. Jez there for the trade. Flirts out of the equation. Now all you got to deal with is wings. Jez able to do so, and that should be the green light to get this bomb plant down with 50 seconds on the clock. Reveling Kings now in a 2v3 retake here, and looks like they're going to be wrapping the backside. Catches Jabin off guard. And while they don't know that Mimi's here, he's going to be able to find the second there as well. And a great bounce back out of Space and crew. Mimi finding the first blood as well as the final 2. A great round for him as he's got 11 on board. And we're finally starting to see this Team Space crew start to come into fruition with the gunnies. 11 kills for him, and Jez rocking 10-2. Still close here in this one.
Incredibly winnable, absolutely no question. Jez, once again, great contributions out of him. Despite the ping issues, see if he can continue to do that. As this time the bomb going to make its way over. Space getting the plant down on the B side. But Kings finds 2 as that happens, so the defensive setup Not going to have a lot of value unless Space goes huge right here. Does some damage. They do find the kills, and he's able to slide up to mid. Mimi, unfortunately, not going to be able to do any additional damage. They drop once again. And now Team Space going to be pushed to match point. 4 players left alive for Team Marshy right there. And it's do or die. You got to think the sniper for Jabin really needs to come online now.
Bobby, we're 10 rounds in. If it ain't happening, surely it's not going to happen anytime soon. This is the last chance, though. Jabin got to pick up the slack. Has been first blooded here, back-to-back rounds. We'll see another quick B hit on towards this site. Same approach. We'll see if the different strategies come through. Shocksham's going to get the timing on one, but it's Space and Jez who's going to be able to combine for the 2-piece. Jez on a burner now is able to find a second, and that should surely do it for this this round. Wings and Kings. Let's see if they can shake things up.
He has no idea Jez is there. He's going to be able to pick up yet another 13 on the board. Kings left in 1v4. He actually finds Jez getting a little over-aggressive in the backside, but not going to be enough for the clutch right there. Keeping things alive. They can force OT with a round win right here. Even with some lackluster performances, Mimi and Jez leading the way with 26 kills combined. See if it's going to be enough to force OT and give them a shot at map 3.
And Jez almost has got as many kills as he had in the hardpoint here in this search. This is a bounce back of a lifetime. Last round through, pan dividends to us that quick hit towards the B site. And Jabin's finally starting to come online, as you mentioned. Space now mates the way through. No trophies over here to prevent any kind of nade shots from going over the top. Of the bomb's going to lay down regardless. Marshy able to find one for the opener. Makes it an even 4v4. Make it 3v4 as Flirt able to take down one.
Marshy's got to take advantage of this. Able to shut down Space. Huge on the opening push. They might just be able to go ahead and hop bomb. Jabin's the only one that they've really got to deal with right here. He doesn't have an angle onto the diffuser, and it doesn't matter. The bomb diffuse goes through, and it's going to be Team Marshy taking the 2-0 win to opening things up, and they will move on in the upper bracket.
I mean, Bobby, there ain't much you can ask for out of, one of the players that were struggling came through and just stood up and stood out. Jez doing everything he could there in that one. Mimi was everything at the beginning and towards the end as well. Great shots, but not enough. Revel going to be your top frag in this instance. Not as much kills as left-hand side of your screen, but a lot of objective being played there. 7-6. Kings 12-9. Being everything he can on the back lines as well. Flirt up in your face. I mean, whatever you throw at him, he is going to be able to retaliate. Jez and Mimi did a lot of the heavy lifting, and it kind of falls off from there. They combined for 26. 5-7, 2-0 sweep. No reverses coming through on that one. And, I mean, a very abysmal performance out of Space and Crew. They're going to have to fight it out in the lower bracket. I'm not sure who they're going to be playing, but they got their work cut out for them.
I'm looking at Revel's score and the points that went into it. I don't know if grenade kills don't count as regular kills or if you get an extra 100 points for a grenade kill, but he was going absolutely ham with the nades and was able to earn that top frag spot. And once again, credit to Jez in the situation that he was in to put up that much of a fight. You got to think, if Jabin's sniper comes online at any point in that one, they'd certainly have a chance, but unfortunately that was not the case, and they'll now be heading down to the lower bracket. I believe our bracket should now be updated, so we'll go ahead and take a look at that just to give you guys a look at what is coming up and how things are shaping up right now. Team Dazi will be facing off against Team Marshy in the upper bracket whenever we move to it. Coming up next, we got Team Tyrese versus Team Ganeth.
That should be an interesting matchup. I'm not sure how Marshy and Crew are going to stand against Dodzy. They look strong in their series. Marshy's Crew, I think they might have gotten a little bit of a gifted matchup there. Space and team just really didn't have their wits about them. And Jez with 200 ping, I mean, very much you can ask from a guy who's playing like that in the game too to follow it up. Cisco and Space to lower bracket round 1, which won't be on stream, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're gonna have that off. We'll give you updates as soon as we find out when that matchup plays. We'll be able to give you, in real time status updates. I'm sure Space will be streaming it too. So they've got their work cut out for them. They thought Marshy's crew was pretty stacked. Cisco squad, I mean, damn near took that series 2-0 against Ozzy. Fall shy. Tyrese and Gannett. This one should be interesting. I mentioned earlier, I know we were talking about favorites coming to this. This is Tyrese's first time captaining the squad. Captain of my captain. He's got a stacked roster. Cartel, 7, Limon, and Luigi. I know Cartels isn't participating in CDM, but he is possibly the best player out of North America at this particular moment. And 7, who, I mean, if would have been of age, would have definitely participated in champs last year. Looks solid from the beginning to the end in that last CDM.
Yeah, I think this is one of the scarier teams in the entire event. I'm also hearing that Ganeth, when pulling to India servers, is on 120 MS. So he's going to be, obviously, the NA players are having a tough time being all the way in Brazil. If he can find any meaningful contribution, that is going to be absolutely massive for his squad. As that is not an easy disadvantage to play on. We'll see what they can do. We're going to take a quick break while we work on getting the players loaded in. And we will be back momentarily. I'm being told that Team Cisco in Space room code is already being sent out for them to get started soon. So hopefully we can keep those matches rolling. We will be back in just a moment.
Low Jack B. Jack B.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after a short break, we are back at the action here at day one of the CDBI, the Call of Duty Bobby Invitational. Little kickoff event here, right as we get geared up for what is going to be a banger CDM. Third matchup on our hands, Bobby, and let's just say first matchup was chef's kiss. Second one was a beatdown. Third one should be, I mean, right in between as Team Ganeth and crew looking to take on Team Tyrese, who I've marked as being, you know, a dark horse in this one. I know some are favoring Team Dazzy, but Tyrese's squad here making his debut for his captainship should be pretty solid.
Yeah, I like the squad that he's got right here. I'm going to be honest, chat, based on the usernames that are on his team, I don't know who's who. I know that 7 is 7. I know that Tyrese is Tyrese. I know that Limon is Limon. Outside of that, we think that Cartels is probably Lalissa, and we think that Luigi is probably Aegis, but there's no way of knowing, so we're just going to kind of roll with it as we can. Working on getting Team Ganeth loaded the rest of the way in, but to go through their roster, we got Prevail, Solo, Random, and Learn. So 2 godlike players on the same team. Honestly, now that I look at this, this might be the most well-rounded team in the whole tournament. Initially, I thought it was going to be Team Cisco with the 3 players from HF, but Random is a really solid late addition, and Learn's a really solid late addition. So, especially if we're pulling into India Ping, even though Ganeth might have some struggles from his POV, this could be a team to look out for.
Now, tell me this: I didn't watch the end of the draft. Did Learn go in the 5th round or 4th round?
He did. He went in the last round.
That's so crazy. I don't know how you make it that far and not pick a guy like Learn. I mean, obviously, he took a back seat, but was still very much so hands-on in that roster, participated whenever he could or whenever he was needed to or whenever he was asked to, whatever the case was. A lot of speculation about what he was doing, a lot of backseat driving, a lot of coaching in that instance. But, I mean, still a quarterback of that team in any turn and any given opportunity, he would step up. So interested to see him go that far back. I don't know how I didn't look at this Ganth roster and go, damn, they are stacked. Solo and Prevail, obvious top 2 picks. Again, you mentioned something about Random. I have to learn something about him as this series getting geared up. We got 4 out of the 5 players in the lobby for the side of Team Ganeth. Maybe we will get Series 2 vibes rolling into it. I'm taking a look at the best of 3 spread. Should be fun to see. You mentioned Coastal earlier. You got a little ahead of yourself, so you wasn't wrong. You was just early. Combine, Hardpoint, S&D, Coastal, and then a Control, Crossroads, Strikes if we get there. It's not going to be a given. You got to earn that one.
No question about it. We'll see what they can bring to the table right here as we wait on that last Team Ganeth player. based on his usual profile picks, I'm going to assume that Karma Police is prevail, and it looks like that is going to be the case. The rest of his teammates with their proper usernames. I don't know why people wouldn't do that going into a $10,000 tournament, but you know what? To each their own. You don't want your branding out there, then you rock with what you got. So we should be good to go. I'm ready to start whenever the admins are ready to start. It is going to be Combine Hardpoint, so nice and mixy and chaotic. We'll see if maybe Ganeth lets his teammates get into the mix in the hardpoint. He can kind of play more of an anchor role. I think especially being on the higher ping, that might be to his advantage. And also curious to see what Tyrese can do. A lot of the events that we've had in the past tend to pull toward NA ping, so we'll see what he's able to do off server.
All right, server or not, here we come. Already spammed the ready button once. We're going to get this one geared up. As Bobby just mentioned, Hardpoint Combine. It's going to be a mixy one. It's going to be a fast pace. It's going to be interesting. We'll see who is going to be coming out on top of this one. Ganeth, the sleeper build. We'll kind of just let go under the radar. Will they make Tyrese and crew pay? Obviously, this is Tyrese's opportunity to shine. This is a chance for you to step up. And I mean, if you come through with a great performance in this tournament, you're almost guaranteed another slot back, right? There's no way we're going to deny you that. He's played in several of them. Now it's his time to call the shots. Let's see if the shots are correct now, as we got everyone readied up with the exception of Random. And nothing random about this series. About to be going down here on Combine. Bobby, off the rip, you said Ganeth looking stacked. Might be the most well-rounded roster. Who you got favoring as we get geared up for this first map?
I think I gotta lean that way. I think they're well built. I know that Tyrese is good, but he's more of a ranked player than a competitive player. So I would love to be proven wrong in this one, but we'll have to wait and see. Looks like we are good to go for third matchup of the day. Let's get it, baby. People asking who Random plays for. He's going to be competing, I believe, for Elite Titans in the upcoming CDM. Has been playing competitively in India for a long time. Has always been among the top players. Tyrese sliding through, actually rocking the KRM, but we get shut down solo all the way from China with OUG. Going to pick up those early kills and find some inside presence, but it's going to be Lamone, the pre-fire, to clear things out on the catwalk.
Back and forth affair. Catwalk's cleared out. P1 objective being held from the front. 7 and crew doing everything they can to mitigate the damage that's going to be the P2 rotation. If you don't get those spawns early on, it is just, I mean, downright disgusting. Tyrese still sitting on that goose egg. Might be struggling with a little bit of ping problems. No worries. You'll have plenty of time to figure it out. Obviously, navigate the map with a KRM is going to be quite difficult to ask. Spawns flipped on through. 7 now looking to be the tip of the spear. Is going to be able to shut down one through. Solo be able to slip the scraps. Oh my god, how are you getting a reload off on that Solo? Making him pay, but is dealt with. Nonetheless, P2 objective now favoring the side of Tyrese and crew. Let's see how long they can hold it for.
And we do have the Lockman AR coming into play right here. I believe this is Luigi rocking it right now. 6 kills on the board for him. Tyrese still looking to get going. Same for Ganeth once again. Being the odd guys out from the Western servers, gonna put them in a tough spot and gonna require some adjustments for them to find a way to contribute in a meaningful way. But Tyrese is heating up, and all of a sudden he's on a 4 spree, trying to find the break right here. Teammates in the backside, and it looks like they're gonna be able to find the full break on through, as the slow start has not hindered his ability whatsoever.
Gotta admit, though, Ganeth playing this one from the front has not been bad. Spawns or not, they've been able to maximize as much as they can. Random finally going to be dealt with. The last 15 seconds, the last leg here as we get geared up for the P3 rotation. It's going to be for free. They're going to get one lonely straggler there on the back lines, but Solo is going to avoid the objective at all costs. Going to look for those transitional kills. Early setup now being made. This one's starting to get a little ugly, Bobby. You're starting to see remnants of some bad spawn etiquette, some late rotations, or some, rotations being avoided at all costs. And, well, I mean, if you're going to give it away for free, that's going to be Tyrese and crew just continuing to plow into you. The 70-21 lead just going to continue to grow. How much longer can you play this one through the front as Solo drops with his death machine too. This one's gone from bad to ugly.
Taken down by his own teammate right there. Learned slow start, but able to punch a hole in the side of the objective right there. And now flips around to hold down that front side as well. Looks like he's going to be able to stay alive. Needs that trade, but Cartels comes out on top right there. Random able to find a little bit of value out of the War Machine, but does end up taking himself down. We got that Lockman pushing the backside in the hands of what I believe is Luigi. Now 14 kills on the board for him. Maybe a new AR meta on the way right here. Is do see a good job out of Team Gannett kind of minimizing the damage right there and chipping away at that lead.
Yep. Do a great job of flipping the spawns last second too, and that's going to be forcing that hit from sort of a one-dimensional area. Looking for the exit kills again. If he's going to get some help there from Karma Police as the hands come through as well. He's got a three-piece. Oh my God, he doesn't need a gunny, Bobby. He's got the boxing gloves out and it's just give him the 1-2 haymaker. Gun comes out and it's just as lethal. Opening here for this P4 rotation. It's going to be a split decision as the kills do come finally through for Tyrese and crew. They're going to be able to lock it down for the time being. And well, now they got to look for the middle of the map as well as that top side. It's going to be dealt with. Where's the pressure coming from? Continuation from there.
Gannett popping Annie right here. Nade comes through, trying to stay away from it, but likely going to get taken down right there. Can't quite connect. Still doing a good job, his team is, of keeping things contested right here. Limon would be nice to find one, but he's going to get shut down. Two-piece, making it 3 from Random, and he continues to heat up. Bit of a slow start, but it did not last long. So again, credit to 7. You'd think playing all the way from China, he is absolutely frying in this one, and more than likely, we're going to see him more in the respawns for OUG this year, as I would assume they want to have more of a dedicated starting 5. Very curious to see what that looks like. Leading the way for his squad. Very, very consistent across the board for Team Tyrese, and that's going to be Luigi sliding through with yet another from the Lockman AR.
She now. Cartel's looking to piece anybody. Is going to get pushed there. Going to get some help. Does find the kill on the Learn. Finds one at the distance, too. The Sea of Blue wrapping up the feed. Learn. Retaliation doesn't need it. It's a nade over the top. Random off spawn. Going to be able to find him. Spawns are being kept in yellow for the time being, but it's Cartels on a god tier sent through the back lines. Able to get the flip fully. That's going to be the advantage for the setup for New as well as a full court pressure here. Solo going to be caught out on the transition. Not able to win the gunfight. Solo on the godsend there is going to be able to find it, but Luigi going to be able to shut him down. So trades are being made. Middle of the map is where you will not be able to cross with Luigi, who finally is going to have to pull out the AR and cut you down. Damage is done, though. 128-89. What was looking like a little bit of a comeback there for Gannett. Now they're going to be on the back foot here on the front of this P2 spawn site.
There's 7 sliding through the point equals pop, traded by his teammate. Back and forth we go. We got Random anchoring those spawns toward P2. War Machine is in hand, but waiting for the reinforcements to get there. He does the damage himself, though. Nobody making entrance through that side angle. And he's still got a couple more shots. That thing, I'm pretty sure they buffed the ammo capacity in it. Absolutely bonkers the value that you can get there, and it just continues to be as mixy as you would expect here on Combine Hardpoint. Feels like nobody's staying alive for more than 2 seconds at a time. It is pure chaos through and through, but it is Team Tyrese thriving through the midst of it.
Player left in the objective there in yellow. It's going to be no contest. Last 10 seconds. 7 in crew. Going to be able to capitalize on some free time. Lead has been built here. Going into the setup, it is going to be Prevail on the early rotation. They have learned from their times past here in this map. In particular, P3 can be hard to play from the front. It's surely doable, but a lot less if you don't have those spawns. Opening objective is we do see some blue light up the feed. That's not good news there for the side of Gannett. 7's on a spree, ladies and gentlemen. He is just continuing to plow through. He's going to piece you back into your spawn. Solo finally able to trade him out.
Limon slides through, but does end up getting shut down right there. War Machine in the top side in the hands of Cartel. He doesn't realize Prevail is right there. Slides up on through, and nice little feed out of him is going to find some breathing room. They finally clear the point right here. Prevail slides on down, and right after killing Cartels, dies to him in the same spot. Looks like they're going to be able to pick up the scraps right here. 7. Oh, my movement on him. Random got sauced right there. The trades go through. And it is still going to be Team Ganeth picking up some time. They're closing this gap slowly but surely, finding a way back into this one.
What was a 50-point advantage now slowly being chipped away. 37 as we get geared up for P4 second time around. Early setup being made by Team Tyrese. Holding it down, concussed, and is going to be captured. It is Prevail on a mission, but he is going to get shut down. The Death Machine doing God's work here on the left lane in the middle of the map. And surely it is going to expire. The Lockman just as good too. 7 in car. Tyrese able to find 2, and that is going to be the first wave of players completely shut down. Everything has gone perfectly as 7's just continuing to pounce on them. They can't make it out of the spawn, Bobby.
Oh, and he's just abusing the peeker's advantage. Gets his body shot right there, but those body shots are not going to save you. They do find the break on through right here, so once again, can chip away, but at some point you gotta put more than 30-30 splits on the board, and it looks like they're not even going to be able to hold for that. Prevail doing everything that he can. 38 for him. Slides through to find 1. Concussion onto Tyrese as he finds another, but once again, the trades are there. It's going to be Luigi with the Lockman in hand, doing some big time damage. Now 38 on the board for him. And the ping differential definitely proving to be just a monster of a task for Ganeth so far in this one at 15 and 32. And once again, you can't really knock him for it. Just set up to be a rough spot. We'll see if he can contribute a little more as they look to chip away at this 80-point lead.
Yeah, Tyrese heard you say he was a rank warrior, and boy, did he take that personal. 210 to 144, Bobby. Tyrese and crew can smell victory. Bad thing, though. 2 P2 spawns have been flipped on through. And it looks like it's a scramble towards the objective for the time being. Ganeth and crew just bunkering down for those spawn sites and lose sight of the objective. That's going to open the floodgates for a little bit of a claw action out of Limon. Is going to put them on ice there. Ganeth finally going to be able to shut them down, but damage is done. You got the back lines. You got the objective for the time being. Everything for Tyrese has gone right in this matchup so far. They could close it out here on this P2 setup.
Solo looking to flip these spawns out, but Lamon going to lock down the backside, and with that, there's no real pressure to be able to flip things out right here. It's an absolute must if you want to be able to chip away at this lead. Random War Machine. What can he do right here? Pokes a hole, but there's Cartel sliding through the backside. He's got a War Machine of his own. Learn last line of defense. He's going to get shut down. And Cartel's flicking with the War Machine, not giving any breathing room to the opposition. They're trying to shut this one down early. He's working on an EMP. He's going to get spotted out right there. But the Pred does indeed drop. Somehow, Team Ganeth still breaks into the hard point in the midst of it. It's not going to last very long. 7 equals free fire. Nobody's getting through right there. 51 all the way from China. He goes big. As it is going to be Team Tyrese taking map number 1.
Such an electric player to watch, man. Just to see him grow. Is he a dominant force here? Has, you know, been relegated to S&D duty at times. Not the case here, buddy. What a freak of nature. 7, just the development. Super excited to see what happens from him this season for CDM. 51 and 37. Luigi was everything off the rip. I mean, consistent from beginning to end. The Lockman looked electric. But you mentioned that mythic variant, just oh so nice. No bounce on that one at all. 52 seconds to be collected too as well. Huge shout out to Team Tyrese and crew. Ganeth, the sleeper build, going to get put to sleep here in map number 1, 250 to 154. Babu, we've got an interesting series on our hand.
Yeah, I think the big question is, can Ganeth find some impact with a sniper? I think it's going to be easier to make a meaningful contribution in search and destroy than it is in a respawn, where you're taking that many engagements. You got more outplay potential, and especially when you can capitalize on Peeker's advantage on a more consistent basis. I think he'll be able to do something right here. So I'm expecting a bounce back game out of him. Once again, you don't really knock either of these captains because, number 1, they're not pro players, and number 2, they're playing from the opposite side of the world. And once again, huge credit to Tyrese for playing the objective and keeping those numbers up in the midst of the the server differential that they're playing on.
In other news, just got note map number 1 is done on the lower bracket. 250 to 71. Team Cisco kind of plow their way through what we thought was going to be a very difficult ask for Team Space. Now they're on the chopping block. So we're getting geared up for our game number 2 here in our first round, third matchup of the morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're at. And so far, so good here for Team Tyrese. Came through and brought the lumber here in map number 1. Definitely put his best foot forward. Obviously, we're talking about ping differential and whatnot. Ganeth and Tyrese pretty much in a similar situation as far as that goes. Tyrese just did it better.
All right. Getting ready to hop into the coastal search. See what these guys are bringing to the table. Got to think the gunny stays hot for 7 with the way that he's playing right there, and that's going to be tough to deal with. I think, like I would say, if you're Team Ganeth, maybe you consider putting the sniper in somebody else's hands, but you don't really have anybody else there that is a primary sniper. Maybe random sometimes, but I think you want to find a way to maximize all the players. So I think that Ganeth's going to keep with that role. It's just a question of if he'll be able to continue to perform even in the midst of definitely a lackluster, I think, according to his standards, map number 1.
Yeah, that's just what you got to bounce back from, and look at it from the from the perspective. It's in the rearview mirror. You got to glance at it right now. We'll later on down the event, if it comes down to it. Yeah, the hard point. If you got to combine again, maybe see how you can make those adjustments. Obviously, we're rolling into the search and destroy. Switch of pace. Maybe that'll be favoring the man himself. Again, down but not out. Even if you do lose here, you do have a lower bracket run to make. So we're not going to waste any of your time. We're going to go ahead and hop into the action. The search and destroy coastal on deck. We are ready to roll. Everyone logs in instantly. And it does look like for the first 6 rounds, we're going to see Tyrese and crew continue where they left off from that hard point on the aggression here in the search and destroy as the offensive team.
Also, FYI, for those of you who are keeping track, Team Cisco won their hardpoint 250 to 71. Dominance in the lower bracket. To be fair, we saw them dominate in the hardpoint to start, so we'll see if that continues through the search and destroy. But I got to think there's a good chance of them moving on in their bracket. Right now, we got 2 players down already for Team Tyrese, and especially with 7 being one of them. Probably not a great sign. We actually are going to see Ganeth moved over to the Type 63. So Random is indeed going to be rocking the Tundra. Let's see what Ganeth can do here. He's going to be first point of contact, information man, and he connects, spots out 1, and there's 1 kill on the board already. He did his job.
Yeah, he did. Tags on the second twin as well, as it's going to be collected by Prevail Luigi. Down to a 1v3. 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb. Got to get collected. Does find 1. Random. Able to swoop in, snag that last kill. That's going to be 1 on board for Ganeth and crew. Getting their feet down early here in this matchup. Love to see it. Would love to see a game 3-2 along with it, but still got to take this one round by round.
No question about it. We'll see if they can continue to put their best foot forward right here. Once again, eyes on Ganeth, and not putting him in positions where he's necessarily got to win a head-to-head gunfight. That's the thing about playing at a ping differential. You got to understand how to use the surroundings to give yourself a little bit more of an advantage. He's mainly an information guy right here. He's going to at least figure out where those players are. One's going to drop off the start. Now an opportunity for the collapses. Learn, throws out the flash right there, gets information. They look to push on through. It's going to be Prevail finding 2 more. And just like that, all down to Cartels. He's not going to stand a chance. And his team Ganeth now extending out the lead here in the search and destroy.
I don't know what the holdup was there. You had clearance on the B side, almost affect. I know everyone loses their gunfights afterwards, or A side rather. Didn't matter. Prevail was on a burner that round. Absolutely digging deep. 7. Second round of the row where he finds first blood. Random. Gonna get peeled back. Learn. Oh, Buddy gets blasted too. Almost finds a 3rd. As 7 starting to pick up the slack here. Is it Prevail who's going to be able to shut him down through the smoke? Can't find the shots, but is able to find 1 as he does drop. 3v2 now here Yeah, 3v2 now. As Solo's eating bullets, might be a 3v1.
Ganeth looking to find something with that sniper he's managed to pick up, but 2v3 not going to be easy. Solo taking some damage, but picks up the kill onto 7, so that equalizes into a 2v2. Looks like the bomb is going to go down to the hands of Luigi right there. Ganeth and Solo looking to make something happen. You got to think Ganeth should be first point of contact with the sniper right here, but they're going to be actually back all the way up. Luigi pushes up onto that heady, and you got to be careful. Somebody looking to collapse from lower, and it's going to be Luigi cleaning up with the Type 63 in hand. Nice two-piece. And they're going to be able to chip away at that lead as they now bring back to 2-1.
Okay.
Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired.
Payoff rounds paying dividends there. The wrap underneath perfectly placed there, perfectly timed. Didn't necessarily need it as Luigi finds those 2 kills, but help is always needed. Ganeth looking to be the tip of spear here. There's Tyrese and Solo get some trades on through. 7 not going to be able to find first blood. Not going to find anything out of this one. Ganeth just preventing anybody from coming through on this A side lane. Nades out over the top there as Solo's going to be able to peel back Cartel's his wig, buddy. Splits it wide open. Nobody able to get any kind of traction there onto the site, and the audible's going to be called. Looks like we're going to be heading towards a B-side hit as Luigi's made the crossover. Only has 1 player to deal with and learn.
Solo's going to make his way down right here. Still looking for an angle, and it's going to be a full-on B hit. 1 player to deal with. That's going to be learned. He's shut down. Should be able to get the bomb down right here. The question is, how fast is the response? Solo's there. Doesn't have any angles to work with. He's got 7 kills on the board already. Looks like 1 player taken down off the bomb side. I don't know if that was the wall bang or what, but now the pressure's on in only 13 seconds. Nothing to work with right here. Only 1 player left. Limon, got to make it a 1v3. Shots don't connect. Ganeth's going to get the kill right there. Nice little confidence builder, and they extend the lead back out once again.
You know, Solo kind of doing nasty things with snipes that round. I know he finds that first blood, or picks up 7s rather, as he fell early in the round, and I mean, he was doing numbers there in the middle of the map, able to stop that bomb plant from going down too in a perfect little cheeky spot to prevent the cross from happening. 3-1 now lead, still continuing to grow here. Tyrese going to be able to once again open up with the first blood for himself as Ganeth does fall. Captain v Captain violence. Tyrese coming out on top. 2 for 1 trades coming through. Make it 3 for 1. Make it 4 for 1. Jesus Christ. It's all on the prevail. He's got a 1v4 up. It ain't happening.
Not meant to be right there. Just too tough of a spot. That's going to be another round going the way of Team Tyrese. So keeping it close. Back and forth so far in this one. And Random put on the sniper, but hasn't really found a whole lot of value out of it so far. Really, neither of the snipers having a huge impact, which, especially for Coastal, you don't expect to see. Ganeth reinforcing the site. They don't realize it is Cartel is pushed all the way on in. Full wombo combo duo alongside Limon. It looks like the bomb's going to go down right here as they look to even things up. We do have Prevail, nade cooked, perfectly placed, but not going to be able to get the kill.
That's tough. You need this for the ingress. Solo able to get the trades. Not going to matter, though. It's down to 1. Learn. Odin still reigning superior. 30 seconds here for the clutch. Would be a godlike one if I don't mean so myself. Tyrese! What are we doing? Learn. What a clutch.
He just sprinted at him.
Wow.
That's where some of the ranked warrior versus competitive comes into play, because in a ranked match, that guy's probably not going to be playing patient and you can ego chell him. But it's not your average ranked player that's 7-time regional champion. Learn. I don't even know how many times they won. It's got to be close to 7 at this point. Not going to make that mistake. Big time round to close out the half.
Steven's starting to try to get something rolling here. It hadn't really made too much noise. Ever since the first few rounds where he gathered 3, has been sitting on that since. So slow round developing here now as things starting to get a bit dicey. We get a flip. Defense doesn't need to move a foot. 7 looking to make anybody pay through the middle of the map, but can't hit through the smoke. That's going to be the clearance on towards the A site. They got 4 players looking to go ahead and body on through. It's going to be Prevail, the tip of the spear, clearing any and everything out. Backside, he's going to be able to find one, and Cartels was able to find one himself, but 7 there for the trade. 2v4 here effectively for Ganeth and Learn.
Solo not expecting the ego chow right there and gets caught on the exit. 4v2. Once again, an opportunity for Learn to clutch up. I think Tyrese is looking for a shot through the floor right there. Learn says, I'm going to go ahead and push down. Now an opportunity to 1v4 for him, but that time it's not going to work out. His team Tyrese bouncing back once again as they do take the first defensive round on this side.
But it's not over yet.
See if they can look to build on that. Would definitely be nice for them to be able to close things out in a 2-0 fashion. You want to end these as quickly as possible. See if they can continue to chip away.
Yeah, talking about 2-0s, 7-5 victory for Cisco in the S&D. Team Space officially out of the event here in early fashion. 7 going to be able to open up in the early fashion here. Solo able to get the trade, make it 2. As he's been doing God's work, make it 3. Jesus Christ, someone get a trade on this guy.
You know, whenever the OUG roster got announced, I saw an inordinate amount of Solo disrespect, and people were saying this guy. They were saying he was the worst player on OUG last season. I'm like, what game are we watching? This guy has not missed a beat since his prime. He can do it in all the most. What the? I don't know. He's shooting through the wall right there, slides the corner, killed number 13 on the board. This guy's still got it, and he does it all. Leading the way for his squad and doing it all the way from China. My, oh my. This guy's putting on a show.
Yeah, he's downright disrespectful with it. Finds 4 last round alone. What a freak. Nate shots going to be tossed over. Not going to be able to collect anything, though. Aggression towards the A site. They are fully invested. 4 players lining the lane up through. Nobody here. Solo playing the mid-cut. Waiting for the hit to come through. Here comes the collapse. Cartel's going to find one, but it is Solo there with the perfect timing as he waited for the comms to come through. That should be bomb plant down, and then Solo, again, able to freely roam the middle of the map. Could be a good post-plant positioning for him, but Learn's still not gotten that bomb down just yet.
I mean, Cartel's got hung out to dry right there. They didn't have anybody watching either of the site entries, and he's left to try to 1v4 a collapse from both sides. The defensive setup's just not looking convincing at all for Tyrese and company, at least over here on B side? A side? I can't even remember what it is, and there's a trophy covering the icon, so I can... A side! We'll see what they can do on the retake right here, but not looking great so far, but oh my god, the double head tap right there! Lamont is there for the trade. Ganeth nearly had the clutch. Wow, what a retake.
Life being breathed back into it for the boys of Tyrese and crew. They don't care what Solo did last round or what he did to open up there as he collapsed on Cartel. As you mentioned, got left out to dry, and Buddy got sent to the ringers. Great collapse there. As we move on to the next round, 5-4. We're flirting with a game 3 here, but got to make it past this one. Another buckle up towards that A line of sight. 7 going to be able to find the wall bangs. And they are falling like flies. Back and forth, 2 for 2 we go. Motions over towards this A site. And Random's going to be the first point of contact at the bottom. Luigi says, hold my shots, buddy.
Prevail, still alive. Alongside his coach, and Cartels tries to drop down, instantly obliterated. But there he is, Luigi. Sliding through, bringing it into a 1v2. We're trying to clutch a 1v2, brings it into a 1v1. Learn does have the bomb in hand. You would think he's probably going to commit to the plant, especially where that kill came through. Cook the nade right here. Depends on where Learn goes. Oh, it doesn't even... Well, I don't think that was where he wanted that nade to go. That makes life exponentially more difficult because he's got no idea where Learn is. Learn's taking a really long route right here. Thing is, he can play that audio cue and stomp around whenever need be. Wrapping all the way to the back side, and he's... Oh, yeah, Learn can just sit back right here. He doesn't have to peek anything. Nearly gets slid on, but the Odin connects right there. They extend the lead back out to 6-4 as they look to force map 3.
Oh, Bobby, we're on the edge of our seats now. Learn clutching it up yet again, putting on for the crew. Being everything here in this search and destroy as well with Solo. They combined for 26 stories of games past there. Rush on through the middle of the map. 7. Not going to be able to find anything. Is going to be forced down. They flooded the entirety of B. And they've got a cross set up there from Learn. Waiting for anybody to make their way through. He's just beasting them. Not able to find the tags on the second, but is able to find one. Job's done. Bombs down 2.
Oh, and with Solo this far forward on the bar, set up with a shotgun in hand, there's no easy points of entry. Nope. Shuts down 1. Damage onto Tyrese, so they've got the information there as well. And now Tyrese is going to need a 1v3 for them to be able to shut things down, or at least have a chance at shutting things down in 2-0 fashion. Random spots him on the cross. And we've got ourselves another map 3.
Well played. Just greatly played. They waited for the right time to poke through, get the smoke down. Haven't had an aggressive B-side hit or a middle of the map flush, and surely enough, pull it all out there for the last round. 7-4 victory. Game 3 abound. We are, ladies and gentlemen, Solo, quote-unquote, washed, right, chat? Wrong, buddy. 16-8. Highest impact on the map was moving like a damn demon. Learn as well. 2 clutches out of, if you go back to it, man, was an absolute freak. 1v3 and the 1v2 to go along with it. Prevail doesn't go positive, but he's right there along his side on the right-hand side of the screen. It was Lemon and Luigi. And then it was a slight decline from there. I don't even remember who the 5th player was.
5th player would have been...
Cartels.
7.
Wait, is he up there? 7.
Wait.
Okay, 7. Who knows?
All right. Well, we're getting ready to head.
Face cam.
Yeah, I know. It'll take a second.
Right.
I forgot that I closed my door for no reason whatsoever, so it got too hot in my room. All right. Oh. And it's a 7-5 win for Team Cisco in the S&D as well, so they will move on. Team Space eliminated from the competition. Once again, unfortunate situation for them. Their number 1 pick in the draft ended up not being able to compete, so puts them in a very difficult position. But GG's to them. Thank you for competing. As for this matchup, we're getting ready to head to map number 3 on Crossroads Strikes, and it looks like everybody's already ready to go.
Get it. That's what we need. Timing is of the essence, and we've got a game 3. We got 3 more series ahead of us. This is kind of like the midway point. And if my math is mathing, we are on pace to be right at the 2-hour, 15-minute marker. No, was that 3-hour, 15 marker? I don't know how to do math, Bobby.
3:15.
Yep. Okay. Let's get it on, baby. Control, Crossroads Strikes. This is where the series ends. A great bounce back for Ganeth and crew after a lackluster Combine hardpoint. Excellent way to close out that second game. Back into the snow we go for our last game of the series.
All right. See what they can do right here. Learn on overlook duty. Tyrese fires back. Gonna be able to get some forward presence over here on the defensive side. Keep in mind, once again, A-Zone has been moved indoors, so very different from the last time that Crossroads Strike was in the competitive map pool. Got Cartels moving on up as Ganeth looks to get aggressive. He's going to get shut down. Trades do go through. And Solo leading the way once again for his squad. 4 kills on the board. Been able to pick up an AR, but traded out as Tyrese is able to get far forward as well.
Ooh, able to get away too. Learn not going to be able to take the shots in. 7. And Cartel's going to get dropped finally. Tyrese and Lemon there for the trade. So progress looking to be made towards this A site. They got a little bit of a line of sight on towards it. Learn trying to be the tip of the spear. He's going to have to wait for the cavalry. Tyrese going to peek his head. Gets dropped. Cartel's there for the trade quickly. This is one of those things. Like, this map used to be, I would say, not necessarily balanced, but when you move it into fire, it is so damn difficult to get anybody in there so that way you can stop the clock. And we all know B is wide open, about as difficult as it can be to collect time.
Yeah, because I feel like even when it was outdoor, it wasn't particularly one-sided. You throw it indoor, and it just becomes an absolute nightmare to try to capture from that offensive side. So, Learn doing his best to get some ticks of progress on B. He does get shut down, and now down to 5, make it 4 lives remaining. You've kind of done what you need to just to get 1 tick of progress on this one, just with how difficult it is going to be to get forward map control. And it's going to be Prevail picking up 1 as he's trying to get some ticks onto A, but it's not meant to be. We do see Team Tyrese taking the opening round.
Yeah, and we expect the defense to be strong here on this one. It's all about on offense, how you can mitigate the life loss with gathering as many ticks of progress on the, I would say the push has to be towards that B site. And Ganeth and crew looking to draw a line in the map and clear anybody who has made their way over towards the fire site. Be able to find some kills to go along with it. It's a checkered feed though. Life count going to be damn near on point with both. Luigi and crew looking to find any kind of leeway onto it. Making the transition is just impossible at times. We'll see if they can find anything. Random says no, hold my snipe.
Solo's going to be able to pick up an SMG to go with the shotgun right there. So now throws out some warning shots to Tyrese. They're going to back on off right here. And once again, the task at hand is now, can you get a full tick of progress? Because the onus is really on the offensive team to match whatever the opposition has done in the previous round. They do get a strong push into A right here. Equalizer's going to pop, and Prevail's going to get shut down. So an opportunity to get that tick on through. Looks like it's going to happen. Solo trying to clear out that spawn trap. It's Lamont pushed on forward, and that's going to be an early life lead, and more importantly, an early capture on A.
Yeah, and you got Tyrese who's piecing them. Smoke's going to be thrown finally as the Annie forcing them back deep, pinning them. Second tick of progress looking like it might come through. Tyrese not going to be playing the objective. Does have a predator to play with. Won't be much use if anybody goes inside the building. But hey, life count 12-5. Make it 11-5. Second tick of progress being captured in blue. Forcing the hands of Ganeth and squad. And they have not been able to put the foot down here in this second round of control. Could be a very, very quick one indeed.
Once again, Tyrese all the way from NA, making big contributions and even streaking up. He does get beamed by Prevail right there, but it's not going to matter. They win the round off of lives, and you got to think odds of a comeback in this one can't be great. Team Ganeth just not getting the contributions that they need. Learn one of those players that they really needed to step up, and with only 5 kills out of him, especially on 5 and 12. Playing on server, you got to find a way to have a bigger contribution. We'll see if he can start to bounce back as he pops claw here, but instantly shut down.
Boy. Bad to worse. Tossed in a blender. 5 down, almost instantly. Predator out 2. Tyrese going to be able to find 1. Random. Wasted Tempest 2. Ganeth. Only player on this side of the line. Trying to make anything happen. Well, I say line. They're in the back of the spawn, Bobby. They're getting pushed back deep. This is about as ugly as it can get. Third round pup stomping it might be. Ganeth trying to reel it back in. Does have the Annie out. Able to find 1. Trying to open a little bit of a gate for himself. Needs to get pushed up as aggressively as he can, because this operator could be a game changer and a lifeline here for Ganeth and crew to keep this game alive.
Thing is, not a lot of time left, but he's able to get 2, making 3 right there. Ganeth making plays. He does lose his life, but the damage has been done. That should allow them some forward progress, but Prevail shut down. Learn's getting progress over here on B. So they've got the setup, and obviously priority is response to shut down that push. But you got to make sure that you don't lose too many lives. 4 life advantage right here. Ganeth just needs to do a little bit of damage, but the nade over top shuts him down. Cartel's War Machine, can he stop the push? Those lives are nearly equalized and should be able to shut down Learn. He does.
Oh, man. 7. He's been on a spree. Finally shut down. 6v5. Was on like a 5 or 6. Did pop the equalizers as well. Is able to find Random. Trying to do everything he can from the back lines. Toss the trophy down. 2 ticks of progress being collected, 17 seconds. You're racing against the clock, and you only got 2 players to deal with. You got the player advantage. 7 has been on a burner, though. It's going to get shut down. It's massive line to stay open, and you got to go back to Ganeth, who was able to get all the way across enemy lines, pin you back deep with a little bit of a spawn pressure from the Annie, and made you pay, and it made dividends here for the crew. They've got a second chance of life.
I think it was a necessary equal spot for Prevail right there. It's a question of how costly does it end up being, but he turns and burns onto 7 right there. And really no operators on the table for either team, so it's an equal playing field, and they hop back to the defensive side. Absolutely an opportunity for them to set up for the win right here in what seemed an unwinnable scenario. Lives are pretty even, and they've not allowed any type of forward progress as Ganeth finally starting to find some momentum. He's made his way up to 16 and 16, playing on 120 MS. Huge contributions out of him to give them a chance here.
Solo going to get a reset there on his death machine. Is going to get instantly dropped. Random, able to find 2, reeling it back in for the boys. Takes the progress, trying to be collected there on towards the B side. It is going to get shut down. Random's going to get taken down too. So Tyrese now trying to reel play in for himself. Scott Deanny able to dust 1 through. Random able to get the trades. Buddy 2 with the snipes. 25 seconds. The defense is holding the line down hard, but it is going to be Cartel's able to find 1. The trade's not there, and no one's going to be able to capture time. 20 seconds on the clock, Bobby.
Nobody's dealt with Solo either. They have no idea that he's this far forward in spawn. He's got a death machine, which he's going to opt to pop. I don't think he really needed that right there. So much pressure on to Team Tyrese to try to get forward and get these captures through. He's going to full commit here anyway. And as that happens, Prevail gets 2. That should be the end of the round. Although he gets shut down, and we see Lamone popping a claw.
Wait a minute. This can't be a choke. Lamone claw out. Is going to push up. Catches 1 off guard. The nade. Post-mortem. That's not Marty Dom. That's just well played. 2v2.
Random hits a snipe in the top side. 1 player across. Solo looking to do the damage. Doesn't want to overchow onto 7. Knows he has a sniper watching that mid angle as well, so they back up. This is a long search and destroy round ahead. 2v2, be completely captured. Solo's gonna play tucked away. If anybody hops the objective, he knows where they're coming from. Random's able to find 1. Can't find the second. 7, opportunity with equals in hand. He's just gonna keep on pre-firing, but that's giving away a lot of information. He's picked up a snipe, though. He doesn't realize Solo's tucked away, and we're going around 5.
Ready up.
Bobby, we're on a roller coaster right now, buddy. The lows are low, but the highs so glorious. Payoff round here. The fence 2 rounds in a row has sold the bag. Can it get back under the grabs here for the side of Team Tyrese? Ganeth and crew on the backs of Solo, clutching it up for the boys. Gets a little help there in the mid. 7 trying to shut down 2, does find it, but it is Prevail who's found a line into the site of the back lines. It's going to get shut down instantly, though.
Solo not going to be able to find that second kill, but damage has been done off the start of this one. Really, really heavy life advantage for Team Tyrese. We do get that death machine called in for Luigi as well. He's going to get shut down on the low ground. Learn. Still finding a way to add some impact right here, but unfortunately it will be Prevail taken down off the equalizers. Ganeth, push forward, spots Luigi, hopping down, big time kill on the objective. Stops the clock right here, that's priority, but they don't have that backside control. And Lamone's gonna get the free kill he's dealt with, but once again, you have got to get this mid-map control back, and they have absolutely none. 7, an absolute terror. He's now up to 42.
Yikes. They're hemorrhaging, Bobby. Panic is starting to set in. 7v16. Cartels bringing you to reality, too. Has the war machine. Going to be forced to hop down. Looking for anybody who's crossed. Solo's going to be able to do so. 4v13. It is a tall task indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, learn on a Hail Mary. The last claw player in this right-hand side has Random to go along with it. They got an uphill battle. It's time that catches them. 3-2 extends the game but cannot clutch. And that's going to be Team Tyrese standing firm. Reverse sweep declined there in the control. And a great series indeed.
Bro, 7
Brother.
is looking freaking scary. Oh my gosh, he goes 44 and 25. That man's putting up demon numbers right there. Once again, credit to Tyrese playing all the way from NA. Goes positive right there. It's all about all you can ask out of your captain. And credit to Ganeth as well for being at the disadvantage that he was and still putting up a good fight. But man, oh man, I mean, there's no question 7 was just the difference in that one.
I mean, that guy was doing everything. And on top of that, he lost a clutch, which could have went his way. He could have won a 1v2. But Solo just 200 IQ, teammate v teammate. Solo taking that one, extending that game. And, well, ultimately, the outcome going to fall favorable to whatever side 7's on. That guy has been a damn menace. Didn't really have much of an impact in his search and destroy, but when you're putting numbers up like that in the hard points and the control, that's just ridiculous.
Yep. Rough map from Learn, 15 and 28. Definitely, we talked about him being kind of a steal in the last round, and by that performance, looks like maybe we slightly misjudged it, but also with the amount of experience that he's got, we know he's more than capable of bouncing back. So we'll see if he can make something happen in the lower bracket. We've still got one more opening round matchup coming at you guys. It's about to be what, in chat at least, has been the most anticipated matchup in Team Vague versus Team Littleby. So looking forward to hopping into that one. We are going to take a quick break, just giving you guys a look at the updated slideshow real quick before we throw you to a BRB screen. We do have some updated lower bracket results as Team Cisco sends Team Space home, and it will be Team Ganeth that faces off against the loser of Team Vague and Team Littleby. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with you guys as soon as we get the players loaded in the lobby. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in a second. All right, wait.
Low Jack B. Low Jack B.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our fourth and final matchup of the upper bracket. It has been the matchup we have been so desperately anticipating. That's right, it's Little B and Vague squaring off face to face. If you missed our first three series of the night, we had two bangers and we had a dud. Let me just tell you, that last one, nail biting up until the final seconds. Now we're getting geared up for, arguably, could be, the highlight matchup of the day. Viper, Eji, X-Row, and Master for a Little B squad. And then we've got Vague, who was not able to join us for the draft. And, hey, if you're not there, Bobby, you can't really have any complaints about who was picked, correct?
You would think so, but he was in my DM saying that I threw for him when he was the one that didn't show up. And I think that we gave him a pretty solid team, so I guess we'll have to find out. But taking a look at the squads, we've got... like I said, I feel like Vague's got one of the best teams in this competition. He's got a Bees, who and no question was a first rounder. Talal, we've already seen what these Middle Eastern guys are capable of doing in this competition. Jibby, we've seen the Garena players tearing it up, and Cosmo, who runs the biggest esports account in all of Call of Duty Mobile, and he's pretty good at the game too. So I think they've got a very real shot going up against what I would say is another very solid team in Team Little B. Viper was a no-brainer. AG. Honestly, these are pretty evenly matched teams.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking at first round matchup, I mean, contrary to what a lot of the Godlike fans will say, Viper is the best Godlike player in representation and has been for a while. Bees is not a has-been. He is certainly a competitor, but I just think like the new blood that Viper brings to the table definitely gives him the advantage, and he's so versatile as a player too. He can be your aggressive SMG, but he can also lay back and be an aggressive sniper too along with it. I think I gotta favor Little B squad here, as much as it pains me to do it, as we kind of talk as much about Little B as we can, and any shots that we can get, we're not afraid to do so. But I feel like as far as advantage goes, Little B's squad is from top to bottom pretty solid. But shout out Cosmo, my boy made it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do in the upcoming CDM season. Obviously, all these newer players still got something to prove as far as the main stage, but this is certainly a good warm up for these guys. So we're back to Takeoff Hardpoint. I've missed this one. I am glad that we've got it back into the map rotation as well. I know a lot of the players are. This is definitely one of the all-time favorites as far as COD Mobile hardpoint maps go. So should produce some bangers. Hopefully that's the case for map number 1 here today as well.
All right, take off back in the mix. Bobby's certainly happy about it. Chat, let us know what you think. W edition, I think so. I think it's desperately needed to be in the mix. I don't even remember what we have. What we have it as a control map. Definitely not a control map. We saw that sparingly throughout any and every series. If it was not banned, it just wasn't played to begin with, and we saw Crossroads played over it. So that'll just kind of tell you how ugly the map can be played. But nonetheless, it's here on Hardpoint, ready to go. Everyone's ready. Green check to mark across. We're gearing up for our 4th final series of the upper bracket. Winner moves on to face off against the winner of the last team, which was painstakingly a round 5 victory in favor of the crew over at Team Tyrese. So we've got 2 more matches ahead of us, including this one, or not including this one. So we still got our work cut out for us, Bobby.
Yep, definitely a full day number 1. Hopefully shaping up to be a exciting day 2 as well. Reminder, we will be back same time, same place tomorrow. So make sure you guys have got your notifications turned on for that one. I feel like this has looked the most evenly competitive across the board that I think maybe we've seen out of a Bobby event. I feel like there's always one team or maybe 2 that are kind of blowing out the rest of the competition. While there may be a couple that, because of circumstances, haven't quite been able to keep up, it definitely does not feel like there's any team that is a shoo-in to win the entire thing right now.
No, absolutely. I think it's a toss-up from, through and through. Space getting unfortunate there, gets the first draft pick and is not able to capitalize on that. Exit stage left for day 2. Won't be able to see Little B, or not Little B, but Tectonic nonetheless. We are going to see Little B here as we're getting geared up. It's game number 1 of our final series of the upper bracket, ladies and gentlemen. We got Vague on one side of the stage. We got Little B on one side of the stage. Let's get this action started.
All right. Good to go as we get Master 2 early kills on the board for his squad. Got to switch teams. Apologize, chat. I know everybody's going to be spamming about it. You haven't missed too terribly much. We're only at 4-5. Master on the top side is going to be able to shut down another as they look to get some hard point control. One more to be dealt with, and one by one they fall. Even start as you would expect right here. It looks like it is going to be, as expected, a mixy P1 as both teams start to keep their eyes toward those P2 spawns. It looks like Cosmo does have some early presence on that backside and is going to be able to clear Little B off the objective. Finds the turn onto Viper. Make it 3. This man's got the sauce. Vague. Put some respect on his name.
Yo, Twitter fingers turning into trigger fingers. Let's get it. Cosmo starting it off hot. 6 there as he collapses on the feed. Mixy P1 indeed. Lion share going to go in favor of Team Vague for the time being. They got the early advantage on the setup. Cosmo's looking for the collapse there. It's not going to be needed in the instance there, but it's Viper trying to do everything he can. He's going to get shut down. Cosmo's finally going to get traded out. Little B trying to get some feet on the objective. Is going to be pieced to the window. Viper's got a Predator to work with. Is not going to be able to find anything as everyone's inside this takeoff building. And well, this is a bloody start. I said Team Little B might be the favorite here, but man, oh man, it has Vague Squad just run rampant. Sakuma's already got a death machine, brother.
Goodness gracious, going ham right here. See what he can find out of it. Little B trying to keep some contest time on the top side. Not going to be able to find anything right there. Sakuna pushes through to alleviate that pressure. And it looks like once again, Sakuna being a beast. Just to clarify, Sakuna being a beast, leading the way. 13 kills on the board for him. Cosmo, who was one of the later picks in the draft, not having too bad of a performance so far in this one.
Yeah. Great value pickup? Absolutely. Delivering. Oh, buddy! Wins the 1-2. They're going to be able to get the flip of the spawn. And oh my god, Vague and crew are just running circles around them. on the objective. Spawns are not there, just running. Absolutely. Equalizer out, as well as the kitchen sink, the claw, the death machine, the war machine. Jesus, you name it. Nate Shot's going to shut down one at the top side of the window, but it's Cosmo manning the objective for the time being. He's going to get caught with a little bit of bad COD timing. No fear. Jibby's there to redeem you, buddy. And it's an all-out gauntlet on this objective, lighting it up in blue. It's a massive one for Team Vague off the rip.
No, it's brutal watch right now. Little B on 5 kills. Naturally, with some ping disadvantage, it's going to be tough, but Vague on the flip side doing a phenomenal job of contributing. He's got 13 on the board. He's going to be able to pick up some time. Also, huge credit to Cosmo. Not only is he nearly leading the way, he's got 81 seconds in the hard point as well. This man is doing it all for his squad. Spotted out Viper through the smoke. He said, you know what? Never mind. I know my place, and it's on the objective, trying to take down that grab vortex. He's going to slide through. Finds 2 more. This man's on a burner.
Feed him! 3 to feed. Gets a full wipe off of the objective. Viper and crew going to slide on through. Going to be able to get the break back in, but it's still one player to deal with up top. Law going to be shut down. Break's going to stick for the time being. It's up and down we go. Viper, forced to jump on down, is going to be able to clear out the objective. And then again, his time now on outside of the objective is desperately needed. Is finally going to get shut down now. Streaks and war machines and everything is coming out. Sparrows as well. Jibby trying to do everything he can to hold this objective. Is going to be taken down as the Sparrow does fall, but the damage is done. 128 to 40. Little B, are you going to wake up and play this game?
Goodness gracious, man's in the blender. 7 and 20 right here. Maybe a few too many reps on Serpent Island and not quite enough on takeoff, as the rustiness is certainly showing for him. And I think what we're seeing right here is that Verdict and I deserve a lot more credit for our ability to recognize talent, because Team Vague is putting them through the wall right now. Jibby leading the way. He's got 26. Cosmo next. Abiz, he's doing what you would expect Abiz to do, but we got some sleeper picks on this roster. Talal hasn't really even gotten online yet, and they are still 100 points in the lead. Just absolutely running through this one.
Yeah, they're getting put through the mattress right now, Bobby. I don't know what they could do to step it back up. Viper is being everything he can, and it's just not enough. Is going to be able to find one on the outskirts, but Jibby is a walking 2-piece at any given time. Gather up for P2. 160 to 52 is the stat line. Little B finally starting to get those guns blazing, but hello, it's the man himself. Abiz felt absolutely violated after I said Viper was the man on Godlike. He is still standing strong, but a break's desperately needed. Little B and crew looking for a buckle up. They got the war machine to go along with it, waiting for the pinch approach. AG is there, and is going to be able to take down one with him, so the contest is all they're going to be saddled up for.
And even though Talal hasn't gotten a ton in the numbers department, anchoring down those spawns and holding those longer angles, certainly contributing in a major way as well. Jibby slides on through. He continues to fry. Oh my god, I thought he was about to do it to Zyro there as well. Not going to be able to find the kill as Team Little B finally finding some sort of hardpoint presence, but just such a monstrous mountain to climb right here. Finally, Viper's going to get shut down right there. Little B still just absolutely no presence on this map. 8 and 26. He's got to slow down and take a breath. He does get some hardpoint time right there as he's up to 70 seconds. So doing his job, but just getting fried at every turn.
Ball's being bunkered down here by AG. He's doing everything he can to put the team in a good position. Little B enters the blender and gets spit right back out. Contest not going to come through. It's 2-man stacking it inside the objective. And finally a break on through as Little B is able to find one, but is too much to ask for? Absolutely in this scenario. Finally a break sticking in. A Little B's crew picking up the slack where he has left it off. And certainly some desperate times calling for desperate measures. They've got some desperate points, and may this reign continue now as the Sparrow's out for Masters. He's found 5 in the feed.
Yeah, and that's going to do something for him to chip away what was a 100-point lead, now down to 70, but Still not really able to hold on to a ton right there. Who else but Cosmo to punch a hole in the front line. Master responds, though. He's starting to heat up a little bit. The big issue is they're effectively in a 4v5 in this one, and that's just such a tough task to ask. But they're going to win this rotation as well. Viper's going to pop equals. They've got that front side locked down, and even with the smoke there, he doesn't need a whole lot of sight line to work with. Little B's going to find 2 off the grab Vortex as well, and now the momentum's starting to swing.
It is indeed. Cosmo, the only player on this side of the map, could play spoilers, though. Able to find one. Viper's Claw, or the Equalizer, is going to be expiring. Time of the essence. Zyro going to hop on through. Able to find one. Get some collateral damage, but the hop down. It's going to be Vague and crew back onto the objective. 50-point advantage still in their pockets. Plenty of time to fight for 2 as well, as this hill is very scrappy indeed. Once you walk in, you can't lock in. You get dropped instantly. AG reels back a big one. That's going to be 5 in the feed, a full wipe, and a massive 15 seconds. Closing the gap here ever so slightly.
I'm not going to lie. Viper's looking like he might be in final form. I don't think I saw him miss a bullet in the last 45 seconds. And just like that, a 100-point lead has dwindled down to only 30. Feels like the momentum is slipping and slipping quickly. Halal, big kill on the outskirts right there to clear off the objective and wasting some time from that Sparrow in the hands of Master as well. He's going to drop in the top side. Viper trying to see what he can do to alleviate some of the pressure, but it's not going to be found. And just like that, an opportunity for Team Vague to get back in the driver's seat. We'll see what they can do.
See what they can do indeed. Zyro going to be the man to contest. Is going to get shut down. The effective 4v5. Panned out perfectly so far for the comeback. Vague going to need some help on the objective. Viper going to be able to get some assists there through. Smoke's going to allow Halal to be able to make the pass, and that's going to be another break back in at Ring. Not as dicey as you'd like it to be if you're on the side a little B. Going to need a little bit more effort in map control. A little bit more time there to contest, but nonetheless, time's not being collected. The last 10 seconds now as everyone's saddling up for new. If you're Little B and crew, you got to think about old as well as this setup. You can see it. He's just going to be... Oh, man, this is just about as bad timing as he can get. Fortunately, Halal is going to have bad timing, too. Well, the setup for new is here. 219 to 159. You sneeze, you make a move. Wrong one, indeed. It could be the last one. 30 seconds needed now to close it out.
And it looks like we see Team Vague doing a good job of saving some of those operators, getting good value right there. Talal does some damage, and now goes to reinforce the point right here. Odin, pre-fire, connects. 2 more in the bottom side. Fortunately, timing's not going to be there for him. And once again, the difference is just very clearly Little B. 16 and 40 right there. Obviously at a ping disadvantage, but you got to find a way to contribute a little bit more, not take as many engagements, whatever it needs to be, and unfortunately was not able to do much there, seeming like it's only a matter of time. Look at the hardpoint time for Cosmo. 140 seconds in the OBJ. That man said, I will do the dirty work. I will do what you need me to do. Just want to get the win. It looks like we will go to a P3 right here. But once again, 249 to 171. Can't imagine there's a whole lot left in the tank here.
Yep, Salt the Master. He's going to drop 250, 171. Game, set, match. A massive start, or massively strong start, I should say, for Team Abees. I meant Team Vague. You guys knew what I meant. Abees locking in. Final form unlocked, 56. To start this series off with a 41-second timeline to go along with that. Shout out to Jibby as well. Mans was on a mission. 49-36 was a walking 2-piece at any given point. Cosmos, damn near 2 minutes ago on the left-hand side of your screen. And Viper on the right-hand side. Need a little bit more help than from Master and Zyro. Need a little bit to come online. 17 and 43 is one for the ages.
Man, oh man, I accidentally skipped the final screen, so we didn't get a close look at the stats right there, but I think we had a pretty good idea of what it looked like through and through on that game. Waiting for our players to get set up for the next one. Is going to be Slums Search and Destroy, which is now back into the rotation. Not one that I was expecting to come back. I will say I didn't feel like Slums was particularly beloved in Search and Destroy, but it is one that I think can be very entertaining to watch among players that are actually well trained in it. So we'll see. We'll see what these guys are bringing to the table right here. I believe both streamers are going to need to get stream delays added because neither of them had one through that one, and we don't want any stream sniping accusations, so hopefully they'll get those added heading into the Search and Destroy, and then we should be good to go. But it certainly seems like the more confident team is Team Vig. You got to wonder what the roles will look like for Team Little B. Is he's traditionally the sniper role, but with the way he's playing, you probably want to put it more in the hands of somebody like Viper, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that's where I would lean into as well. This is one of those maps where a big sniper can play a massive role. And again, that's pretty much on all Search and Destroys, but this one in particular, pretty much anchoring for any kind of traction to the middle of the map, as well as getting some of those wall bangs to land. I'm with you on the Slums being added back into the map pool selection. I mean, this was out of left field. I had no idea it was going to be making its way back in, but seasoned vets who played well, which is not too often we see a Search and Destroy be played well outside of China. So I'm assuming that they're going to be, the trendsetters when it comes to this map when we see it. Would I like to see it get a second run at Control? I know everybody hated it in the first go around, but with spawns switching up, I'm thinking that it might have been, a little bit more doable for offensive pushes. Obviously it's defensive dominated. But I would have liked to see a second chance at a Slums Control.
Apparently, Little B ended stream. I'm assuming he probably tried to add a stream delay and then didn't have his settings set up properly, and it ended the stream altogether.
Brother's just buying time.
It's okay. Being a professional streamer's not for everybody. I get it, guys. This is one of the hardest jobs you can have, It's not easy.
Yeah, dude. Hey, selling in game and out. What can you say?
We got Infinity
right,
in chat. He'll be back to hosting tomorrow. I believe he'll be returning to us. So we'll have a nice end of the broadcast for sure. For sure. Looks like Vague was able to set up his stream delay without ending his stream. So well done to Vague. And hopefully we can get things set up and good to go here as we head into map number 2. See if Little B can hit the regain and give his team a chance in this one, because outside of him, the roster looked pretty solid. They were putting up good numbers.
No, I agree. I don't think even with a better performance out of him, the outcome would have been any different. The spark of a comeback would have been maybe, maybe you don't see yourself in a comeback. I don't know. But when Little B is off, dude, you can just tell the rest of the team's vibes are difficult to, make anything happen. And when he's complaining, you know what it's like in your ears. Like, dude, I'm sure, he tried to keep it as, he was definitely raging. I would like to see it. Anybody who was in his stream, let us know how much yapping he was doing about ping and whatnot. We want to know his downfalls, but no excuses here. We're getting geared up for Search and Destroy on Slums. The trio is back here for the action tomorrow, as well as leading into the CDM major. It's going to be crazy. Nights are going to be wild, Bobby.
They are going to be. I am not going to be getting any sleep whatsoever, but it's going to be a good time. Definitely going to be. I'm not going to promise you guys I'm live for like all of CDM because there's so many teams in it right now and so many matchups, but I'm going to do my best to cover what we can. So he ended stream deliberately. Well, that does also sound like something Little We would do. All right.
Sounds.
Then I guess we're ready to go. His whole team's ready, so that is a very Little B move. Get our players from Team Vague readied up, and we should be good for map number 2.
Yeah, mental's checked. He's not bouncing back on this game. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
no.
if he's streaming or not. Like, you already know it. If you're joining us from Roll Stream, welcome into the action where we'll continue to harp on Little B's negative impact here in this roster. Drafted a hell of a team, but continues to shoot himself in the foot. See if they can bounce back and, manage to win a 4v5 in the search and destroy to go along with it. Just waiting on the last two players there from Team Vague who, I mean, come on now. You're just off a hot start. Let's go ahead and get this puppy into 2-0, right?
I'm good with it. This is already gonna be one of the longest days that we've had in a Bobby Plays 10K broadcast. So, trying to get on the action as quickly as possible. Looks like we're good to go. Slums Search and Destroy is on the way.
Okay, it's now or never. Well, it's not never. You still got the lower bracket run, but let's be real. Do you want to? I wouldn't even be upset if the rest of the team was just like, dude, you got it on your own, little B. We've done everything we can. It's on you, buddy. Everyone's loaded in. Game 2, vibes. Checked here for little B. Rage quit. The Rage come out here in the search and destroy. He's got the LW3 Tundra at hand, too. So he said, to hell with Viper sniping. Let me do me, buddy.
Interesting. We got a Bees on the Kilo. Oh, he was on the Kilo Bolt. Actually switching back to Type 63. So we'll leave the sniper role to Talal, and he gets the opener onto AG right there. Exactly what they're looking for. Response is there as Bees maybe gets a little too aggressive, and it is pure chaos. Master left all alone right here. 1v3 on an island. Not much you can do right there.
Yeah, stun, gun, I mean, everything that was gonna happen was bound to happen. Great push up there. I gotta call out Cosmos. They clear out the backside of the B bomb. They clear out Viper, who was right there, holding the can heady, and clear out the back lines too. What needed is everyone's gonna drop. Push up towards the middle of the map. First blood goes in Cosmos' favor. He's gonna get a little too aggressive, and that's 3 in the feed in blue. AG pulling it back for the squad as well. Zyro combining. Now it's down to a Bees and Allah. And let me tell you, Bees is on a gunny right now, buddy. Finds one. Makes it a little more even. Zyro, don't get caught out right there, bud.
Just because I saw chat mention it, it's Kalal with like
Kalal.
a TH. Just
Gotcha.
a heads up. Opportunity to 1v2 right here, but little B gets his first kill of the game and gives his team their first round on the board. Maybe a chance for them to actually make something out of this. We'll see if that swings the mental ever so slightly.
Bounce back round, much needed. Don't let the clutch happen. Don't let the Bees get too hot. We'll see. Payoff round ensue. Little B, okay, has the right lineup. Vague able to find the first blood. Shot's not able to land for Little B as he is trying to cut the middle of the map in half. Wait for anybody to poster up on through. Even with the man advantage, you can see everyone's just kind of waiting for the right time. Little B going to be caught on some poor timing. Viper trying to make his own. Blood going to come through. Master's going to get dropped, but Viper is on the pounce.
A wall. Huge snipe off the heady right there. Little B with the response. And once again, maybe an opportunity for him to get going as he finds 2. Make it 3 right there, and he's clipping them now to wall. 1v3. He's going to get hit markered through the wall as well. Only 27 seconds remaining. He's got to retrieve the bomb and kill 3 people. Doesn't seem super likely. And maybe it just took ending stream for Little B to find his footing in this one.
Still early on, Bobby. Still plenty of time for him to rage and mess up. So let's give him a little bit of space. Don't want to gas him up too much. Let's say we'd send viewers over there to kind of encourage him, but he's already rage quit and ended stream. Snipe's not going to land this time around. It is a beast who's going to be able to find the opener. It's 2 down. Make it 3.
Whoa.
Make it everyone. Jesus. Fast round. 16 seconds, Bobby.
Okay. Blink and that one's over. The wall leading the way. 5 kills on the board. Bit of a slow start for Cosmo, but more than anything, it's just been about not finding any engagement. So you'll take what you can get right there. This time, going to slow it down, not going to overextend. And we got Master pushing up on the flip side for Team Little B. Taking up a lot of space right there. No easy entry. Dalal finds one. Make it two. And he continues to go ham in this one. Doesn't realize Viper's on the heady, so he's going to get taken down right there. 3v2 we go with Little B and Viper left alive.
And Viper's going to be right here on the back lines, but they've already made the cross. Spots one, gets a little trigger happy, and gets split and conquered. Bombs down, 37 seconds, 1v3. Can Roland make it happen? Setting a stage for one hell of a comeback it would be. Spots one, gets a hit marker, and that's going to be a B's, the player you want to take. Vade's just going to go ahead and push up. He says, I don't care. Little B, you could have a minigun right there. You're not winning this gunfight.
All right. Well, Team Vague back in the driver's seat. Seemed like maybe Little B and company were going to be able to snowball something, but once again, got to lock back in and see what they can do. Nobody trying to chow those mid angles, not trying to give Little B any more confidence than he needs. Running across right there, but the timing not there for Little B. No wall bangs either, and once again, offense getting very far pushed forward. That should be a plant going down.
Whoa.
Little B had the opportunity, but shut down. Once again, the shots come through, and AG does some damage with the Type 63, but you gotta collapse and capitalize immediately, and unfortunately, Zyro's gonna be the one that gets traded.
Oh, Master could have been a hell of a pinch, but didn't get there in time. Is going to get spotted, and surely enough, all the cavalry's done. 4-2. On arguably one of the harder sides of this objective to get done. I mean, one, it's just hard to make that cross. You see how long it takes for these rounds to progress. Or they're done in 15 seconds. Either or. We'll see who wins gunfights off the rip. Flip script now. It's Little B and crew in the trenches. Down, but not out. Looking for a little quick hit over towards this B site. Able to clear off 3, and that's massive.
Woo! Viper
Ace.
cooking them
Ooh,
right
buddy.
now. That's a 3-piece right there. All down to Cosmo. Machine pistol without those good attachments. Not going to do a whole lot of damage. Into the 4-3 we go. As the rounds do flip, Team Little B. Strong start here on the offense. We'll see if they can make anything of it. That being said, I don't think we've seen anything out of Little B since that 3K. So we'll see if he can start going again, but once again, they're not really giving him any angles to work with.
Viper trying to take every angle and every opportunity they can. Bomb's been planted. 5v5 here for the retake. Is able to tuck and roll out of the objective. Vague. Waiting patiently. It is going to be the first initial kill that comes through, and it is going to be a beast there for the trade, but Viper still in the area lurking, able to get the trade, so they'll be able to finally come back online before he's taken out. It's all up to Viper. Takes shots at 1, can't get the second either. And would have still had another player to deal with too, so tall ask from the guy in Vague, just going to continue to shoot bodies there. We love it.
So he said Little B almost dropped a nuke. He was only 19 kills away.
Good call. Good comms.
Good comms, good comms. I missed that chat. I missed that. I apologize. Definitely still winnable, but I think obviously we love to bash Little B. I think if his team's gonna win, we gotta see more out of AG. I think we expected him to be one of those big contributors, especially with the performances we've seen recently in Garena. Obviously playing off server, but 3 kills, not going to make the cut right here, and Little B shut down across mid once again. The log gets pushed up. Even more real estate to cover, more wall bangs that he can access from there as well. Master does take down 1. Another for Zyro, and into a 2v4, make it a 0v4 as another round goes to Team Little B. Once again, still very far from unwinnable.
Oh yeah, it's not over until it's over. In this search or destroy, Little B is kind of middle of the pack here for this instance. Again, we need AG to come through and pick up the slack. Regarded as one of the better players here on this roster, hadn't proven his worth here in the search or destroy just yet. So we'll see if he can pick up the slack. Slow start here on the payoff round. Well, with Viper going down, that's not a great start as well. You
Especially
lose
with
your
the
bunk
bomb.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
I don't know if he meant to do that. I have a feeling he was just trying to hop up for information. Oh my god, but AG starting to lock in right there. Makes it 2, traded out by his teammate Cdbi, but big time damage done to bring it into a 3v3. Master does drop onto Little B and Zyro here, and reaction time's just not there. Obviously, ping differential probably playing a factor as well, but that means it's going to be Zyro in a 1v3. Jibby's there for the trade. And now 1 round away from sending Team Little B into the lower bracket.
Into the line here in the upper bracket for Little B and crew. We saw AG come bring the heat in the last round. A little late to start, but the Law going to be able to open up with the first blood. That's Little B down. 4 more to go, and they are racking it up here in a potential 2-0 sweep. Viper now able to pick up the sniper, and let's see if he can maximize. Able to find one in his teammate and a bees. And a big retaliation back, as if you're wanting anybody, it's him.
Big, really far up in the mid-map, seeing if he can find Zyro, and he does exactly that. They take the man advantage, looking to shut this one down early. Viper finds one onto Delal to equalize. Once again, Veg has still not been dealt with, and he's got so much space taken up right here. There's not much they can work with, and they don't realize he's going to pinch from mid. One's going to drop right there. AG and Master got to make something out of nothing right here. The smokes go down. Cosmo finds AG, and now all down to Master. Don't know if he saw the one player behind, but Jibby's going to clean it up himself. And a 7-4 win means Team Veg is moving on in the upper bracket. And Veg, I'm awaiting my apology. I'm awaiting my apology. We gave you a freaking God Squad.
Apologies warranted. Vague sweeping Little B under the rug. And again, leads the pack 2 along with it. 11-7 is his stat line. God Squad and all. Big search and destroy shut down. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see Viper with 10 kills, and then it just kind of falls off from there. Master tried to get things rolling there through. Was able to find himself in some good positions, just not able to capitalize. 8 and 10. Abysmal performance out of Little B. Ends on the lower side of the screen as well. When the sniper's not hitting, maybe you should have opted to pick up something else and let Viper. 'Cause, man, he was crushing when he did pick it up.
My Elgato's not showing. Okay, now it's showing the numbers. What the heck? That was weird. It was just showing a blank screen. All right, now we're good. There's the numbers as we get ready to move into the second round. I just want to read verbatim what Vig sent to me after the draft. At Bobby Plays, I fear I may withdraw from the tourney, my lovely friend. Who in the F did you guys pick? Who do we pick?
Man,
Who do we pick, Vig?
you know what?
Who do we pick?
That's the message of a man who doesn't know ball.
He doesn't
Clearly.
know ball. That's facts.
Clearly doesn't
Should
know
have
ball.
trusted the people that know ball.
He's lucky I wasn't there. I would have found a way to butcher that lineup. Shout out to you and Infinity or whoever picked. Shout out to Bobby, I'll just assume, because Bean Boy doesn't know much,
It's
does he?
just- I picked the team. Let's be honest.
I know it.
picked the team.
All right. Yeah, I'm
Infinity,
sorry,
you can have
Brody,
like
you're gonna
10.
catch
You
beans.
can have like 10% credit. All right. Well, that wraps up round number 1, but we are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We still got 2 more matchups. We're gonna get through our upper bracket semis before we finish out the day. Taking a look back at our matchups. That's not the right scene. This is the right scene. And we've got 2 more on the way. Team Dazzy versus Team Marshy. Team Tyrese versus Team Vague. And we will have some off-stream broadcasts happening as well. Or off-stream matchups happening as well. With Team Ganeth facing off against Team Littleby. I feel like I got to give Team Ganeth the edge in that one with the way that they performed up against what was a very solid Team Tyrese. And we're going to work on getting our players loaded in for Team Dazzy versus Team Marshy. So we will pop to a quick break, Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more CDBI action.
Low Jack B.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, short break indeed here for the day one of CDBI. That's a mouthful at times. Call of Duty Bobby Invitational round one out of the equation. We got two more matches on our hands. Obviously, we're going to be looking at Team Dazzy and Marshy off the rip. Going to be an interesting one, too, but to cap our day off, Team Tyrese and Vay going to be squaring off in our final match. But they've got some off-screen matches going on, too, in a lower bracket. Double elimination style. Bobby, so far, so good here. You picked the God tier squad for Team Vegas. We saw they take the 2-0 victory over Little B, sending them to the Nether Realms. If they're just not tuning in, they missed out on a rather abysmal performance again from Little B.
Yeah, it was, I mean, to be fair, I think we expected that it would be maybe slightly an edge to Team Vig, but definitely not like what we saw. So obviously the captain matchup was certainly the difference between those two, and I think it's going to end up being the case in a lot of the matchups that we see the rest of the way through as well. We've seen Marshy very, very consistent in all of his games. We saw Dazzy struggling at the beginning, but then picking things up toward the end, and it was absolutely a difference maker in whether or not they were able to advance in the upper bracket. So we'll see if maybe Dazzy's feeling a little bit more comfortable playing off ping. Obviously, it does change your play style pretty substantially, and I think that's the biggest thing that you got to get used to. hopefully that continues to be the case as we get ready to head into Arsenal Hardpoint for the first time today.
Yep, indeed. Just to cap it off, too, if you're taking a look at Team Dossie's crew, AORAF, Neil, Skull Guy, and Abyss got the jobs done against Team Cisco, who I mentioned could be another team that they face off against at some point. They were able to dismantle Team Space in the lower bracket run, so they still are alive in this event. We'll see them continue their journey on through. And Team Marshy, we got Marshy, Cravings, Revel, Flirt, and Kings able to snag a victory 2-0 again over Team Spaces we've just mentioned, who have been eliminated too. So we got off-screen matches that are going on through too as well. We'll give you live updates as that happens. Looking at the best of 3 again, Bobby mentioned it. Hardpoint Arsenal is going to be on the agenda here for map number 1. Great to see that one added back into the mix and play too as well as a classic that we've seen since the beginning of COD time. That's Firing Range for the Search and Destroy, and if it goes the distance, we'll see this one end up on a Crossroad Strikes.
Should be a juicy matchup once again. Just working on getting the rest of our players in. We got most of them ready to go, and hopefully now that we've been in the rhythm of things a little bit more, we'll have fewer hiccups and able to cruise through the rest of these matchups. Yes, Aerith got replaced by Marshy because she had a flat tire, is what we were told. So, unfortunately, not able to join us, but Marshy has, no surprise, been able to fill in seamlessly right there. Now we're losing players in the lobby, which is never a good sign. Hopefully just some resets right there, and we should be good to go. Hopping into the upper bracket semis.
You called it. Yep. Players bouncing out of the lobby. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm sure we'll get everything rolling. I know we were on break. We're like, hey, we can come back, man. We got 7, 8 players in. Let's lock and load. Let's go ahead and get this puppy saddled up. And surely enough, as soon as we jumped the gun, that is when the gun got turned on us. Now we're forced to revel on through. Now, if you're just now tuning in, Bobby, pull up that bracket. Let's take a look at it and see. I'll just go ahead and recap. Quick spin. Dazzy Cisco 3-2 victory for Dazzy, snapping them in a game 3 control. Marshy taking out Space rather easily in a 2-0 fashion. Tyrese and Ganeth went the distance. Tyrese able to prevail. Vague dismantled Little B as well, sending them down to the lower bracket. We've already seen one team in Team Space down at the lower run against Team Cisco. That was a 2-0 clear. Space out of the equation, and Ganeth and Little B going to be saddled up on off stream, as I did see the room code had been sent. So winners of this matchup are going to face off against the losers of the matchup we have here, as well as the final matchup of the day. All best of 3s up into the grand finals, in which we'll have a best of 5. No bracket reset, if I'm not mistaken. It's just going to be one and done. We'll give the map, I guess, the map pick advantage to the winning team.
I believe so. That sounds fair.
Okay. Sounds about what we expect. So yeah, quick little run through. If you missed all the matches, just go ahead and rewind. You want to watch some of those, not the fake and Little B one. That was doozy for Little B. He'll bounce back though, as he's still got a little off cam or off stream. He won't have the pressures of Bobby watching him and critiquing him throughout every step of his journey.
Okay. Apparently the wait. Why am I not seeing Little B? Oh, I am seeing it. Can't spectate while I was in a room. Okay, I was gonna try to spectate them. Actually, you know what? Tell me whenever the oh wait, now everybody's joining back. Dang it. I was gonna leave and spectate theirs for a minute, but it's probably not worth it now that we got all the players in. Team Ganeth versus Team Little B has officially started. That'll be running on, well, I guess only on Ganeth's stream, because
yeah, I was about to say,
because Little B's a baby.
Surely,
but,
surely Little B didn't end his stream for the day completely, right?
We'll see. All right,
Man, talking about starting a series off bad, just rage quitting the stream. That's a hell of a way to it's a hell of a way to go, Little B.
Really
Hell of a
sets the
route.
tone, you know.
Oh yeah.
All right, you know
Oh,
we're
boy.
still missing a person. I'm gonna go spectate it real quick, and you tell
All right.
me when we got everybody in and ready, and then I will leave, and then you invite me.
Okay, I'm gonna tell them not to start.
Let's see.
Think that's Nims. Oh wait, that's Nami.
Let's see. We got Prevail going crazy off the start. He's got 11. 9 for Solo. Little B's only on 4, but to be fair, he's got 3 teammates with 4 as well. So it's as expected, looking relatively one-sided to Team again.
It's going to be a brutal matchup to face up against. Oh, he just joined Skull Guys in. We got 5 apiece.
Okay. Well, there's our score update. Just wanted to give you guys a quick look.
Little B's not sitting on a donut. That's a good thing if you're a Little B fan in chat.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'll take an invite. I think I have you added.
I don't think so.
Dang it!
You have Nims added?
I have Marshy added.
Yeah, just join off Marshy.
Oh, wait. The room's full.
It shouldn't be. Hold on. Do not start this matchup.
Are they starting?
Yeah, let me just jump in real quick.
The one time that I decide to leave.
Hey, you know what? You had good intentions.
Somebody tell Marshy to invite me.
All right, hold
Oh my
on.
God. I'm all right. I'm gonna have to go back and. There we go. Shout out Marshy.
Here we go.
All right. Be good to go.
Gotta love it. Did Marshy get that to you, by the way, or
He
did you?
Shout out Marshy.
Okay. He was quick, man, because he was like, huh? And I was like, dude, I know you heard me. I guess. All right, here we go. Game 1, upper brackets. Looking pretty solid. We got Dazzy. We got Marshy subbing in for Aerith. And that squad is stacked. Saw them breeze past Team Space earlier on. I think they're going to have their work cut out for them here as Dazzy squad looking also pretty solid. When he is in full effect, he is a threat to be dealt with. As we've had the last player in our lobby just waiting to ready up. Skull Guy, last one to join up. Last one to ready up alongside it too. And I guess they're just waiting for us to close that one spectator slot. Does that really make a difference anymore?
I don't think it does anything.
Huh. Okay.
I could be wrong. Okay, I'm
Bring your own
sending
server.
both of you guys friend requests. I don't pay attention when I delete people. Sometimes I just have to spam delete when I need more people to spectate.
Bobby, just tell us you hate us, man. That'd be a lot simpler.
Goodness gracious. All right.
Understandable. When you're making spectating content, you know, heat of the moment, spur of the moment happens.
Okay. We got Skull Guy connected. We are good to go. Seen some big performances out of him so far today. On the flip side, I feel like everybody's been cooking on Team Marshy, so it's just a question of who can you really shut down. Flirt, who I believe is one of our rookies. Absolute heater out of him earlier in our first matchup of the day. See if he can keep that going as we hop into our upper bracket semis.
Good for the control of that laboratory doors. It's going to be shut down there in yellow. Checkered feed coming through, but off the respawn, it's Skull Guy piecing you. And when he's getting hot, he is hard to handle. Up top, they're going to be able to get some shots up onto Kings, but it's Kings and crew able to find the kill. Breaking looking like it might be come through, but this is about as spicy as a P1 as you can get. Out in the open, it's all about the map control. And, well, finally, we're going to see Marshy and crew able to put their feet on the objective, but Skull Guy and his team locking and loaded up top. He's already sitting on 3, make it 4.
All right. Team Dazzy looking for Abyss to get online. He gets that first kill. Raph going to be able to lock down the rest of that backside. One player pushed forward. Kings, no idea Raph's pushed up that far. Dazzy playing off server. Maybe those adjustments are there. He's looking a lot more comfortable off the start of this one. 6 kills on the board for him. Now on the flip side, both Cravings and Marshy on breadsticks. That's got to change very quickly if you want to have a chance in this one. Obviously, this is a very rotation-dependent map, so for those of you who were not around when this was in the hardpoint pool, locking down P2 obviously crucial, but at some point in time, if you're not getting any time out of it, you got to kind of eat your losses and invest in a rotation. We'll see how long Team Marshy's going to fight for this one, as they have not found any amount of map control forward. One player on to contest, and it looks like they will be able to get some control right here, but those spawns do flip. And now Team Marshy spawning all the way in the back of the map. Not a good spot for them to be.
Not quite, but there's only 10 seconds left to capitalize on it. We all know, as you mentioned, it is a rotation-based map. You get a God spawn on the back lines there for Kings, I believe, who it was, and surely enough, he's going to be able to find some kind of traction. 41 to 42 is we gallop all the way over across the map. P3, one of the harder ones to break. Once you get those back lines, it is damn near impossible, as we'll see spawns come through split as we get into the action. Skull Guy has been on a heater. It's going to be shut down. It's Flirt who's pulling out any and everything. Break's going to come through for Kings, who's got a Sparrow at the ready, and surely enough, able to find 2 to go along with it. Looking for the 3rd. It's free, and that is going to open up a floodgate onto the objective.
Once again, Dazzy cooking in this one. Huge plays out of him to be able to pick up some kills and get far forward, but they've got a very heavy front line in Kings with that Type 63 that they've got to go through. Marshy looking to take a different route right here. It looks like he's going to be able to shred through the smoke. Doesn't get any kills, but a lot of damage to be done, and once again, the response there by Team Dazzy as they look to minimize the damage done here on P2. Make it P3. Revel up to 14 on the board. Rotation across once again. And now it's this time around, it is full control early on by Team Marshy.
Oh, it is, but we had full control in P3, and Marshy's team just absolutely split right through it. Predator coming through. The bunker down. Spawn's going to be split. Callouts are coming in, and not going to be able to thread the needle. However, his callouts are on point. His squad's going to be able to maintain the fort, and now it's all up to Dazzy to be the tip of the spear, trying to get a break or at least to contest for the time being. They're hemorrhaging. They just left cutting, trying to chase something, but it ain't there. Break not coming through. First 30 seconds for free, and Marshy and crew running rampant as they double up their opponents.
Yep. This one feels like it's starting to snowball a little bit. We've had some struggles for Neil so far today. It looks like those are going to continue. Finds himself 9 and 17, make it 10 and 17 off the start of this one. Need to see more out of him. Obviously, search and destroy contributions can't be discounted, but you got to win 2 respawns at somewhere along the line. They're continuing to lose time. Raph actually making the switch to the USS-9. I believe the first time we've seen that today. Still definitely a very solid alternative and definitely a better long-range option for your SMG players. So probably part of the reason that we are starting to see that come out. Looking to get some forward control as the spawns flip there once again. It's time. Team Dazzy going to look to capitalize on those close spawns. Even playing off server, Dazzy leading the way with 21 kills.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Takes down Kings, too, who is working it. Okay, gets the boxing gloves out through the smoke. Waiting for anybody to spawn through. Doesn't get the right timing as Wings, the rookie, making his way into the objective. Trying to do everything. That's 3 in the feed. Make it 4. Make it a full wipe. Only one player to deal with, and Raph, who's been able to slip through, is holding down the fort by himself. And finally, Dazzy and crew coming through for the retaliation. So, complete wipe or not, they are going to be able to capitalize on some much-needed time, and it's going to make it that much closer here as we get gathered up for a second set of hills. Arsenal so far through 132 to 84. lead starting to get cut in half now as we do see Martian or Dazi and crew starting to finally pick it up.
Dazi doesn't read that hop-up angle inside. Gets shut down right there, but Raph there to at least keep contest time here on P1. We're going to push for some outer map control as well. Sees teammates spawning behind. Should see his teammates spawning behind, so he can adjust and look to play that mid-angle. Looks like they're going to have things locked down right now as they chip away at this lead. We got Marshy, Death Machine out. Damage is done right there. They found the break back in. Raph doesn't hear the pre-fire, neither does Dazi. Both taken off the board. Marshy working on an EMP right here. And back in the driver's seat as they have been pretty convincing here on P1.
Yeah, these mixy hills, these toss-ups, they've been able to capitalize tremendously on, Bobby. Huge lead rolling into that second hill on the first set of rotations. Now, second set, just like the other. 7 seconds left to grab. It's all about the motion towards that P2 objective. And while it's a race for spawns, Flirt's there first. Is going to be in a little bit of a pickle as someone just spawned right in front of him. It doesn't matter. He's going to be able to win the one. That's going to be able to win them the spawns. But will it be able to be enough to get the objective?
What the? And Dazi spawns. Did Dazi spawn on him? I'm not sure if I saw that correctly. That is an absolute god spawn for Team Dazi if that's what happens there, because especially for that to result at the very beginning of the hard point with them having operators ready to go. Dazi's going to be able to find value. Players on the hill, but they're just trying to survive through the smoke long as they possibly can. Dazi pushes forward with the Switchblade in hand as well. And does get shut down by Wings, but trades go through regardless. And Team Marshy holding this one, this time from the weak side. It looks like they're going to be able to still get some solid value here.
Solid value indeed. Anything with a lead is going to be a plus. It is Marshy and crew leading this one, 178 to 114 as we get geared up for the P3 rotation. Last time around, it was the side of Dazi and crew there early, but got spoiled. Abyss trying to do everything he can to win these spawns. It doesn't matter. It's not going to be enough. Wings and crew there. Going to get an extension out. He's reading them in the spawn site. It is going to get dropped. The backline's now going to be compromised. Neil gets a god spawn and is able to collapse, but it's a 50-50 win. I don't even know what's going to happen at this point now as Abyss does spawn in right next to him. So back and forth we go, saddling up for the objective. It's going to be Marshy with the advantage for the time being, but without spawns, how long can they hold it?
Skull Guy's a man on a mission right now. He is ripping them to pieces left and right. They haven't been able to read him. Earns the EMP right there and still got some more pellets on that War Machine to work with. Revel, 1 HP. I don't know how the heck he's staying alive right here. How is he? What in the world? And that may be a hard point saving play right there, as that allows them to keep things contested right there. And even to find some value off the rotation there as well. Revel equals gonna pop. He's there to shut down Abyss. And this early setup could be the beginning of the end for Team Dazi. Great performance out of him so far at 36 and 25, but rest of the team really struggling to keep up.
Yeah, Revel's got that plot armor thick, buddy. Just crazy. Pulled out of him on towards that objective. Now the setup there is he does find 1 or 2 with the equalizers, but are shut down. The team's there to collect. Now it's up to Abyss. Able to find 2 there for the break, but it's not going to be enough. Flirt and crew there in full effects. And now it's a death machine for Marshy looking to put the finishing touches on this one. They can close it out here with the time being. Can't allow for an attest.
Raph pushes on through. Not going to be able to find anything. Definitely needed more from the equals right there, especially with how big this gap has grown. Now up 100 points. And once again, we thought the difference might be between the captains, but it's not been Dazi versus Marshy. It's been the rest of the squads just on such a different level. The consistency out of this world for Team Marshy. Kings with 39, Flirt with 37, Revel 35. It looks like they're going to be able to close this one out with relative ease. Having that early setup toward New as well, not a problem to be had.
250 to 138. Marshy and crew coming through with the beatdown. But have no fear. This is a similar stat line and score line that we saw out of Dazi's crew in their first map of the day. That is not a, you know, this is not how this series is going to go. We saw them bounce back at the Search and Destroy. They're going to have to do it here in this one too, as well, if they want to continue their upper bracket run. But we'll take a look at the post-action report. Kings anchoring spawns, getting crazy with it, 39-28 on a map like Arsenal. That's exactly what you expect from your main there.
Yeah, you look at the flip side, it was just kind of Skull Guy as a one-man army. Dazzy definitely positively contributing, but you need your other pro players to have much more meaningful contributions. You got Neil -18, you got Abyss -16. Neither of them picking up a lot of hard point time. Just couldn't really get into a rhythm right there, and obviously that can very well change heading into the Search and Destroy. We saw Skull Guy farming some clips on the Tunisia, but with how consistent Team Marshy looked on the flip side, this is going to be a tough matchup to try to push into game number 3.
Absolutely. Well, slow start from Team Dazzy. Not a key factor into how this series will go, but we'll see how this Search and Destroy pans out, though, as we get geared up for firing range. As we think about it now is, I mean, hey, Marshy is making everything he can happen here with the crew, too. So making the best out of a situation that was thrown at him last minute. Shout out Aerith. Hope she's doing well. But Marshy is, I mean, leading the pack here with the captains and is done a pretty great job. Let's see if they can close it out. Don't let Dazzy get any kind of momentum as we get geared up for game number 2.
And credit to Aerith for drafting the squad. Like we said, the big difference in that one was the players that had been drafted 100%, because Dazzy was holding his own even with the ping disadvantage. So it's definitely shows that maybe teams will start to do like a little bit more prep heading into draft day, because the majority of the time, most of the captains don't know anybody that we're drafting. And to be honest, Aerith probably didn't know who she was drafting either, but probably got a little bit lucky. But sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, you know?
Absolutely. Well, as long as we have captains like Little B, I don't assume we're going to see any homework get done. That's, not required. You know what I'm saying? So I heard him in the draft day. I got as far as his second draft, and I was like, Jesus, dude, come on. Come on, buddy. I mean, we're not going to just hand you the keys to, victory. You're going to need you to take some initiative, but who's going to take the initiative here to open up here for a comeback? Team Dazzy on the brink of being sit down to the lower bracket. Could they make another impossible situation possible? It was a very close Search and Destroy in their first matchup, but it ultimately led to the reverse sweep. Is that going to be what we see rolling into this firing range? We're about to find out.
For anybody wondering, Team Ganeth actually very close on that first hard point, but they win 250-246. So they're going to head to S&D and see if they can send Team Little B home early. Back to firing range, Search and Destroy. 6 years of firing range search under our belts. Why not add another?
Lucky number 7, buddy. Let's get it on. First Blood's not coming through as of right now. Skull Guy, we all know how well he can play Search. Was a main character in their first matchup. Going to need to go big here in order for this series to be extended. No traction is rolling through as we do see everyone just stuck at home base for the time being, and a fan out of players all across the map for the defending lines of sight. Skull Guy going to try and spot anything there. Oh, can't get the shots to land. And while everyone's buckling up for an A-side hit, he's going to be forced to reposition.
It almost seems like the round would have played out exactly the same if it was a 90-second round. Whoa, Skull Guy, two-piece! The timing of the nade landing as well made that extra satisfying. It looks like Bomb is going to go down, but 3v5, not going to be easy to hold. And they said, nope, no plant points for you. All onto wings, 1v5, not meant to be right there. Shots not connecting. It's going to be Team Dazzy taking the opening round.
Flawless victory. Let's go. What a bounce back. I called it early. Said Skull Guy's going to have to be that man, and surely enough. Gets a quick two-piece there, the nade and the follow-up shot. So crisp in the feed. Well, the shot's not landing for wings. There is He's not going to be able to clutch it up. 1v5 would have been a tall task. First nade's coming through, or shots coming through, rather. Neil and Raph going to combine for 2. Flirt able to get the trade. 2-for-1 style as they hit over towards the A site. They're up the creek without a paddle, and they got a backside approach, too, coming as Abyss able to shut down another. And well, Bobby, they're on an island. Left gunning and running. Flirt able to find 1. Bomb's going to go down nonetheless.
With the bomb going down right there, this is winnable, but Skull Guy's there, reads Kings on the peak, and Flirt somehow gets a kill right there, but I don't think he's got the time, even if he had gotten that kill, to deal with Neil. And that's going to be 2 rounds going the way of Team Dazzy off the opening here.
All right. We got ourselves a series. I'm going to get 2 ahead of myself, but hey, these guys are locking in for the search and destroy. They know what's up for grabs. Don't want to be sent down to the lower bracket. Payoff hit, nades, lethals, non-lethals, everything being dumped in the middle of the map. Not going to find anything, but it's Flirt who's going to be aggressive. Finds his way through, as well as Wings finding another 2 to go along with it. Finally, a little bit of map control as well as some post-plant positioning. Flirt is everything here as this bomb goes down.
Really far forward, Dazzy. Peeking across from bottom 10, and he's actually got the nade cooked well right there. Oh, the timing just barely off. Flirt's going to be able to dodge it. And Dazzy trying to get his 1v5 clip for Twitter, but not meant to be. King's there to shut him down. And it will be the first round going through for Team Marshy here in the Search and Destroy.
Great bounce back. Don't need him to get too much momentum. Get a little bit of a reality check of what it could be. First 2 rounds, I just kind of like shuffle under the rug. You know, it doesn't make anything. It's how you adjust afterwards. And with adjustments have been made, A side hit successful this time. They're going to buckle up for a B side approach. The players here to deal with it. Nades over the top. Not going to find anything. Here comes the hit. Dazzy going to be caught catching a nade or throwing a nade, but is going to be able to find 1 before he goes. 2-for-1 trades coming through. The offense getting pieced as we speak, but it's Revel able to find 2. Abyss is the only player left standing. It's a 1v1 and the slide out. What a shot.
Well, 1v2 for Abyss right there. Big time plays for Team Dazzy as they keep their lead for the time being. Look a little dicey right there, but they handle business as needed. And now the Search and Destroy getting a little bit more aggressive. This is what we like to see. None of that. That's what I get. That's what I get. I jinxed it. They're going to sit around for the first 90 seconds of the round.
Oh, brother.
Oh, but Kings finds the first blood, and maybe that changes the pace a little bit.
We'll see. Who was it? It was Neil. Maybe not so much. If it's Skull Guy, definitely. You take down the sniper. He's been hot in the opener, but has since kind of leveled out. Call's going to come through. Smoke through the middle of the map is going to divert the attention. The hit's over towards the B site. And well, the tip of the spear is going to get shut down. Abyss and Raph open up where 2. Wings going to get left on an island there. And Revel now the last player standing. Dead in the water is this push. As we see a commanding lead. 4-1 as back-to-back rounds going to go in favor of Team Dazzy.
Yeah, seems like they might be able to put this one away quickly. Marshy's still yet to get on board, and nobody really having a dominant effect for Team Marshy either. Raph pushing all the way up through the mid-map. Might have worked to have some trigger discipline there, but he didn't need it. That's a 3-piece like it's nothing. 1 more? Why not? King's there to shut him down, but the trade goes through. My, oh my, Team Dazzy wants to finish this one up as quickly as possible.
DoorDash challenge here, baby. Let's get it going. Good bounce back rounds indeed. 3 in a row. Looking to buy us some control. We'll find out on the other end of potentially 2 rounds as things starting to heat up here. We'll get a flip. Kings now going to be your anchor player here over towards this B site. It's going to get stunned, naded, everything tossed out, nothing holding back. Raph going to be able to collect. Oh, that's Abyss. Raph going to get shut down as Revel's in the mix. Marshy's starting to come alive, and suddenly we got ourselves a 3v3.
See what we got right here is another player drops. Dazzy's still alive, looking to trade, but Flirt says not today. PKM shreds right there, and at least a glimmer of hope off the defensive side for these guys. Brings it into a 5v2. Marshy picks up a couple of kills, and maybe an opportunity to chip away at this lead is, once again, you can make your way to those upper finals without having to go to map 3. Would certainly be ideal. It is going to be Skull Guy once again finding first blood onto Marshy.
Yeah, but just as soon as he gets things rolling, he's got to get nerfed instantly. Skull Guy knows the plays. Marshy, peek your head. I got you, buddy. Trades coming through. Raft is going to be out of the equation. And while we wanted something fast-paced and upbeat, we're going to get something a little slower and somber. That's okay. Whatever it takes to get the victory, they say. And Revel and crew just going to be holding the forces on a back now as we got a 1-1-2 split. 1 on B, 2 effectively on A, but 1 in the middle of the map, more importantly. And the hits over towards the B site.
See if Skull Guy can find something here as they look for entry onto site. Marshy's still the only player down. One slides across. Oh, Skull Guy would have loved to have that. Pre-fire from the PKM. Not something you can afford to challenge. He doesn't realize Skull Guy is all the way hopped up right here, and that's going to be freebies for Neil. So what looked super winnable now is very precarious. They don't peek, and they allow Neil to get the bomb down right here. And things continue to go from bad to worse as now Wings has to 1v2.
Make a lot of noise. Neil's going to get spotted on the cross. Shots taken. Nothing hidden. Neil on the back line. Tucked away. Skull Guy. In a corner as well. A 1v2. Tries to bait him out. Does. Skull Guy is able to be elusive out. And Neil is able to collect the old bait and switch. Perfectly played. We're on map point.
See if they can close things out right here. Maybe a moment of shakiness, but nothing that's going to last. 6-2 the scoreline. The smoke's going to go across mid is once again Marshy looking. Play as passive as possible. It looks like Dazzy and company actually trying to bait them into a mid push, but they don't take the bait, so now a full hit toward A. I don't know how many smokes or util they've got left right here, and had Wings been in the right spot, this could have been an absolute kill farm. But instead, we got 3 whiffs in a row. Fortunately, his teammate's able to do the damage right there, and that brings it into a 2v3. One gonna drop all down to Skull Guy, and he's got a 1v3 if they're gonna end things early.
See, now they had some nasty shots. Able to find 2 quickly. It's down to a 1v1. Revel. Skull Guy. His time is starting to disappear. 30 seconds up for grab. Bomb's got to be collected and Revel knows what's going on. Oh, what a shot! Skull Guy sends us to control. Oh my God, I just watched it from the eating perspective. He ate that one, Bobby. 7-2. Skull Guy with a 3. Sheesh.
1v3 to end the map early. What a performance out of him. He has been on one today. Nothing too surprising there. 11 kills. Only 3 deaths in that one. What a 3.66 KD. Oh my. What a performance. It looks like we got ourselves another map 3 here. Where are we heading this time around?
Looks like Crossroads.
Back to Crossroads we go.
Yeah, and that's exactly where... No, that's not. Team Dazzy actually went on standoff. Just kidding. Nix that remark. Okay. Getting some interesting news there in chat. I don't know if anything is confirmed. It is 100%. Our off-screen matchup. Bye-bye, Little B. Hello, Team Gannett. They'll move on in a 2-0 sweep of that series. A 7-4 victory in Search and Destroy. Who could have predicted that?
Be lying if I said I was surprised. Thank you, Little B and Company, for participating in our event today. Wish you hadn't rage ended stream, but you know, I get it. Tilting is your thing. I get it. We've all got our gimmicks. All right.
Yep. Many things guaranteed in life, Bobby. It's 3 things, actually. It's death, taxes, and Little B raging. That is a guaranteed. Rage quitting or rage quit streaming. I don't know. I mean, that's That's a choice, obviously. It's been made. No choice being made there in that series, though. If it was the white flag. We get geared up for a scrappy series, indeed. A great bounce back there out of Team Dazi, and you got to put the team on its back. It's Skull Guy who clutched that 1v3. And that was all on Neil, who had top side of tower as well. Could have blown up everything and could have been everything for a collapse there, but hops out, gets shot from behind from the player who was watching B, and put, Skull Guy in that 1v3 predicament that, I mean, he ended up winning, which is great, but I mean, if he didn't, we just had to look back on that play and see how that developed. But it's neither here nor there. We're on to the crossroads strike and search and destroy savior. Said he'd call it up, and surely enough, he called an airstrike. That was massive from Skull Guy.
There's a leaf blower directly next to my office, so I'm gonna let you take it for just a minute.
Nice. Gotta love that. Hey, it's that time of year again. Obviously, I gotta get tuned up with my my lawnmower. My backyard's starting to get a bit out of hay. But hey, we'll see who's going to be stepping up here as game 3 is about ready to rock and roll. Chat, who we favoring? You got decided Team Marshy or you got decided Team Dazi? Reverse sweep on the table there for Dazi as well. They were able to do it in the first series of the night. Potential here is pretty high as well here as we get geared up for a crossroads strike. We'll see how they play it now as 2 players left to ready up. Skull Guy and Abyss. We'll give Skull Guy a moment, though. He did put some crazy numbers up in that search.
Yep, should be good to go momentarily right here. 1 second.
Is he still blowing? Yeah, he's still. Jesus, chat. What's the over/under? 30 more seconds of that leaf blower. Holy heyday. I don't know what it's like weather-wise where you're at, but it is, I mean, it's going to get a little cool this week. Right now, it's bright and shiny outside. It's hot. It's in the south. And
It's pretty toasty today. Naturally, the first day that he comes in the past 4 months is the day that we're hosting the event. And it's exactly when we're hosting. But you know what? We roll with the punches. I think he's far enough away that we won't hear him too much more for the rest of it. Just waiting on Skull Guy, as always. I swear, regardless of the lobby that we're in, he's always culprit number 1. So get him ready to go, and we will be into the crossroads strike in almost time to hop into our final match of the day. See who's heading to the upper bracket finals, who's guaranteeing themselves a spot. I believe they'd be guaranteed top 3, right?
Yeah, that's money right there, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Had to get some water. Yeah, that's money guaranteed. Hell yeah, we'll like that. Because I'm taking a look at the prize pool. Top 3 is a difference in $500. So yeah, if you're not top 3, you're not making much out of this. Obviously,
wait, upper finals is guaranteed top 4.
Well, then top 4 means nothing.
Yes. Okay.
Yikes. All right. Top 4. Anything outside of top 4 is, or 4 and on is same prize pool. Nonetheless, double it if you go to top 3. Gives you a better shot at it though, and it gives you at least a second chance to bounce back. Obviously, anything advantage-wise will be taken. We saw an advantage early in this series for Team Marshy, but we're back at square one as the control crossroads strike will be the difference maker. Dazi and crew looking to complete the reverse for a second time today, Bobby.
See what they got. Marshy, first blood with the nade. All about the mid-map control right here. And Flirt's going to get spotted out. A little too zealous across the catwalk. Dazi not letting anything through for free, but the onus is on them to get pushed forward. So if I had to guess, eventually we see Team Marshy try to slow down a little bit. Don't want to give away too much advantage to the offensive team. Dazi getting pretty far pushed forward. He is yet to be dealt with. 2 kills on the board, and now stopping the clock over here on that A side. Not going to stay there for long, but a lot of map control to work with.
Yeah, a little touch and go there. Get on the objective, try to bait anybody out in the fire room. Abyss just cleared him out, though. And he's got the extinguisher as the fire is starting to get a little out of hand here on this objective. 1 tick of progress going to be collected. They've got a little bit of a life lead too. Now the pressure starting to be felt. The defense trying to collapse is going to get shut down there as Dazzy ends the streaks. But it is going to be Marshy there for the trades. Raph just been a crazy man with a shotgun through. Nonetheless, 1 tick of progress does come through. Life lead starting to dwindle. We're back to square one for the offense.
Skull Guy, been a monster for his team so far today, continuing that with 5 on the board. Oh my god. Abyss, clean 2-piece right there to lead the way, and now the spawn trap set up here on the offensive side, and he's going to be able to pick up another 11-2 as the life lead. This one is done and dusted. Nothing to work with right here. Flirt's going to be able to find 1, but 1v10 not going to be in the cards. Wants to make sure they don't get that full tick of progress through, and is able to do so successfully. So only 2 ticks of progress so far for Team Dazzy. Let's see what Team Marshy can do on the flip side.
200 IQ. Know exactly what was up for grabs. 2 ticks of progress going to be collected as we take a look at what could be of a round 5. It gets the distance. Flirt on a burner now. Oh, no movement is going to change. The outcome is going to get a little trigger happy there. Little heat check. Pops the Tempest. Gets absolutely canned. But in retaliation, the defense now starting to even things up. Abyss trying to put him in a full court press here. Marshy. Oh, gets shut down. I saw him lay down. I was like, surely he's going to be able to get this kill free. Wrong.
Lives pretty even so far. Things with the Annie in hand, trying to change that. And nobody really giving him much opportunity toward the top of that cliffside. 1 player directly above, nothing there either. Wrath equals. I'm pre-firing away, but once again, the value not really there for the operators on either side. Wrath's finally able to find something right there, but King's there with the trade. 5 lives between the two. If your Team Marshy, the big pressure now is winning the round, and especially with very little progress and no type of a life. Well, they do have a life lead, at least initially, but you got to be able to convert it to some ticks. It looks like they might be able to do it with Marshy popping the death machine here.
Could be huge. Life lead is in your count as well. Ooh, able to find 2, but it is finally going to be gunned down. 2nd tick of progress is going to be locked in onto the B site. You're also getting double time there on A. Skull Guy now opting to pop a war machine. Not going to be able to find anything but himself. Down the 3 it goes. 2nd tick of progress being captured. Down the 2. 3rd tick, 100% in favor. Looks like the offensive push and efforts are going to be rewarded. They're going to have the advantage if it goes the distance. But based off of what we've seen so far, 2 rounds in a row, offense seems to be reigning superior.
All right. Great response out of Team Marshy. Maybe not as defensive sided as we had initially expected. I guess it was a smaller sample size. Although with the map changes, you would have expected that that was the inevitable case. So, see if that continues to be true. Equals not finding a ton of value for Rebel. King sliding to the opposite side. And it looks like not a whole lot of value, but once again, the lives remaining even, pressure onto that offensive team to get the clock stopped. Have not been able to do so successfully this far. Once again, Marshy reinforcing that front side so they don't get any easy opportunities. We do have 1 player pushed all the way forward. That's going to be Neil with a Type 63 in hand. If he can get this rock control, he could go crazy with the spawn trap. He's going to spot out 1, make it 2 right there. And at some point, they're going to have to send somebody back to give help. He realizes 1's going to push from the side, so Wings is able to deal with it. But slows down the defense at the very least and gives some opportunity for the teammates to push forward.
Yeah, they're able to capture 1 tick of the progress. I did see Dazzy pop his Annihilator, but is going to get instantly shut down, so he will get a recharge on it. 2nd tick of progress is going to be locked in. 12v10 is the life count. 33 seconds on the clock. Got 1 player pushed up in Skull Guy, who's found a little bit of a slip scene, but I believe the side of Dazzy and crew, or Marshy and crew, no that someone's lurking about, is able to finally collapse and get one through. And that's going to be B gone. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock as a 7v6, make it a 7v5 ensues. No respawns left here for Dazzy.
Rebel finds one. The inside of fire. Can't find a second, though. Trades go through. That B-side's been captured, but you got to watch the lives. 3 remain for Team Dazzy. Other we're going to drop. Abyss. Need to stay alive right there. Not going to be able to. It's got to be a 1v4 for Neil. They can pinch pretty easily right here. King's going to throw some shots across, and it seems like it's only a matter of time. Marshy pushes for no reason at all, and there's nobody there to trade. Kings is ready for it, and Neil is not. So the round goes through once again for Team Marshy. Could that be the difference in this one, as they now have an opportunity to head back to offense?
All right. Marshy and crew looking to decline the reverse sweep here in this series. Could very well so end it with the strike of the next shots. Kings popping the ante early here in this round, looking for a headway in towards the objective. Well, no kind of map control for the time being. Is going to be forced through the middle of the map. This is a wild endeavor. 2 cross right in front of him. He is starting to get a bit antsy. Finds one. Able to find his slip all the way through into the spawn site. One's going to be able to escape. Yo! Finally going to be captured. And, well, Kings is in a pivotal position. Nobody on his team really able to reciprocate. And, well, the time's going to expire on his ante. He is still rocking and rolling with the tight.
Lives even once again. Rebel with an opportunity to get pushed forward. Flirt's going to be there for the trade. 4 ops charge for Team Marshy right now. Depending on the timing of this, they could end things right here. Given how little they had to invest to win that last defensive round, they have set themselves up really well in this one. Skull Guy needs big value off this War Machine. Not going to be able to find anything there. The kills do go through. We do see Rebel popping equals right here. Able to find one, but not a ton of time left. And wow, huge kill out of Skull Guy to turn and find that one. Big issue right now is the clock. Only 18 seconds. Team Marshy's got to get pushed forward.
They do indeed. 9v10. Marshy and crew could end it here. Nobody crossing the middle point of this map. Abyss putting them on. As pressure's coming through. 5 seconds remaining. They got to race towards the objective. One player on towards the B site. Wing's going to be able to find a nice 2-piece. Evens this up. Second tick of progress being collected. 7v7. Dazzy and crew know what's up for grabs. Well, Abyss is going to be able to slip the net. He's going to find his way on the outskirts, and Dazzy has no idea. Finally, Abyss is going to be finding another one out of it.
Wow. Capture goes through. That's a whole extra minute to work with. Now you're playing a big game at TDM. 5v6. King's looking for an angle. Nobody for Team Dazzy overextending. Need to win this or get sent to the lower bracket. Dazzy, jiggle peeking, looking for something. And it looked like Kings had an angle, but can't quite connect. Forcing them to make the move. That's what you want to do as the defense. Marshy's the one over on the edge that could make a play, waiting for some audio cues, but they are not moving an inch.
Down the last 20 seconds here. Got to make something happen. Marshy going to be able to shut down the push. They can end it here. Raf going to be able to retaliate. 4v4. Cross is going to be made. Raf's going to make a lot of noise.
Marshy just watched him kill his teammates.
We're going to a 5th round, ladies and gentlemen. Marshy not going to be able to get the job done there. And wow. I mean, you can't shoot through that staircase. I don't think it matters. Maybe just get the call out in time. Very unfortunate timing for him, but now going to be forced to reel it back in a round 5 overtime where they've got the offense or the defense.
See what they can do right here. Nobody really finding any engagements early on. Bit of a game of cat and mouse, but we do get a death machine pushed really far forward for Abyss. Not much value to be found. Solid map out of him so far with 24 kills on the board. A little bit of a slower game from Skull Guy, who we had talked about being kind of the dominant force for this team. Abyss pushes forward, finds another, finds Marshy. can't quite get out with his life. Raph now with an opportunity to do some damage with the equals. More importantly, to get this objective captured.
Reads it to a T2, pushes on through, was waiting for the aggression to come out from him. Also didn't want to get him too aggressive and lose the life. Second tick of progress, looking like it might get locked in on the A site. 100% does. But you got to win this one either by kills or by complete capture. 15v20, the defense not necessarily having their way. They are going to be able to peel the pressure back on towards that A objective. And now it's all out. 88 out the gate towards that spawn trap. Flirt's going to be able to pop the Tempest. Yeah. He's letting them wreak havoc. Oh my God. Able to find plenty. The collateral damage is there. Life count disappeared. The defense coming strong. Neil finally going to be able to shut him down, but the pressure is done. Damage is done too. This could be win victory here for the Tide of Team Marshy.
And even with Kings not finding any value off that Annihilator, they get the kills. Team Dazi popping an Annihilator of their own. Might be able to make something happen, but they got to work quickly. Only 7 seconds remain. You got to stop the clock and find these kills. I don't think the Claw for Neil found a whole lot, but he's able to find one with the Type 63. Trying to get him cleared off the objective. Dazi not going to be able to stand up. Raph gets too far forward. It's all on to Skull Guy. It's got to be a 1v6, and it's not meant to be. Team Marshy has earned their spot in the upper bracket finals. First team that has secured a place inside the top 4.
What a way to respond. Let that 4th round slip out from underneath you. You reel it back in with a great round 5. Time was of the essence. Force your opponent's hands. Dazi not able to connect on much with that Annie. They're going to be falling to the lower bracket. King's going to be the top of the leaderboard, 32 and 25. High impact around the map. Raph, on the flip side of things, 32 and 20. Got to give a huge shout out to Flirt. Flirt was all over the map there. At times, just really hard to keep up with. And a very close round 5. Ultimately, the reverse sweep going to be declined.
Very, very competitive through and through as well. I don't think, there's maybe a 1 life advantage for Team Marshy right there. You got Kings going +7. Nobody else was positive. You had 1 -4, 1 -2. It was competitive through and through. It was really the tiny details that just came into play, and especially in the end, it did seem to maybe focus a little bit more and prove that it is a bit of a defensive sided map like we expected it would be. You got to think the biggest difference, just Skull Guy maybe a little bit tired from carrying all day. 19 and 28, definitely not a stat line that we've seen out of him, and they will be heading to the lower bracket, but they're not out yet. They will be back in the action tomorrow. Make sure you guys got your notifications turned on and don't go anywhere. We still got one more matchup today. Let's take a look and see who it is. Team Tyrese versus Team Vague. Arguably the best matchup that we've had so far.
Oh, 100%. This is the one I've been waiting for. I know Vague got a little bit of a, just, I'd say a slight warm up. It wasn't even a sweat. It was a brisk jog in the park. It wasn't, a full on sprint. Didn't really need to put too much, effort forward, take down a little bit. Tyrese, on the other hand, had to work for it. They took the map 3-2 against Ganeth early on, who did the same thing to Little B as well, too. So everybody's just having their way with Little B today. Very unfortunate for him. We'll see him next event. Not today, not tomorrow, not anytime soon.
All right. We're going to head to a quick break while we work on getting our players loaded in for the final match of the day. Don't go anywhere. We will be back momentarily with our final day 1 matchup of Cdbi.
Low Jack B. Low Jack B. Low Jack B. Low Jack B.
righty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after the long-awaited break. We are here for our final matchup of the night. It's to determine who's going to be moving on to the upper finals. We've got Team Tyrese, we've got Team Vague, and Bobby. We've got our most anticipated matchup of the night, day, whatever you guys are at. Coming up around the corner, I've got to say, it's built up to this moment. It's been a pretty solid event so far. Cdbi has delivered.
It absolutely has. It's been probably the most map threes that we've ever seen in a Bobby event. I feel like usually day one, there's a pretty good amount of 2-0s, and it has been going to map three consistently all the way through. We thought we might have had one person asleep. We were wrong. Everybody's here and good to go for a final matchup of the day. Just to give you guys a refresher, we will go ahead and pull up our bracket to see where things have gone so far. There's a possibility that Team Dazzy and Team Cisco will face off tomorrow morning. Apparently there are some people who have need to go and do other things just because the day has run longer than expected. So possible that we may see some of those matchups happening at a different time. Keep an eye out on those guys' streams in case that does end up being the case. Obviously, the one that we're focused on is Team Tyrese versus Team Vague. Team Tyrese with an absolute grueler up against Team Ganeth, and Team Vague handling business against Team Little B relatively easily. Team Vague definitely looking like one of the forces to be reckoned with so far in this event.
Yep, early and easy. We'll just say that. Yeah, here we go. Who is that in the? Is that one of the four other players in the sixth or in the fourth slot that's just spectating randomly? Anyway, I kind of got delusion, but yeah, that's a little bit of trolling going on. Nonetheless, we're here for it. It's about to get geared up. We're looking for a best of three that starts us off on Hacienda Hardpoint, follows up with a Search and Destroy on Meltdown, and if we go the distance, a Control Standoff. Everyone's should be readied up here momentarily as we do have everyone in the lobby and then some. It does look like Luigi is in the spectator spot. Is that he's supposed to be on Team Tyrese?
Kings was he played last game, so
okay, there we go. All right, here we go. I knew something was wrong.
Now that we got everybody situated, we should be good to go. Eyes on fan favorite Cosmo, who has certainly lived up to the hype today. See if he can continue to do so, getting ready to hop in the final match. Apparently we have had some servers switch slightly for some of the matchups as well. Wasn't expecting that, but I think somebody said Marshy was on 70 MS last matchup, which would have meant EU servers. So a little bit of moving back and forth, more than we would have expected. Still relatively consistent in that area of the world, so we'll see what they're bringing to the table in this one. Seven's definitely been the guy to watch so far for Team Tyrese.
Oh, yeah, he's been on a burner, man. Top fragging in each and every other respawn. Would like to see him put a little bit more effort into the snipes as well, too. But, hey, you know, if you're putting up 50 bombs in Control, putting up 40 in the hard point, I mean, there ain't much more you can do and ask out of a guy. So we'll see if he can start hot here in this one as everyone's ready to roll. As soon as I say that, Lamone pump fakes me. Everyone's green check marked across. We should be gearing up for game number one of our final series of the night. Oh, okay. The law has to download. Never mind. We're good. Game one of our final matchup of day one of CDBI Call of Duty Bobby Invitational. Let's run it, Bobby.
All right. We're underway, ready to go. See if either of these teams can really separate themselves from the rest of the competition and give a dominant showing. Team Vague with one of the few 2-0s that we've seen so far today. See if they can continue with that energy all the way through, as Cosmo is going to be able to sneak through to the back lines of the opposition. Tyrese trying to sniff him out, but ends up getting played right there. Luigi shut down as well. Cosmo maintaining that topside control. Great trades out of Jibby. They've got the topside control, but haven't really converted it into actual hardpoint control yet. Finally getting players hopped on down to the point. Jibby finds another before getting traded.
Yep. They got their lion's share so far. 15 seconds gathered through the first 20 seconds of play. Vague finally starting to heat up as well. It's got 5 on board. Drops the trophy. Gets dropped immediately. So back and forth, about as mixy as you could ask. Big gunfight being won there from Lemon on the objective, but it is going to get pieced at a distance now. 50-50 toss up for the objective. It is Jibby up top, just making it range shots. That's going to be the limiting factor here, as he's going to be pushed down onto the objective. 25-16, gathering up for a P2 setup. It is going to be made in blue off the rip, but it is a beast trying to play spoilers.
Yeah, only 1 kill for him so far, but they've been able to maintain control regardless. Talal on the point, going to be able to find 2 right there. Finds that clearance as they look to make their way upward. Jibby's there for the trade. Free Fire to create some space as well, and he's just going to eat concussions for breakfast all day today. Talal is there. 2-piece with the nade, and they clear once again. This time pushing out those driveway spawns. Smokes do go down as we have Team Tyrese looking to make a push on through, but not able to find anything yet, and it's Jibby there once again to clear out the front side.
Seven, rather, starting to fire up things now as he's got 2 in the spree. Make it 3, make it 4. Almost gets the full white. Vague finally going to be able to shut him down. Team captain putting on for his crew. Nonetheless, it is going to be Seven's crew is going to be able to capitalize on some much-needed hill time. Cosmos throwing a shoulder at it. Holy hell. Mans is really living up to it as he is delivered here as he gets the final bit of scraps. Lemon going to chop him down on the rotation. As we do see Tyrese and crew down by about 26 rolling into it. Vague going to get him from a backside approach, and nonetheless, it is going to be Vague with an upper hand yet again. We'll see if they can continue with the pressure.
Let's see. Oh, Jibby goes big with the Sparrow right there. He's going to be able to pick up 3. Vague equals. Pushing back. He finds 2 for himself. 7 finds the trade, but once again, those lives not lasting very long, especially in the midst of all the operators that are being popped. Cosmo not going to find a ton of value from that claw, but they maintain topside control right here, but 7 somehow slides through to take down Jibby. 1 for Lemon as well. And he's going to be able to pinch Vague through the backside right there. So it is Team Tyrese chipping away at the lead once again. Free Fire from 7 is only going to earn him 1 additional kill. And it looks like they'll likely remain contested as the scraps do go the way of Team Tyrese. Foot race toward New. Vague, very, very weak, but able to take down Tyrese right there. And that's a big one. Some body shots as well.
Oh, I can't win the next as 7 has been back on point. He's going to get shut down. Tyrese at a distance, trying to thread the needle. Has the Annie at the ready there. Hasn't been successful in finding anything. Predator's going to come down. It's not going to find anything. It's going to disrupt the hit, though. Vague sending money shots there as he does find 2. Cartel is finally going to be able to keep him in check, but he's going to get traded out. The hill's going to be yellow for the time being. A contest is going to come through. It's all down to Lemon v Cosmo. Cosmo can't win that one.
Vague pushes on through the point. He's just chucking bodies. Ends up taking 1 with him. As back and forth we go. Tyrese and company going to be able to find some clearance on the point. Talal finds 2, but not enough to clear completely. And once again, P4, you expect this is going to be the mixiest hard point. Maybe more than the mixiest hard points in the game. Just constant contest time. Finally, the full clear goes through for Team Vague. He's leading the way with 20 kills on the board. And they find themselves up about 25 as we head back to P1.
Vague gonna get caught on the hop up there as the reset comes through. Big lead, rolling into it, I say. Predator down for Vague. Gonna be able to clear the path there. Is able to find 1 and gets the call-outs too. Damn near a full wipe as Lemon is gonna be the last player in contested. And time's not being collected for this one, but it doesn't matter with the kills that come through as the feed lights up yellow once again. It's going to be map control for days as well as time control. Lemon still alive for the time being. Nobody going to be able to get a trade on this guy. Where's the call? He's just been roaming free. Finally shut down.
Team Vague continues to build on that lead. 7 doing everything that he can to try to clear out the midsection, but not getting any help from the team as the feed goes blue. Looks like they're going to be able to pick up scrap here. Nade from a Bees is able to take out Lemon once again. Slow start for a Bees, but he's certainly starting to pick things up right here. They can't be having Vague having too many more kills than me, and that certainly something that he will do something about quickly. Lamone with the claw is bouncing those bullets left and right. Trying to find a little something. Ellison somehow Cosmo hits him with the Uno reverse card and doesn't take any damage in the process. Another one gonna drop as 7 taken out. And Cosmo pretty much single-handedly breaking the point right here. Once again, one of the main OBJ guys with 82 seconds in the hard point.
12 claw there. Lamone did everything to get the break and get the early retake. They do. Cosmos pulls out the Uno reverse card, and back and forth we go here in Garage. It's going to be a Bees with the upper hand this time around. It's going to have some support through the front, but the wall bang's coming through. Tyrese and Lamone going to be able to combine for 2. The Law going to hop out. Oh, buddy wins a big gunfight. That clears it out. Last 10 seconds for free. Early rotations now having to be made. Got one player in Bees who's going to be able to get topside office control. Could be a game changer if this play develops. We'll see where his location is. Yeah, there it is right there. Just chopping him in half on this transition.
It seems like Luigi's really hard committed to rocking this Lockman. It is simply not working in this one. 14 and 26. Something's got to change right here, and he continues to get gunned en route to P3 right there. So that lead's going to continue to build until they get some meaningful contribution. Not the best map for Tyrese. Once again, off server, but a much stronger performance from the captain on the flip side in Vague, who's now finding himself at 33 and 21. He's going to slide the corner and look to find yet another, which he indeed does. And once again, the map control just so impeccable for Team Vague. Such a well-rounded squad, and right now not looking like they have any real weak points.
Yeah, I'm starting to question if Vague knows anything about Call of Duty anymore. Just, I mean, how did you look at this squad and say, dude, what did you pick for me? And look at what they're doing. I mean, they're dancing circles around them at the moment. You got a Bees who's just been a menace on these transitions. You got Jibby who has been crazy all over, really filling any role. And you got Blow who's just been an absolute beast in search, as well as picking up 34 here in the hard point so far. P4 rotations being made. Rockbound is finally going to be dealt with. And off the respawn, he's going to be shut back down again, too. So finally a little bit of leeway for the side of Tyrese and crew, but the breathing room is going to be short now. As we said, Nixie P4s are abound here on the Rock side of things. They're just so close from spawn.
War Machine coming out for Cartels, trying to stop the bleeding right here. Looks like they're going to be able to pick up a nice chunk on P4. Red's going to drop as well. Continuing to move upward. Those streaks are going to cycle as he's working on the EMP. Sparrow shut down as well, but just not really getting a whole lot of help from the team on the backside in the point. Halal, 35 kills on the board. Pretty closely knit among those top 3 with a Bees and Vague. Only 1 or 2 kills behind respectively, and they've got 3 ops charged and ready to go. Cosmo, Claw sliding through the top side. He's doing his job. That's been cleared completely and now can hop onto the objective as he slides back, runs out of ammo. But the Pred missile is earned by a Bees, taken down by 7, but you gotta think that Pred gonna drop. And they'll look to go ahead and clear off the hard point once again.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Floodgates open. They smell blood in the water, Bobby, and they are looking to close this one out. Hill's going to be hopped, and, well, it's time for desperate measures. Team Tyrese not really getting their heads above water here in this hard point so far. They have been hemorrhaging left or right. Now, what I will say is they played a hell of a P1 so far, regardless of winning not a majority of these gunfights. They're trading back and forth. Position's going to be given up, and, well, now it's all up to Tyrese to make a play as he's going to be the last player alive on this side of the map. Everyone's coming off the respawn. He's going to be able to find a few shots into another, but nonetheless, it's all about the rotation anew, and Garage could be very well where we see this one end. Tyrese going to get some parting shots there on Vague as he does try to get this rotation made. He's going to have to wait for the cavalry, and luckily enough, it's going to be Cartel spawning in.
And Vague just on a burner. 124 seconds in the hard point and going 41 and 31. Credit to him for the performance that he's having as well. Not going to be able to survive that one, but a B's on the hard point has got things locked down. Cartels looks to push on through. He is going to be able to get a two-piece right there. Not going to last very long, though. They've got to try to push through the smoke right here and force something out. Getting traded left and right. Does look like Team Tyrese will find the break for the time being. But they need to hold this. It's got to be a full 25 hold for the rest of the way. There is very little margin for error. Operator's going to pop here as well. We do have the claw for Limon and Tyrese with the Annihilator. See what type of value they can find. So it looks like they will lock in all that time. I don't think Tyrese going to spot anybody else out on rotation right here. He is going to get taken down by Jibby, who's now going to have that entire side of the map to himself. One player left to contest in Limon, and I don't think he's going to have the read on this one.
I don't think he's going to have the read on it. Doesn't matter, though. He's going to be able to slip through. There it is. He is finally going to get taken down, but the postmortem comes through from the airplane, or the hunter-killer, rather. Hold the phone. Cartels now. Operator out. Shutting them down. The contest is going to come through, but it's going to be dealt with. They're holding their own for the time being, Bobby. And well, with 40 seconds left to go, they can very much so extend this game. They just got to be flawless moving forward. Allow a few contests where it's needed. Cartels still alive and holding down the fort here in the warehouse. Does have prime positioning, but the top side hit is going to come through here from Team Vague.
Jibby's got to be the one to try to contest from the backside. He's not going to be able to find anything there, and that lead continues to dwindle. 7 has been absolutely frying once again. 46 kills for him, and he's going to find some more. Streak's starting to go out. Would love to earn that pred. He does exactly that, and this could be perfect for the setup toward New. Trying to get all the information that he can. Takes down 1 on rotation, and Talal's going to be the lone man to contest. For the players that remain right here, only 20 seconds remain between these two teams, and Talal's been shut down.
Tyrese, hold that line. Your Team Vague, get the break. Here comes Vague. Tip of the spear there with the equalizers. They've allowed this one to go on for so long. Can they close it out? The contest is going to be shut down. It's Vague putting a team on his back here when it's needed the most. Tyrese going to get shut down. The contest from Water is also dealt with. 2-1 Predator just for fun. Still have one player on the objective. 250 to 214. Sheesh, Bobby, we almost had ourselves a little bit of a comeback. But it's Team Vague able to put their foot down at the end of that one. Vague, again, leading the pack there. Finds himself with a, is that a 50 bomb? I can't quite remember.
It was a 50, yeah. I think
51.
I think he had 51.
All right, team captain, let's go.
That's pretty impressive. That's not easy to do at all, especially on the ping that he's playing on, and Vague just went crazy with it. Not only dropping 50, but a minute 40 in the hard point as well. And once again, this is a really well-built roster. I think we can all agree on that. This is a well-built, like, your lowest kills goes -1 with 2 minutes in the hard point. There's just no weak spots on this roster. And once again, not a dig at anybody on the other side. You got Tyrese. Ping disadvantage. Not going to be easy to keep up. Luigi is definitely got to put up better numbers than that. Going -20 in that setting is just not going to make the cut. But, man, just consistency across that board for Team Vague.
Yeah, at some point you got to put that Lockman away and find something comfortable outside of it. The XM4 is definitely a better option. I mean, it was fun while, it lasted, lasting is done. So you got to put that away and figure out, what you're going to do moving forward. I don't know what's more impressive, the almost comeback, which, I mean, they held on for a long time, Bobby, or Vague's performance, which was ultimately that was, you're looking at from, a mono perspective. Him against Tyrese, he ran circles around him, and he led the pack. He ran circles around the whole lobby. 51 off of that. That's crazy. Great job from Vague. Huge shout out from him. No glazing, just a well-rounded effort.
Yep. Very well played right there. Now we're going to head to Meltdown. We'll see if he has any PTSD that comes into play. Fortunately, he'll have a bees to hold his hand as they get ready to hop into this one and see if they can clean things up in a 2-0 victory. It looks like we got all of our players readied up and good to go. So, Verdict, you might not end up having to be late. You got to hope that they come away with the victory here in the Search and Destroy. But with the way Team Vague's playing, I'd say they've got a pretty good shot at it.
I mean, when we were starting the day, I was like, surely this isn't going to be that long. We did 6 games, best of 3. And then we didn't start until like 40 minutes in. I was like, okay, I'm starting to panic a little bit. And then nonetheless, here we are. Could be the last map of our matchup. We'll see who's going to be moving on to the upper finals. The advantage going in favor of Vague. They're going to be on the defense off the rip. And well, Tyrese and crew, they're going to have to figure some kind of strategies out here early on. Right now, they're buckling up for a quick B-side hit, and that is the right call as everyone still kind of stagnant and spawned on the reciprocating end.
All right. A little slow approach right here. It's B's is the lone point of contact on the back side of B. Waiting for an audio cue. 7 slides across, gives that away, but botches the slide right there, and that's going to end up costing him. 7 finds another right there. He's got all 3 kills to himself right now. Limon's going to be able to find 1, but the trades go through. Cartels cleans up the rest, and that is a quick handling of round number 1 for Team Tyrese.
Okay. Way to strike. You had a lot of momentum rolling in that hard point for the comeback. It got denied, but it's momentum nonetheless. Steering in the right direction. Quick hit towards that B site panned out perfectly. Looks like they're going to buckle up for another one. Bilal is going to be able to find the first blood. Well, 7's not going to be able to find 3 this round.
Vague finds 1, another for Jibby, but Cartels has slipped through the back line over here on B. Slides on down to find another onto Vague into a 2v1, and just like that, Bilal shuts it down, and we tied things up at a round apiece. Telling you guys, I watched this guy in Saudi E-League. He was tearing it up. I knew he was going to be a solid addition, but I did not anticipate he was going to have this level of dominance. Very, very consistent through and through. Once again, true of the entire team, but especially for somebody who has never played in a Bobby event before, he's really showing out today.
Yeah, he is impressive. We'll see his continue reign of dominance. 3 kills to his name. Nate shots out, has the right idea. Tyrese able to find the first blood. 7 yet again going to fall victim on the flip side of things. 1-for-1 trades. Cartel is going to be able to catch them on the hop up. Or the hop out, rather. Lamone, not many gunfights have been lost by him all day long. Not going to be that one either. Back and forth we go as Team Tyrese able to strike back on board for a second round.
See if they can continue to snowball that. 7, 1 big round with 3 kills. No contributions outside of that. Looking for a hop up. Angle! Are you kidding me? What a shot! Onto Talal was working with a sliver right there and absolutely nails it. B is left completely open right here. B's in the back line. It's a little bit too aggressive. Lamone's going to make him pay. Bomb's going to go down at the hands of Luigi. Cosmo on the flip side does take down 1 in Cartel. 7. Responding once again. No way. No way.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't serve it up to him. Okay. Hey, as long as you don't let 7 put you on a t-shirt, you're fine there in that instance. Vague on a little bit of a tear himself, not going to be able to find enough for the 2v4 clutch. And nonetheless, another round back in favor of Tyrese and crew on the backs of 7, getting up a lot of map control and opening up with a huge first blood. Bartels and Limon able to clean it up. 3-1 we go as Vague and crew not really found a response back here to this B-side hit, whether it's staggered or if it's quick and immediate. Vague says, I'll make it quick and immediate. Finds 2 in return.
Couldn't even find his POV before 5 people died. Jibby spots out 1 and 7 on the inside. His fellow Filipino not going to be able to hunt him down quite yet. I don't know how 7 got out of that. Okay, they finally hunt him down right there. And round does go the way of Team Vague. So not letting this one go for free if they don't have to. Still only 1 round away. And once again, Vague leading the way. 6 kills on the board for him.
Wasn't too long ago we watched him on a map like this and he didn't get anywhere near 6 kills. I'll just go ahead and tell you. So leaps and bounds he's made. Aggressive is the push. Tyrese going to be stunned for free. First blood comes through. Vague pouncing yet again as he is able to capture captain versus captain. Looking for Lamone, who has been his, kryptonite. Might be able to get the timing of a lifetime. Nonetheless, it is going to be a Beast who's going to be able to come through with a 1-2 punch, and that's going to be 2 down for 1, favoring advantage of Team Vague.
B's gonna find another onto Cartel, so 2v4. 7's backed on up, but nobody gonna extend the backside of those generator rooms. One player. Oh, the whole team. Yeah, they know the bomb's down over here. He's banking on a response immediately after he picks up. 7 somehow still manages to find something. He picks up an SMG, but the lull last second says no exits for you. At half, we're tied up 3 rounds apiece. Team Vague back in this one.
Clawing their way back in, and it's really been on those first bloods coming through in favor of Vague. I know he's had a lot of help in the back lines too. Great little wombo combo there out of him and a Bees. Kind of running the map crazy. 7 in the middle of the map looking for anybody that hits over towards the A side. It's going to be 2 big kills coming through for Tyrese and Luigi, but they're going to be forced to back down even without the player advantage. It's going to be a Thalal going to be able to find 1, make it 2 there from the side of a Bees, and we got ourselves a game. Just say that a Bees drops.
Cartels. Well, let Jibby exit right there. He's going to need a 1v2 to bring this one back for Team Vague. Bomb is down. Very, very retrievable. He's going to take the long route right here and bank on them playing the outside of A, which is exactly what's happening, but being on the inside of generator room is not going to have much of an opportunity to do anything about it. I think there was one player in mid that could have heard an audio cue there. They should have. Question is, did they move off of it? And that's what Jibby's banking on right here. Should find Lamont. Can't find the second. Cartels. Crucial trade right there to retake the lead.
All right. Tyrese still alive in this one. Gonna be saved there as the 2s are played to perfection. You take down 1, it doesn't matter when you're holding hands with your teammate. It's all you can ask for. Trades to come through. Could have been a disaster. It could have been, you know, a dream come true, and it's the latter. Flip side of things, we got a quick side hit over towards the A point. Jibby gonna be able to open up the first blood, and while he's looking for more, bites off a little more than chew. Lemon, a little too tangy there for shots to not hit.
Cartel has gotten all the way forward. They have absolutely no clue where he is, and this should be a freebie onto Talal, but he gets out. Maybe not intentionally, but makes the play regardless. Cartel's going to pick up the kill. Brings it into a 3v3. They got to move quickly. One player on the top side. Cartel's nothing on the pre-fire right there. Finds 1 on the slide through. What? He doesn't. Thing! Gets the better of him right there, and now it's on to a 1v2 for Limon. They seem to have an idea, and they do, shutting him down. They tie things back up at 4-4.
How did he win that gunfight?
No
That is
idea.
crazy. I was watching it from Cartel's perspective. I was like, that's a free 2-piece. Good collapse. The timing couldn't have been perfect. Wrong. Vague. Screwing things up there for Team Tyrese. They strike back, and we're tied yet again. Back and forth we've gone. Vague getting a bit too aggressive. Lemon, again, just has been his kryptonite throughout this game. He finds 1. He's already there in return. Lemon not going to allow him to get anything happening there. He's going to be able to slip the gate. Able to get the shots even though they're shaky. That's 3 down. Make it 4. The Law's going to be the last player alive. And, well, he's nowhere in sight. Bomb's down. 58 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a large ask for anybody. 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, especially if he had the bomb, if the bomb was literally anywhere else, might be doable. But all they have to do is watch the 4 points of entry, and this is basically a free round. So it's gonna pretty much take a miracle. I don't anticipate they're gonna make the mistake of extending out beyond the site as well. And there's 7 catching him across mid to shut him down. Restarting my Elgato chat. Our audio is slightly delayed. And that seems to have fixed it.
All right, good stuff. All right, this matchup, nothing fixed about it. It is a all-out battle. War of attrition. Back and forth we've gone. Lead gonna go right back in the hands of Tyrese and crew. Nobody's been able to hit through the middle of the map. Vague. Gonna be able to slip on through 7. Not missing. Abi's able to get the trade there as Cartels falls. Vague still in the middle of the map. Underneath playing sneaky 7. Just continuing to rampage through. Gonna find another too, Bobby. 11 on board for the man, but Vague slipped the net. Might be able to be a game changer here if he goes big.
He's right behind 7, but doesn't see him, doesn't check the angle. And now a chance to close this one down for Tyrese and company. They could push things to a map number 3. We'll see if Vague squad can do something right here to try to prolong this and push it to an OT. So if he's going to go down, Nades over the top. It's all onto Lamone, and he's going to be backed all the way up. Hit by the concussion, but doesn't get taken down. So all utility used. And a B's going to find 1 onto 7 with the Type 63. They should be able to get the bomb down right here. Not an easy retake for Team Tyrese.
Yeah, but Lamont's the player who got away, and look at where he's at. They didn't see him cross. They've got the setup perfectly, waiting for anybody to cross on through, and surely enough, Lamont, yeah, he's dead. That's trap set. And what was map point, rather, it's going to be all on the Tyrese. He ain't going to happen. Tyrese still up. Still could very well so. Yeah, he's ended right here, but it's a 6-5 scoreline nonetheless.
Cosmo with a 3-piece to help clean up on that one. They keep the map alive. They keep the hope of the 2-0 alive as well. See if 7 can do any damage across that top mid area, and I think he's successfully scared anybody from chelling across that angle anymore for the rest of the game. Vague's gonna sit passively in this bottom mid side and pray somebody overextends. They do that, but Limon hits him with a beam to the face. Big time first blood for Team Tyrese.
7 able to quickly strike back 2. You want to gain 3, chat? It's all down to a 3v5. A Bees, Cosmo, Jibby, and a 3v5. Make it a 2v5 as a Bees drop. Odds just going down slightly. Jibby going to be able to find one as Tyrese is going to fall victim to some great patience. Still doable, but odds might get a little bit slimmer as we see another fall. Jibby going to be able to find 2. 7 sends the shot. We're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God.
Longest broadcast day in Bobby Plays 10K history.
We had one where we watched every single match, dude.
Yeah,
and it
you're
lasted
right.
Until about,
You're right.
I remember that. That was a long day.
That was a long day.
We never did go back to watching all the matches after
Nope.
that. We'll never go back. And I'll tell you who's not going to go back. Lemon. I said he was the answer to Vague's terror. That, I mean, he was able to find rounds back to back. I got to see the head-to-head. And surely enough, Lemon takes Vague 4-1 there. That's tough.
That's dominance right there. That's dominance. All right. Tyrese and company going to have a chance here to go to map number 3. What map are we looking at? Let's take a look and see. It looks like standoff control on the way. Admin's doing their best to get things started ASAP. My goodness. What this has certainly lived up to the hype. There's no question about it.
Oh yeah, you said it was going to be competitive and it was going to be well-rounded. All teams were going to be pretty equal, with the exception of Little B, which, I mean, that's on Little B, right? And then we had Space Lewis's #1 draft pick overall. Everything after that has been fair game.
Yeah.
Let's just be real. This is about as close as it's going to get when you throw a creator/pro event. And let me just tell you, the creators are getting mixy. The pros are certainly delivering. We've got ourselves a game 3 banger on the way. Standoff is the only thing standing between these two teams, and who's going to be heading to the upper bracket finals and who's going to be booking their ticket to the lower end of it. We'll find out now as we dive on into the standoff control.
See what they got here. Defense for Team Tyrese. Offense for Team Vague. What can they make of it? Even on the lives to start, Cosmo finds one. Instantly going to get traded. Tyrese making sure none of that spawn trap pressure can get through, but But the Bees getting that top side. Grandma's right there. It looked like he might be able to find a second, but that concussion hits at the perfect time. So he gets away. Talal somehow finds a third before getting taken down. Even all the way through. One tick of progress all the way through for Team Vague.
Vague did a great job of playing his life there. Put Cartels on skates for a little while, escape for his life. Nonetheless, not going to be able to show anything other than one kill for it. Stacking it over towards the A side we go. Down the one is Jibby. He is absolute. Going to get shut down. Back to the spawns they go. Going to look for some pressure there from 7. Oh my God, as soon as I switched to his perspective, it's the snipes, it's the law, and he is bringing the pain. 4 in the feed there for him, or 4 kills in his name, nonetheless. Is going to get shut down. So back and forth, 18v12. The offense going to be pinched on back, and this might be the end here on their run.
Yep. Not looking pretty to start things off right here. Cosmo, spawn trap, Talal, spawn trap, and they're not getting any type of help. Only 3 respawns remaining. This round is done and dusted. Oh my gosh. That got real ugly real quick. Luigi, who hasn't had the best series so far, leading the way with 8 kills.
All right. Quick start there for Tyrese and crew. 8 kills for Luigi. Did he pick up or drop the Lockman? I didn't even check his loadout.
Yep,
oh,
he's
it's gonna be the Odin. Okay, all right. Man's listened and he is delivering a great first round. That's all you can ask for. Vague. Yeah, buddy, throw a shoulder at that. He's going to rip you every day. Pressure over towards the A side of the map. Still, it's going to be the defense standing strong, eliminating all pressure. And back to the spawn we go. First wave of players going to be declined. 7 really the only player in a compromising position. Luigi going to bring down the Predator, and all of a sudden they're going to swarm onto the A site. Could be some free goes as 7 is going to get caught slipping through the back lines. Time's going to be collected for Le Mans, but he's going to be forced to play his life. His time is now being collected on B as well.
Oh, what a play by Tyrese. Takes advantage of the heady, locking down time over on B. 2 players, maybe even 3, going to look to try to clear him off right here, but not finding a lot of success. Finally, Cosmo's there to clear things off.
Oh, buddy, Vague. Playing objective to a T. Going to be shutting down the pressure throw as he's got the equalizers, trying to get the numbers equalized. And surely he's going to piece into the spawn site, opening up a little bit of a lane of pressure. But on the flip side of things, you got Luigi. He's finally going to be dealt with. Predator out here for Vague. Able to find a double to go along with it, and certainly going to give the advantage to their side. We'll see if he can collect anything as EMP is going to come through. Predator in return. Luigi able to find 2, 6v5.
We were wondering if Vague's team was going to be able to get the 2-0 victory. Now it's a question of, are they going to be able to even take a round here in the control? 4v4. Abiz, Annihilator's going to pop right here. Finds 1 onto 7. That's a huge kill. All that remains, Luigi and Limon. But Luigi has not been anything close to an easy kill so far in this one. He's going to drop all onto Limon, and he does get taken out right there. So they get their round. Was a little bit expensive. A lot of operators getting used up right there. You do still have 2 remaining for Cosmo and Talal, who not been quite in their dominant form so far in this one at 4 and 14, 7 and 11. See if they can get going right here, as they're hoping that round kind of swings the momentum in their favor.
Oh, he's been hot, man. It's all a matter of who is going to be able to find his number. Some kills going to come through. First wave is putting on the pressure. Look at that, Vague. It's just like you're at the gun range. Nobody's really even shooting back. They spawn in. They're eating bullets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Finally, it's going to be 7 able to bounce through and shut him down, but the damage has been done. 1 tick of progress is going to come through. 1 tick might be collected, but it's going to be a Bees who'd rather put the full court pressure back on. Is going to get caught with his hands in the cookie jar. But nonetheless, time still at a halt. 1 minute as the 2nd tick of progress is going to come through. Lives hemorrhage there on the left-hand side.
7 pushing on through. Gonna be able to find 1. They're just trying to build something out of this life deficit. A's going to get fully captured, or it looked like it was going to get fully captured by Team Vague. The thing is, if you let 7 stay here on that tractor heady, he is going to absolutely dwindle those lives before your eyes. Vague trying to play that heady as well. 7's just going to reposition once again and abuse that peeker's advantage. Nade's going over the top. The flash is going to hit, but he stays alive, and once again, until you take him out, you really don't have anything you can work with on this side of the map.
Well, you do get A captured, which is great. That life lead dwindled, disappeared. 7 has been a nuisance in this time and has been stunned to hell and back. Finally going to be collected and it's going to be shut down. They're trying to make the bridge over towards this B side, which is a lot harder to do than thought. It's going to be Lemon, the tip of the spear. He's got Luigi up front, who's been hot in this control standoff. 8-8 is the life count as Jibby's going to be able to find the upper hand. Luigi playing his life to a T. He's going to be firing too quickly there as Vague's going to make him pay. And now all of a sudden, it's a scramble towards the middle of the map. They're going to be able to take up a lot of space and only 4 players to deal with.
Vague pops equals right here. Honestly, probably didn't even need it, but it should be more than enough to secure the round as 7's going to be all alone. No operator, no score streaks, and he's just going to slide on through, trying to make sure they don't get any more objective captures. Going to get shut down right there, and that's now 2 rounds in a row for Team Vague, who looked like they were losing steam big time, and once again, you got to give credit to Vague. 26 and 17 to lead the way for the whole lobby.
Yikes. That is a massive stat line for a creator in an event like this. This is supposed to be a representation of what we're going to be seeing in CDM, and let me tell you, Vague's running rampant. Trade's going to come through, 4 for 4. Vague's going to be able to pop the pred, is able to find Lemon. Hello, buddy. I saw you in the search. I couldn't quite kill you, but now trying to get the revenge. Tyrese, jump shot, able to find one through. Annie at the ready. Vague quickly able to shut him down and gets the body shots to go along with it. They're gunning right now, Bobby.
Yeah, it's not holding back one bit. A B's Annihilator, going to spot out one across mid. Shots not connecting. And as I say that, he finds 3 immediately. That might be the beginning of the end. Even then, it's only 4 lives separating the 2 teams, so this is far from unwinnable, but with him getting hopped up, nobody realizing it on that top side, he can absolutely rain hellfire down on him. Especially with Talal getting through to spawn with a War Machine, there is very little time to work with for Team Tyrese.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of getting a little bit of map control in the middle of the map, but you can see Talal don't really understand the spawns. He's waiting for anybody to spawn on the street side. They're all on the back alley side, and it's going to be a complete waste as they're able to slip through. Good thing is your teammates are reciprocating. It's down to 6 players. Cosmo's going to be dealt with. Claw's going to be disposed of. It's a 4v9. Death Machine trying to make its way on through. And, well, this is the last hit, the last stand, a 2v8. Tyrese and crew. Only down to 1. The captain himself. Not going to be a factor, ladies and gentlemen. Vague. Single-handedly demolishing his opponents. 3-1 victory here as they book their tickets to the upper finals for day number 2.
I think I deserve a 10% drafters fee.
I'm surprised you're asking that low. That's I mean,
yeah, you're right. 50%.
Yeah. Let this man get a cut, baby.
Oh my goodness. What an ending to day 1 of CDBI. Congrats to Team Vague and Team Marshy. Moving on to the upper bracket. Wait, no. Did Team Marshy move on to the upper bracket? I'm blanking now.
Yes. They beat Team Dazzy.
Okay.
I drew a blank there, too.
Yeah, Team Marshy and Team Vague moving on. Obviously, only 1 team fully eliminated, I believe. That being Team Little B. No surprises there. I believe we're still yet to see the matchup of Team... Well, I guess we just now got the matchup. We're going to have Team Ganeth versus Team Tyrese that's happening up next. I don't know if those guys are going to be streaming it today. They might opt to stream it tomorrow morning. Once again, credit to all of our players for hanging in there today. It was a little bit longer. I'm going to wrap things up because I believe Verdict needed to leave like right now. So,
Oh no, we missed it. It's all right.
missed
You
it.
can
All
carry
right.
it on. Yeah, it's okay.
All right. Well, big shout out to Verdict for being here for all good gracious nearly 6 hours of the broadcast. Once again, we weren't quite expecting things were going to run this long, but hopefully tomorrow will be more in rhythm and our players will be more prepared to join the lobbies in a timely manner. We'll also have Infinity back tomorrow helping us facilitate everything, so we'll have to do less yapping in general. Verdict, any final thoughts?
Yeah, we'll see you later, Bean Boy. It was a W event so far as we're getting little glimpses of what DDM is to be. I cannot wait. I am like absolutely pumped just seeing all the new talent that's going to be tossed into what is going to be the deep end of Call of Duty Mobile. CDM is the top of the top, and while getting little glimpses and glimmers of what is, I'm very hopeful.
Yeah, definitely excited to watch a lot of these players. Seven, Dalal, even some of the newer guys like Limon and Luigi really showing out, especially toward the end of the day. I think a lot of those players probably get slept on just because they don't necessarily have the recognition of a lot of the top teams, but definitely going to be fun to watch. So that's going to be it for the stream. I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We will be back tomorrow with the rest of the action. And send you guys over to Tyrese. I don't know if he is going to continue to stream, but we will hit him with the raid regardless. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. And we will catch you guys in the next one.